All righty. So that is the opening to the documentary that we are working on. It's the actual opener to our documentary that we're working on for Gypsy, guys. So that is what you were just watching. That's why it's got the creepy music. We are going to play it right now. My live after Rod left and I came over here and I did my own live. Yes, that's already on YouTube. But what I have is Starlight was kind enough to actually um sorry. Uh oh boy. Hold on, I'm sorry guys. I have clips from Starlight. She was able to put those together. She put them in a couple of different ways and so or I mean I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got distracted for a minute. Hold on. All right, sorry. I thought my team was messaging me. Um, thank you. Got goosebumps watching my live with Rod. That's crazy. Um, we don't have anyone else on panel right now, Moon Angel. Um, so I can bring people up on here. I can drop a link, but if any funny business happens like it's ever happened before, we will not, absolutely will not be allowing anyone else up onto the box. So, um, but anyway, I wanted to play this for you. Thank you. Great live last night. Thank you, Fats Domino. Please share this out, tap and share and like and all the good things, guys. I really felt like this was a groundbreaking moment. Um, I have only got to converse with Rod directly one time, and he was not alone. He was with Christie, and that was when I went down there for the first time. And I sat on their back porch and interviewed Rod and Christie. He played the guitar for me. We had long conversations, all of that. But then Gypsy's Revenge was filming that week as well. So they were not able, he wasn't able to meet with me as much as we would have liked. And then he had to actually um, go back offshore. So I only got that one day with him. And I've never got to speak to him since because Christy always handled everything. And then when we broke it off, of course, I couldn't talk to him. Nobody wanted, you're welcome. Nobody wanted me talking to him. Um, I guarantee. So, it wasn't designed for you to hear from Rod. That wasn't my goal last night. My goal last night was to speak to Rod Blanchard very, very frankly. I wanted him to understand I'm not the enemy. I wanted him to understand that he is incorrect and has been misinformed and misled by his wife and daughter. I wanted to let him know that they have stalked and harassed and bullied me for 8 years. And if he wants the drama to end, then the person he needs to speak with is his wife and his child. Um, I asked very poignant questions of him because I very much wanted him to realize one, how much he doesn't actually know, two, that he knows nothing about Munchausen by proxy or the chromosome disorder or any of those things, and three, that he really, really has been misled by the women in his life, all of them. And I think that what I saw there, oh my God, Ocean Blue, thank you so very much. Thank you, thank you. You need a support chicken? Oh, yeah, my grandson took my support chickens today, but let me grab them. Um, yeah, when I get back onto the TikTok shop, I will be promoting my emotional support chickens. But yeah, I'm gonna play the live here. I probably will be on live with Starlight later. Um, and so if comments aren't coming through in here, guys, please mods try and help out. But if not, I'm sorry if we miss anything. But I can't. I'm by myself right now, and I'm running all three platforms or all four platforms. Okay, so bear with me. Um. Oh my God. So what I was trying to do last night was very, very. I was doing something poignant, and I'm going to explain to you my method of questioning and why I did it the way that I did it. Is who itchy? So, I handled that as if I were questioning him in a court of law. If he had been called, oh my goodness, thank you, Moon Angel. Thank you, thank you. If Rod had been called to testify on Gypsy's behalf, those would have been some of the questions that they would have asked him, I believe. They would have wanted a timeline of events. They would have wanted him to prove that he, in fact, did believe that his wife had Munchausen by proxy, that his ex-wife did. The lawsuit against me, totally dismissed. Um, so, so I think that the way I was approaching it was that, when a lawyer asks a question and an answer is given that answers the question, and then there needs to be a follow up to that, that's where I cut him off. I was doing it exactly like that. I used to be in mock trial, guys. I'm not just freaking blowing smoke here, and I'm planning on becoming a lawyer. I have made my decision. I'm going to finish my forensic psychology degree, and then I'm going to go on to Purdue to get my law degree. Do I know if I'll practice or not? No, but I know that I can use it in my work as what I'm doing. So, well, I don't give a shit that Kate Marie's live. She has nothing relevant to say. She's a liar. So I just feel like that was my goal, and maybe you guys didn't understand. And when they told me it became abusive, I do not agree. I think that people are throwing that word abuse around in this case left and right, and I do not think it means what you think it means, to quote one of my favorite freaking movies, The Princess Bride. I was not abusive. I was poignant. I was curt. I was factual, and he did not like that because he could not skirt the questions that he has skirted for 8, 9 years now. No one has ever asked this family any tough questions. Nobody has challenged their narrative. Nobody has asked them what actually they think happened. Nobody has put facts and evidence before them and said, well, how do you explain this and this and this? And when they said that I was being, somewhat abusive, I stated that I did believe that it was unfair for Rod to be up there and not be prepared, because obviously I am. I always come prepared, and I always come with the ammo I need to be prepared. And Rod was outgunned, outmanned, and outfoxed and outsmarted. I'm sorry, he was. I was excited to question him, but what's really funny is I get kind of crazy, when I always used to say, as an actress, if you're ever going on stage or you're ever doing something like this and you don't have butterflies in your stomach, it's not your thing anymore. Like, you lost the love. And so last night, though, I sat in that live and spoke with him, and I never once faltered. I never once got loud. I wasn't rude. I wasn't hateful. I didn't cuss him out. I asked him very specific questions, and I think I held my composure, and I didn't shake one bit. My hand was steady. My body was calm. My head was clear. And this is what you see when the drama and the excessive bullying, the excessive the excessive bullying, the excessive harassment, the excessive stalking on a massive level, when that is not all that I am dealing with every freaking day, and I have a supportive team around me. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jen. Thank you. I'm going to read that in just a second. Um, um, so, so, I'm sorry, I got lost because Jen Ward is here, or Jen Lou is here from the Ward Case Studies, and we have been in the trenches with this case for a very long time. She is an OG of all OGs. I adore her. I think her content is phenomenal. She puts together very well thought out case presentations. I have never seen her not be ethical. I have never seen her report inaccurate information. And if she has ever gotten something wrong, I know that Jen takes on the responsibility to take accountability for anything like that. But what Jen said was, Fancy, I think you asked good questions. The one critique I have was that you didn't allow him to fully answer. And I just discussed that, Jen. If it had been an interview setting where I was interviewing him for the show specifically, I would have let him finish his answers. One, on top of that, though, I was having a hard time hearing him because of all his background noise. And on top of that, there was a lag. So there was some of that going on. Thank you, sweetheart. But like I explained earlier, and I'm sure you're going to understand this, Jen, because we've talked about this and you have a legal background. So what I was doing was I was treating it as if I were in an actual court of law and I was questioning him on the stand. And if that's the way you're approaching it, then no, no, thank you. If that's the way you're approaching it, then and that's a different way of questioning or talking to a person. I didn't want him to expand on things. I wanted to get him to say what exactly was what we've all been wanting him to say. And then on top of that, my real goal was to educate him, to give him something to go back and think about, because I believe that Rod, in all of this, I can look at Gypsy and think one thing, and I can look at Deedee and think another, and I can look at Christie and think something, and Mia and Dylan and all of them. Yeah, I understand. You probably would have objected, argumentative, and you might have won a couple of times. In fact, oh my God, I would love Jen, we need to do this. We need to present this case as if we were presenting in a court of law, you and me against each other. I think that would be incredible. You should totally do this. So anyway, I really wanted Rod to walk away with some thoughts. I'm not sure on Rod. I have only met him the one time. I've only talked to him the one time. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. So I really wanted to feel him out. And I kind of came away on the fence after this conversation. I'm not quite sure if it's willful ignorance, if he was part of it, or if he truly, truly has bamboozled by the women in his life. All three are the great possibilities, and all three absolutely could be combined. He could know some things. He could have not known some things. He could have participated in some things, and he can be willfully ignorant. I think today, hi guys, I think today he is being willfully ignorant. The conversation we had up there, he was willfully refusing to even hear anything other than the narrative that his wife and Gypsy and their lawyer concocted. I do think you got Rod to think. I think he's pondering. Will he ever admit it publicly? Probably not. He's going to defend his family always. Yes. And see, here's the thing, Jen, and I would love for you to say something about this. Jen, would you like to come up? Because God would love to have this conversation with you. But here's the thing with that. I think that sorry, I got lost a minute. I'm sorry, guys. Today I'm a little all over the place. I didn't get a lot of sleep, and I'm kind of excited. I'm on a high right now, right? Yeah. Okay. I know what yeah, drop the link. Okay, fantastic. So what I was saying there is that I believe that Rod is choosing at this point to be willfully ignorant because he is refusing to look at any of the actual evidence. And so I just feel like possibly there could have been a better way for him to understand all of this. And I hope he's thinking. I offered an olive branch. I extended it to him. I asked him to talk to me, and maybe someday some of the seeds I planted in his brain, maybe someday they will actually get in there. Yeah. I was shocked he was there. And that was what I was going to get to. Thank you. The thing I wanted to ask Jennifer when she comes up here, Jen, when she comes up here, is why do you think that Rod is out here doing this right now? Is it because it's time for Rod to really come out and say things? No, it's not. He's only out here running around like this because, what is it? Okay. Because and Mac's going to be joining us in about 15 minutes, guys, to help me discuss this as well. He's only out here doing this because allegedly there is parole violations. Allegedly, the police were called out to serve her for those parole violations. And there we go. Hold on, Jen. And so they also are out here doing this because there is rumors that Rod has left the home. There's rumors that there has been a miscarriage. There's rumors that she didn't show up for the parole hearing, and she circumvented that by having a miscarriage and going to the hospital instead of meeting with her parole officer. Now, they have denied all of these allegations, but I have sources close to the family that are telling me, no, is it absolutely true? And she's only prolonging the inevitable. So I don't think it's lost on me at all why Rod's out here doing this. I just don't understand the motivation because it just is a bad look on him. What do you think, Jen?
About what Rod is saying?
Yeah,
Because, you lose a little when you come up on StreamYard. You have to shut off YouTube, blah, blah, blah. You got to do all the things. So I missed part of it, but that's what you're asking me, what I think about what Rod said or why he said what he said?
No, what I'm actually asking is, why do you think he, who has never been on social media, never had his own TikToks, never had his own Facebook, none of those things, why is he so vehemently running around right now doing damage control?
I think that family does not do anything without an ulterior motive.
Right.
I think that the ulterior motive in this case, in this situation with Rod, because you're right, he doesn't do social media, point blank, period. The only thing that he's ever done, he participates in news stories, documentaries, that kind of stuff, mainstream media stuff, but not social media at all. He hates it, doesn't want to be involved. He thinks it's drama. He doesn't have any time or inclination to fool with it at all. Right. So for him to have come up to first of all, to make his own video, but then to also come up on a TikTok video, I think he is the last resort to do damage control, to be quite honest with you. I think that they are desperate. I don't know if you saw this or not, Fancy, but I covered the truth about the crime scene photos, that they were not leaked, how that came to be, how there are two sets of crime scene photos, one that was released to the public and one that was not, that is part of both Gypsy and Nick's discovery. And how those photographs came to be public, which was they were first and foremost shared by Christie Blanchard.
Absolutely.
And after that happened, were some of those crime scene photos posted publicly? Yes, they were. Way back when on Facebook, a long time ago. Yes, these are not leaked. These are not new. They're old.
Right.
Publicly old. Yes. It's just now TikTok is now deciding, that they're going to join the fun.
I think that it's mostly because there has been a resurgence in the interest in the case since her release, and a whole new group of people who never followed this from the beginning, don't know anything, are coming to this. And that is one of the reasons why you're important. I'm important. Natasha's important. Ryan now is important. Ryan Lee's important, because what we're doing is we're the only ones standing out here screaming, hey, no, there's more to this and there's more truth, and you've never been told the truth. And I think that's important, because otherwise we wouldn't have anything. We wouldn't have anything out there. You guys would have been sold the story that you've been sold, and Nick would have been sold up the river for no reason. And, it's sad all the way around. But I think you're right. Rod's a last resort.
He is a last ditch effort.
He's incredible at this point.
Right, because he's the only one who, this is where, in my opinion anyway, Christie and Gypsy get hemmed up. They've done many, many documentaries, and news specials and stuff like that. All right. But they've also, now that Gypsy's out, she's always, let's also clear this up too. Gypsy's always had social media. When she got out of prison, she already had accounts that already had followers, etc. It isn't like on December 28th, when Ryan handed her that phone, all of a sudden she amassed this huge following. She already had a built-in following. They've been planning for this. Correct.
Well, Rachel built it for her for years. Hey guys in the chat, I just want to make it clear right now. I'm not going to answer any questions about the case right now. We're not talking that right now. The only thing we're talking about right now is my conversation last night with Rod and what was said in that, and anything that pertains to that. So if you're asking questions next time we do a live, please bring those questions. But today I need to stay focused on one thing, or my squirrel brain will go all over the place. And
I have squirrel problems as well. Maybe, but okay. So anyway, what has happened is now that Gypsy is running her own social media accounts, okay,
Mm-hmm.
when she says something, people listen. That is a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
And when you say something, you have a story, and you state the story one way this time, and then you move along down the road in time, and you restate that story, but the story changes. And I'm not talking about details that don't matter, that you would actually, after telling a story repeatedly, sort of remember, like
Right.
the outfit that you were wearing, right?
Well, yeah.
That's not a
Well,
huge detail, but the
right.
core details of the story, the main points of the story,
Yeah.
they have changed. And
Yes.
now there's evidence of it because she's unfettered on social media. People can
Mm-hmm.
screen record. The internet is forever. Gypsy, please hear me. The internet is forever, and it remains undefeated.
I've been saying this for a while, and it's just I don't think they have this concept. They seem to think that they could just change anything. And there could be a case made with Gypsy specifically, not Christie or Rod or any of the others that changed their stories. Certainly not David Blanchard, who changed his story 3 freaking times, who I am going to be focusing on today in our short form content. But with Gypsy, here's the thing. Okay, one could make a case, and like I said, I've been to school for forensic psychology. I'm finishing up this degree. So you could make a case for the fact that she blocked out things and it's a trauma response, and maybe she forgot this detail or she got this wrong and it's coming back to her in pieces. And that would make sense. But like Jen said, it's the core details that are changing, that in a story where you're rediscovering and understanding what really happened, those core details don't change. It's the small minor details around that maybe, yeah, I was, maybe it was I was in the bathroom. No, it actually happened in the kitchen. It's one of those things where something triggers a memory and you remember something small. You're not changing the entire core memory.
Right. And that's basically what she's done. And the thing
Yes.
is that now there is a record of it. And it's
Right.
very, very easy. And I have to say, um, I was curious how this Lifetime show was going to turn out because,
So
of
was
course,
I.
Gypsy blew it. We learned about the ending before the show even premiered,
I
right?
know.
So Lifetime had to scramble, and
Yeah.
they had to go back and re-edit. And
Did you see the second? Did you see the one where she responds back, Jen, on each episode?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. So
Okay.
I
I didn't
have
know if
that
you've seen it. A
second
lot of people have
channel.
not seen it.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
have that second channel. And so on that, because I don't want the Life After Lockup because it's really not about her crime. So I
Yeah,
don't
I
feel
don't care
like
about that
it
one either.
belongs on the True Crime channel. I think it belongs on where I cover reality TV and stuff like that. So that's what I've been doing, is doing the recaps, and
Great.
showing people, listen, look, here's where the editing is. This is where, things have been moved around. They've been shifted around. And I think that everybody that participated in that series thought it was going to go one way, and it didn't. I think that Gypsy and her family were like, Ryan, we're going to make Ryan look like the monster that he is, that
Yes.
that I've been telling people he is. And then for Ryan thought, I'm going to get told the truth is going to come out. Reality TV is not true. It's not truth
No.
at all.
Right. And
So
it's also
nobody
the
was
reason why.
satisfied, I think, from both sides. I think
Right. It's
both
also
sides
the reason.
gotten lost a little.
Right. Well, it's also the reason why I refuse to participate. Everyone knows Melissa Moore has spoken to me twice. Everyone knows that the first time was to try and destroy my 2-year contract with them. That didn't work. So then 2 years ago, when Rachel came to me about the fact that they were doing this Lifetime show, they approached Titania, who is one of Deedee's ex-best friends. She's an LVN. She was working on our medical records, but Titania is not the strongest of people. She probably in their mind was my weakest link because she's vulnerable and she's kind and she can be easily manipulated. And Deedee manipulated her a long time ago, and Christie continues to manipulate her. And so they went to her, and I immediately said, oh, no. I messaged Melissa and I stated to her, I don't know who you think what you're pulling right now, but if you want to speak to me or any member of my team, you need to contact me. You know who I am. You know how to get a hold of me. So why did you think that you needed to go through Titania to get our side of the story? You should have come to me from the start. Oh, we always wanted your side, Span. That's what she started to say. And I said, no, you did not. And she goes, well, we do. We really want you to be able to have your say. And I said, I'm sorry, Melissa, the Blanchards are participating, correct? And she said, yeah. I said, would I have any executive decisions over how my content for the show would be portrayed? And she's like, well, I don't know. We'd have to negotiate that. And I said, that's a no. So I'm going to have to turn it down no matter how much money you're offering me today. I cannot ethically do this, and I will not participate in your project, besides the fact that I'm working on my own. That's why I didn't participate, because I didn't want to end up like Ryan. And I didn't want to end up like the other people that are going to be portrayed badly in this just to tell a fucking story.
I mean,
that's not even true. You know?
Yeah. I mean, I get it. I will say this, because I've, been somewhat critical, because I do, and you know this, we've spoken about this before, because I don't understand. See, for me, the evidence in this case is simply the evidence in this case. And what I have always felt the way that I haven't changed my thoughts. I haven't changed my feelings.
No.
I haven't,
Right.
But Fancy has.
Yes.
And my confusion and question has always been, what actually changed? The evidence didn't change, but your perception of the evidence did. And that's how it comes. I'm telling you how it comes across. Okay?
I know. So I want to clarify that. The fact of the matter is it wasn't my perspective changed on the same amount of evidence. I didn't have that evidence. I did not have the interrogation video in its full length, and no one had it at that time, and no one knew where to get it. And when I talked with an A&E producer, she's the one who told me it wasn't housed in Greene County, it was housed in Wisconsin. And then she said, would you like me to send it to you? And I said, abso-freaking-lutely. This was back when I was trying to work Dawn a deal after they did the Nick special.
Right.
So that's when I got the interrogation video. I was already suspicious of Gypsy, and I deemed her as not being a reliable narrator. I, however, was not suspicious of Christie, because I was like, well, she wasn't involved. She wasn't in their life. She's just the stepmother. What the fuck? Why is she the bad guy here? But when I saw the interrogation video, I was shook. I had always expected Gypsy to lie. But at some point in time, I think we all can admit we were waiting for the abuse word to be dropped and for her to explain that her mom had been doing this to her. That's
right.
What happened. And when it wasn't her lying about her mother. It wasn't her lying about all the things. I expect that. No person goes into an interrogation room that's done a crime like this and just tells the truth from the very freaking second. Maybe Nick, but normal people don't do that. Right.
Right.
So for me, it was when Stan gave her Nick, and he gave her Nick. Did Nick do this to da-da-da? And that's when I watched her in a split second, with no thought process, no preparation, no nothing, immediately run with that story like it was the story from this get-go, and she had it, and she went right along with everything he said. And that moment when she did that, I watched her body and her face, and in that moment, that was the beginning of me beginning to go, okay, something's not right here. Then I took that to Christie, and the way that Christie responded after that, I showed them my notes, and I was talking about things they did not want me to be talking about. And that's when they began crucifying me and trying to say that I forged a document to get that interrogation video. And so that's when my opinion on the entire family changed. So I didn't change my perspective on the evidence. I didn't have the evidence. And then the chromosome disorder, we did not get that final freaking piece until this year, because originally Titania had brought it to us, but she never showed Colleen the actual final results. She showed her the one that said it's a simpler test, and it showed that they didn't believe there was a genetic problem. Well, the next test on that next piece of paper shows exactly what it is and how it is. And when we found that, then I was like, oh, I'm absolutely right. I've not been crazy for the last 8 years. I'm 100% correct in saying that this was never Munchausen by proxy. I said it, and I said it, and I said it, but I didn't know why I was saying it. And that day was the day I knew why I had been saying it, and why, to me, none of this had ever made any sense. I'm speaking to Jen Liu of Ward Case Studies over here on YouTube.
And for those of you in the chat talking about the audio, it was me. Don't blame Fancy. I forget that when you click a StreamYard link, a new one, like on a channel you've never been, you have to adjust. You have to switch which audio you're using, and it was coming from the webcam that's off, and I had to switch it to the microphone. So it should be fixed now for you guys. But I can.
Yes, guys, the interrogation video is on my YouTube, and it's been there the entire time.
I'm going to. Okay. I wanted to hear your explanation. It's been a while since we've talked about it, because I view that part of the interrogation video quite differently. And it's not, this is my opinion, and it has been my opinion the whole time.
Right.
Nothing's really changed.
Everybody can take the same evidence and interpret it differently.
Right.
But it's the same evidence. This is like me and Natasha not agreeing whether or not her nose was broken or not.
Right.
Natasha can look at that picture and think it wasn't, and I can look at that picture and say it is, but it's still at least the factual evidence for you to have a
You're right. You're basing it on something that's actually there, and I get that.
She ate a cupcake and had her teeth ripped out because the act said so.
Right. I think with that, I think that Gypsy always intended to throw Nick under the bus, because what she didn't intend is for Nick to tell the truth. She thought that Nick was going to be in that interrogation room towing the company line and saying the exact same story. And I think what you see, she does make a shift. Fancy is accurate when she says that. There is a shift in her demeanor, her body language, her face, everything. But I think that for me, my perception is Gypsy saw that the door was open and she walked right through it. And based on past her knowledge, right? They had been, Gypsy and Deedee both, because regardless of how you feel, whether Gypsy was complicit or not, let's say she wasn't. Let's say Deedee forced her to do all of the acting, all of the things, right?
Right.
Gypsy had to be convincing, right? Or otherwise, a lot of this relied on Gypsy's ability to also convince people. It wasn't just Deedee. So even if she was forced to do it, she still had to be convincing.
Right. And it's listed in the chart that she was malingering herself, not just.
Right. But there are people that feel, there are people that are either very on one side or very on the other. And then there are the people that are sort of see the gray. So either way it goes, whether it doesn't really matter whether she was complicit or not complicit. At the end of the day, she had to be in. A lot of this relied on her cooperation, her participation. And she had to be convincing. So for Gypsy to go into that interrogation room, she had been getting away and convincing people of things for a very, very long time. So why wouldn't she be able to convince this officer of this? The one thing she didn't count on was Nick flipping. Right. And I think that he flipped because I think of the two of them, to be frank, Nick is the only one who has ever shown or talked about remorse.
Exactly.
That's it. Exactly. That's why that brownie video looks the way it does. Yes. He looks disassociated. He is disassociated.
She even talks about the fact that she had to console him in the hotel room and tell him that he did the right thing, that this was the right thing to do. It was the only thing to do.
He could not believe. Yeah, he could. What he was also wrestling with, and he continued to wrestle with this all the way up until the time that they were arrested, is how she could go on with her life as if nothing happened, like they didn't just do this huge thing.
Right. Hey, Mac and Ryan, do you guys want to jump in on this too and talk about what we're talking about here? Because I think this is an interesting conversation.
But I think your chat really wants to talk about Rod and your thing with that. And I'm more than happy to do that with you too, Fancy. I want to, you want to go I just get frustrated. Sure, we can go through it. I just get it's hard for me. And I've said this before, and I think you'll understand this, because for me, these are things that I've been saying for a very, very long time. Right, and it's like now everybody is sort of kind of, understanding. And I took a rash of shit from Fancy even, who used to tell me, if you saw, I did. Who said, if you saw what I saw, then you would understand why I feel the way I feel. And I'd be like, just fucking show me. And she wouldn't do it because she'd be like, you have to wait, you have to wait, you
because
have to
I was
wait.
trying to be
I
ethical,
know.
and Jesus.
I know. It was still frustrating, though. I could be frustrated, even though it was the right thing to do. I was fucking frustrated.
Yeah. Yeah. Ryan, Mac, what do you guys have to say? You're cutting out, Ryan. You're cutting out. I'm gonna let you down. We'll talk later. You can cut. We'll do a live later and discuss it. This stuff, okay? How does that sound? Alrighty. Mac, did you want to do anything? Say anything else before we go ahead and play the actual interview for everybody?
No, I completely agree with. Is it Jen?
Jen. Jen. Jen Lou.
She set him up from top to bottom.
Yeah.
From top to bottom, absolutely 100%. She made sure he took the ball.
Yep.
And like you said, she thought she was going home that day.
Going home that day.
She really thought she was getting away with that.
Yes. Yes. And Jen, we talked right before Prison Confessions came out, right before she was being released. I asked you to come and do the documentary with me, and you were considering it. Yes. And then you called me up and you said to me, Fancy, I don't think I can get you past Mad. I don't know that I can do that. I don't know if you're ready to do that. I think you've lost your objectivity. And, I don't know if you realized how much that impacted me.
Oh, don't
because
cry.
I did sit down and I really thought about it. And I realized I had lost my objectivity of the people, not the case, the people, because of what they had done to me, my friends, my family, to all of you, to the public. I was livid because I have the most strong sense of justice ever. I believe it should be fair, and I don't believe Nick got a fair trial, and I played a part in that shit, and it pissed me off, and it hurt me that I was used that way, and that I could be manipulated that way. So your thought process and you saying that really made me sit down and go, okay, I don't have to be objective who these people are because I have clear evidence as to exactly who they are, and I understand who they are. But then my daughter had the fucking sense. And, she's a great kid and she's very highly intelligent. She's who went down there with me to interview them. And I was rushing. I wanted to get the documentary out so fucking bad because I thought my window was going to close yet again. And if she came out of prison, I would not be heard. And it almost happened that way. But my daughter said to me, Mom, let's just wait. Let's not do this. We don't need to rush. It's causing you stress. And she's been inside for 8 years. And it's been 5 to 6 since you talked to her. It's been 4 to 5 since you talked to the Blanchard family. Why don't you let them come out? Let her come out. Let her do this prison confession. Let's see where it goes. And if I have never heard more truer words from you and my daughter that stuck in my head, it was that. And she was right, because when Prison Confessions came out, I did not have that was the worst decision, in my opinion, for them to have ever done. I think Lifetime is doing them absolutely no favors. And I think Melissa Moore should be ashamed of herself.
I mean, I appreciate that. I don't like to see you cry, but I'm
Jen, it's been an emotional fucking
hell. Oh no, I know, but it's hard. You know me, I'm very uncomfortable around feelings. It's very easy for me to just be very,
Me too.
But I appreciate you saying that, because I meant when I speak to you, when I said things to you, I meant what I said what I meant. And I appreciate that you listened to me and you took it to heart, because I think that when I can understand the frustration. I stayed away from really commenting a whole lot on the Prison Confessions and Gypsy. And I just worked on my little documentary. Right. Because
I did that until I couldn't ignore it anymore, Jen. It's like,
it's different for you. It's not the same for me. I've never spoken to I don't have any type of interaction with Christie or with Gypsy or Rod or anybody from that side. Really, I've never spoken to them directly, and I've done it on purpose. I've avoided. I could always reach out and see if they would be amenable to speaking. I could have done it a million times. I just choose not to because I see what it can happen, and I don't want to.
Right.
I've learned.
You were
So,
well
you know.
aware. See, that's the thing. I think your intuitiveness, I came into this because I cared about the case in the first place, and it touched my heart, and I wanted to tell an impactful story. You have always maintained this kind of barrier, this distance, this whole thing of a quiet observer. I did not intend to become a part of this story. I did not intend for any of these things, but I was extremely green. I'd never done anything. Even when we did the podcast, I'd never edited or done anything like that. It was just flying by the seat of our fucking pants, me, Colleen, and Christina, and trying to figure out what the fuck we were doing. But you've always maintained that. And I've always respected you for it because I did feel it gave you a very interesting and good perspective. And the fact that you were involved in some of the drama that was caused by being a member of Natasha's team at the time it was all going on, and you seeing that at some point in time, hey, I don't want to participate in this anymore. There are things that are going there, crossing lines I'm not comfortable with. And I always had a deep respect for you. It's why I always talked to you with kindness, and I always tried to listen to you. Now, yeah, in the beginning we fought and said some shitty shit, but once I saw you for who you were and what you were trying to do, between you and Jasmine, you guys got me through one of the hardest times of this, and you didn't even know you did it.
Well, I appreciate that. And I'm glad if I helped, even without knowing that I helped, I'm glad that I helped. I don't want to see people be upset and sad and hurt and all of that. I take no pleasure in that. I don't want that for anybody in this case. Christie, Rod, Gypsy, Mia, none of them. I found it really interesting when Ken hauled his cookies up on that panel to say, why do you hate Gypsy so much? No, Ken, that is emotional manipulation. And you stop right there, sir.
Right.
No, it's not. I don't know Gypsy to hate her. Okay.
Right.
What I don't like and what I will always speak out against is injustice.
This.
That's what I don't like. That is
Right.
what is irksome to me.
Yes.
And that's why I speak out. It's not personal. I'm not going, I don't, even when I'm, and it's much lighter on my second channel, but even when I give a little roasting to Gypsy, or I make a comment about something that she said or done, I don't attack her looks. I make a comment, or I make commentary on what she has specifically said in that specific episode. And not only that, I don't just say Gypsy is lying. I will show you guys exactly where she lied. I'll give you guys the receipts. So, it's not personal. There's no hate. I would have had to have liked her to begin with to feel hate for her. I don't know her.
I have no emotion towards her personally, other than what she's done to me. Okay. I have a personal reason to not like her. Do I hate her? No. Even back when it was happening and I thought it was just Gypsy doing shit with Natasha, and Christie was just, an innocent bystander she tried to pretend to be all the time. Now I know she was fully up in it, all of it. I kept telling her it's not Gypsy's fault. Even if, even now that we've come to the truth that we're at, my opinion still has not changed on the fact that Gypsy is who Gypsy is because of the people who created her in her life, her parents and her family. And that's unfortunate. Gypsy did not ask to be born into a con artist family. She did not ask to do the scams. However, when she realized it was beneficial to her and she liked the attention and she enjoyed getting shit, she willingly participated for almost 15 years.
Right.
It is ridiculous for you to sit here and say this is an abuse case when in 2011 she was given a diagnosis and Deedee straight up said, I'm not interested in pursuing anymore. So from year 2011 to 2015, what the fuck? Why couldn't she leave? Oh, wait, she did. And she came back, and she did. And she came back, and she left 2 days before, according to her, and she came back. Why? She was out. There was no reason. All she had to do was go on a bus with Nick. And that's not what she wanted. And I believe the motivation has nothing nothing to do with abuse, but I do believe it has to do with the fact that she is delusional, that there is nothing wrong with her, and her family is allowing her to continue those delusions, and it's fucking dangerous.
That's
Sorry, let
fancy
me get off my
speaking.
soapbox.
Please do not add me to any kind of.
No, that's my opinion. Look, this
'Cause
is my opinion and my opinion only, for entertainment and educational purposes only, all allegedly, and the views of the host do not necessarily reflect the views of the channel. Jen can have a completely different perspective on this than I do, but that's me, you know?
Yeah, I think that there are some real, you raised, and we've both raised these exact same questions.
Right.
Because if you really go back to 2011 with Dan, even
Yes.
leaving Dan out of it, because really, I mean, is he a part of this? He is in a way, in a bit, but let's just leave that to the side. Let's not talk about Dan. Let's just talk about the actual, the
Sure.
incident that Gypsy refers to as her running away, which you really don't run away at 19. You can just leave home. You're an adult.
It's
Okay.
called leaving.
Correct. It's just called I'm out, right?
That's
So
what I did at 17, so I don't know.
exactly. And this is what's interesting to me. And this is a detail that Gypsy repeats herself, yet it continues to get glossed over. She left with documentation of her correct age.
Yes,
Now,
she did.
if you don't know how old you are, or you really think that your mom has something completely legal in place that can stop you, then what would be the point of even doing that? And I'll point out another thing about the age. First of all, for the majority of the time they were in Louisiana, they lived with family. There were birthdays, there were birthday candles, and I will even go this far. Even if every year for her birthday, she didn't have the actual number candle, she had the numbers of candle. If she were 3, she had 3 candles on the cake. She knew how old she was, period. Okay, she always
you know
knew.
what? That's honestly one of the most. That was one of the most absurd things. Is the not knowing her age, when I could clearly tell she knew her age. Like
Yes.
that was one of. I'm like, why are you even continuing with this? All you have to say is, you know what? My mom tried to convince me. I was younger. I went along with it. I don't fucking know why. I just did.
Right.
That's it.
In the interrogation video, right? After she's gone to the emergency room to be looked at, when the detective finally I call him Detective Snowball Pencil Eraser, because that's like all he talked about.
And you know
It's so
I think
annoying.
that was mental torture for her. It was mental torture for us, but I think it was a tactic he was using.
Yeah, but I think it would have been. He kept interrupting her because, look, he knew she was going to pull some BS, and he just wanted to get to the point, and he was annoyed too, and I get it.
Yeah.
But my point of all that is the first lie that she starts out with is the lie about her age.
Yes.
Do you realize? I know you do. This is not for you. This is for your audience. Right. You realize why she started out saying that? It's because her correct birth date was on the wristband from the hospital. So how did the hospital get her information? Because she came to Missouri or Wisconsin with all of her documents. She came with her medical card. She came with her social security card. You can change a lot of documents, but your social security number follows you around forever. It is who you are. Just like in prison, your prison number is who you are. That's you are inmate number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In the United States, you are your social security number. And once that is issued, there's no changing it. And it's issued almost right. You can do it right when and I know this because I have kids that are younger than Gypsy, but they're still born in the 90s. So this was still a thing then. You fill out for the social security card
when they were
in the hospital. It's part of the big ass paperwork packet they give you.
Right. It's not that way anymore. It's changed.
Right. But then we're not talking about how it was, how it is now, because that doesn't matter. It matters how it was then. And that is how it was. So they have her correct birthday. That's how they knew.
Smiley Jean over here said, to further up with what you just said, she even told the detectives right there that she had never been hurt in any way by her mom before she turned 19.
Right.
She told them that. No.
Right.
And so that's the first truthful story I think she told.
Right. She did not have a negative thing to say about Deedee at all. Not one thing.
Jen Lou, I want to get your opinion on this. What I think she's considering abuse is she said, my mom would make me stand in front of the mirror and she would slap me or she would call me a slut. Well, I'm not condoning that behavior, but I'm sorry, as a mother who had a child who I know was absolutely disabled, did have developmental delays, did have behavioral problems. If I caught my daughter at 19 years old, who I am still supporting, still taking care of, know that I'm going to be taking care of her for the rest of her fucking life, out screwing 35-year-old men, I might have slapped her and called her slut too. I'm sorry. It might have happened. Do I think that's abusive in the situation? Yeah, it can be a little abusive, but honestly, it was a mother who was at the end of her rope with a child that was completely out of control, which is what we're seeing today with Rod and Christie and her. It's nothing's changed. She's the same person.
I mean, I think that is abusive. I think that I can understand you being frustrated with your child. I've raised 4 children. Okay. My kids are all grown now. I understand being frustrated with your kids. I do. I get it. Kids will frustrate you. Teenagers, especially. And there's that age where they're legal adults, which is 18, but they're not really ready to manage their lives completely. And so I can understand it's incredibly frustrating to have your kid look at you and be like, I'm an adult. Well, if you're an adult, I am an adult. I'm paying I put a roof over your head, our heads. I pay the bills. That's being an adult. So when you're ready to do that, then, but I think that I can understand how that would mess Gypsy up. And I do think that there is a level of abuse to the relationship between she and Deedee. When you raise a child to view human beings as instruments for your use, whatever that use is it whether it's for sympathy, whether it's to get money out of them, that is abuse. So do I think that Gypsy was raised in an abusive environment? Yes, I do. But what I will say is this. Today, she is 33 years old. There are many, many people, myself included, who have been through trauma, who have made a conscious effort because they have children that they're going to break the cycle and work every single day at it. I wish that Gypsy would do that, which is why I refrained from saying anything when she was released. I waited. I was cautiously optimistic for her. I wanted to see her do something positive. She had that is what she got as a plea deal is a sweetheart deal. And Gypsy, for the love of Pete, stop saying that there is not an accessory charge in the state of Missouri. There absolutely is. Look it up. You got charged the way that you were charged initially because Missouri also has the law of the principal. If you are in a situation and there are more than one person, the person who does the unaliving, the physical act of it, gets charged with first-degree murder. But the person who helped plan, plot, participate in any way, shape, or form will also get charged the same as the principal. That is why you got charged with first degree, not because there was no other charge they could give you. Stop playing with these people out here.
Right. And then, I mean, if you see the interview I did with Rod, I called him out on that right there. And I basically told him that, your daughter thinks that she was just going to get away with this, and second degree, it's he doesn't understand. And that's what I'm talking about with Rod. Like, I don't know, Jen, I mean, do you really feel he's just willfully ignorant? Do you think he's part of it? Or do you think that he's just in denial?
I think that what Rod is a very old school, traditional man who believes in publicly presenting always with your family a united front. Does that mean that we don't know what's going on in Rod's head? We will never know because Rod is never really going to, what was evident in my opinion from that interview last night is he capable of taking a step back and thinking about things? I'm sure that he is, and I'm sure that he's done it 11 billion times. I'm sure he's constantly thinking and stuff. I can't take credit for that. That came from Saturday Night Live. but I saw it and it was like, it's such a ridiculous number that when something ridiculously happens a number of times, it's a perfect number in my opinion. Anyway, I really think that Rod is not going to ever speak out against Christie, against Mia, against Gypsy, he presents a united front. He can say what he wants behind closed doors about his family, but you can't. And I feel the same way. If it were me, I probably wouldn't say shit, because it's better to say nothing and then people can't judge you as harshly and call you a liar than to come out and talk. And again,
tell his wife that.
I mean, who knows? He probably, I mean, we did see a little tiny glimpse of it in Lifetime when he said, you know, Christie, look, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter how involved you are or aren't involved with this situation between Ken and Gypsy and this, you know, triangle of terror. It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, you're going to be the one that gets blamed. You will always be the one that gets blamed. So just stay out of it. Stop mixing in. That was good advice. Rod gave good advice.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know that Rod hasn't stood up to Christie. I just don't think that we're ever going to see it publicly. I think he handles it behind closed doors. Well, that's what I'm saying.
And I think that could possibly be part of the reason that he is finally speaking out. I mean, I know they're making him do damage control. I know this is Lifetime or Christie or whoever making him do it. He's not just doing it because Rod decided, hey, I'm going to open my mouth today. No, I don't think that. But I do believe that Rod, especially him stating that some of my things are valid and other things that he just didn't know, you know, I think he's tired of the drama. I think Rod wants this all to end. I think he wants to live the simple life that none of the rest of his family will do. His son did. His son walked away. His son said, I'm not participating in the circus. I don't want to be involved. I love my family. I love my sister, all of that, but no, thank you. And I think that they all should have done that. But, and Rod should have put his foot down. He should have been the man and said, you know, no, I don't want to do anymore. We've done Mommy, Dead, and Dearest. We've done all the different things. They've heard our story for 8 years. What more could we possibly tell them? But that wasn't good enough for Christie, and that wasn't good enough for Gypsy, because that was never going to make them the money they wanted to have.
I think that for Rod, I think what happened, I think you're right. I don't think Rod ever really wanted to do any, like the Lifetime stuff at all. I don't think he wanted to participate. I think he wanted Gypsy to come out of prison and for them to heal and mend and move forward as a family unit. To try to, you know, you can't undo the past, but you can move forward in the future, right? And I think that's what probably like Rod wanted to do, and he could have put his foot down and said, I'm not going to participate in this thing, you know, make any excuse you want, say that I'm offshore. But I feel like probably what happened is a combination of many people talking to him, and some of them probably were from, you know, Lifetime and the production company saying, look, the optics will be bad. It will be viewed by the public as you're not on Gypsy's side, and people will come at her, you know. So
yeah. All right, well, let's clear up this
yeah,
because I don't, have you seen it all? Did you see the whole thing, or did you just see part of it?
I started watching it this morning and I saw probably like about 20 minutes of it. I haven't seen it from the very beginning where Rod is on the panel, because it's not your channel, right? It's somebody else's. Is that right? Am I under
channel? Yeah, it's Ivory Rose.
Okay. So he was on the panel, and then you saw that he was on the panel, and you got up there.
This is what happened. And I'm going to play the first clip you're going to hear why I came to the panel.
Okay.
Because I didn't know Rod was live. I didn't know anything like that. A member of the family who I'm close with messaged me and said, hey, Rod's on live, and he just said that your theories have merit. And I said, excuse me, what? And she said, no, he just said it. And so I went to Ivory. By the time I got there, he was already down. So I had to wait for like 20 minutes trying to get in the box because they didn't even see me down there. We're going to play it right now, guys. They didn't even see me down there. Right.
Yeah.
And So they finally brought me up, and the only thing I wanted to ask, I didn't expect to be up there at all with him. I did not expect any of this to happen. I only asked one question at first, and that was, did I understand that Rod Blanchard was just on the actual real Rod Blanchard? She said yes. I said, did he just say that some of my theories and statements are valuable and held merit? And she goes, yeah, he did. And that was going to be my end of that discussion. I was going to stop down, tell him thank you very much, I'm going to go do my own live, we're doing stuff. Then Rod asked to come up. I didn't ask him up. He asked to come up, and he maintained that conversation with me for over an hour until they decided it was too abusive to him because he was unprepared.
Well, I think abusive is too strong of a word, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. What I would say is that from an outside perspective, just me watching what I watched, the word I would have chosen to use would have been confrontational. And
sure, I am confrontational.
Yes.
I'm going to ask the questions that no other freaking reporter has asked these people. I had one opportunity to get in his head and ask some questions that everybody's been wanting.
Right.
You know,
right.
So I'm going to play this first clip.
Okay.
We'll play them in clips. There's 4 clips altogether, and we'll do it, and we'll stop in between to discuss that clip. I think that way it keeps it easy. They're like first one is only 3 minutes long. The others are longer.
Okay.
So
I gotta listen from the phone just really quick. I have to do something, but
problem.
I'll be listening and then I'll comment. Yeah. I promise. I'll be right back.
Nobody has to see it. There's nothing to actually see going on. You just need to listen. That's all it is. I mean, you can obviously see Ivory had beautiful reactions with her face and stuff, and you can see the comments. You'll be able to see them over here. But for you on TikTok right now, you just need to
it's Hello Starlight. I didn't know how this was Hello Starlight got it for you. I know yes. Her. She's very sweet.
Starlight supports me fully. In fact, Katie Joy was pissed off that she rage ran from me on Starlight's freaking thing and came to TikTok to piss about it. And freaking Starlight said, I don't know what you're talking about. There is never any time that I will not let Fancy up in this box. You need to show her the respect that she deserves for doing the work that no one else wanted to do.
Well, there you go. All right. So I will listen. I'll be quiet and let you guys do it. You do it and then I'll whatever. Okay. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah, I appreciate everything you say.
You don't think that's? I mean, what I'm saying is the truth. Don't you agree?
Not all of it. I don't.
So you think? I mean, I get your family's pissed off by the comments, but you're all over the place. Don't you think that if she for 1 second took her life and was a little private, people then don't have a right to speak? But you give us the right to speak when you flash yourselves all over, and then you get upset when people speak.
I'm just trying to defend the information that's false out there.
But if it's false, then why are you defending it? I'm sure there's plenty of rumors out there about you and your family, right?
Well, yeah, for sure. The one that
so then why does this one bother you so bad? I mean, there's rumors about her sleeping with her grandpappy in a bathtub. Defend that one, but nobody defends that. Why is this one bother you so much?
I haven't heard the one about a rat or whatever.
I'm just saying, why does this story bother you so much? There's so many stories out there.
Well, this one about my wife and I, for one, and my residents. Cops never came to my house. Christie, I'm not here with Christie.
Okay.
Say hi. So, I'm just going out there. Y'all can bully us all y'all want and say all y'all want, all the opinions. I'm just trying to make sure that when someone does say something, if I know for sure that it's not true, I have no problem feeling like I have a right to come out and say that. And I'll comment on guys and people's stuff here and there when like this is completely not true. I'll comment.
So you absolutely have the right to comment. No one is saying you don't. But you see, my whole thing is, why is this the one thing that you are trying so hard to push away? Do you see how that doesn't make sense? Like you said, people are out there making rumors about you all the time. Why is this bothering you so much?
One, we do have a good friend of ours, Bree, which she's close to the Gypsy
so
Christie. I met her at Jazz Fest.
Right. I know Bree.
She tries to, she goes to battle for Gypsy. She tries to provide receipts and provide good information. So a lot of the things I don't comment on have already been discussed in a previous documentary or interview that we've done. So that I'm hearing that from people that obviously haven't done their research enough. So that's all out there. That can be,
Yeah, but Rod, don't you think that your daughter should be out of the spotlight after everything that's going on, though? You're the one. You're the one who said that. You said that yourself. You said that, Gypsy, you think that she should get out of the spotlight and stuff and just settle down. Like, why are you still letting her just get around here and doing all that?
Well, look, Gypsy's a grown woman. I have no control of her. I tried to give her good advice. I told her I thought it was a great idea that she get out of prison and kind of fade in. I don't care if she gets a job at McDonald's or whatever. We're going to be here supporting her with or without me. We're always going to be here for her. I wasn't always here for her. I made a lot of mistakes. I believed a lot of crap Deedee did to her and said to me about her. I try to defend my wife. Christie has been there, yes, more than me, many times. He was a terrible father. I had a lot on my plate. I had kids with Christie, Deedee, somebody else. I spent 75% of my life offshore on a boat trying to provide for these families. So yeah, I wasn't there. I missed a lot of dealing with Mia's birthdays. I missed a lot on everything. I really just was scared. Really, 17 years old, I had 2 girls pregnant. I ran. I went to get a job on the boat, got my license, and worked my ass off. And we tried to visit Gypsy. Believed.
Ivor, yes, it is.
Yeah, I appreciate everything.
There was an additional clip where we had the part they said that it was. Wait, hey, now is this it? Is this the
abuse that she?
Okay, yeah, this is the part 2. So this is part 2.
Keeping the feeding tube in after she got out of prison or went to jail. She got arrested. She walked out the house. She started eating regular food. So, she didn't want the feeding tube. I think Gypsy was abused by me. I think Deedee was mentally ill.
He was hard to hear, guys. So you can't hear him. I'm sorry.
He broke them bridges. He moved to New Orleans. He moved to Missouri. Told all the doctors for medical records. So there's a lot of things he had.
You can hear somebody in the background trying to tell him. I think they're trying to tell him to stop.
She was 3 months old, and she did another one.
Rod, I'm not trying to interrupt you. We just can't hear you. I don't know if you're blocking the microphone.
You're covering your mic.
So like at 3 months old, she had. Y'all can hear me now?
We can hear you, yeah.
So at 3 months old, she started saying Gypsy had sleep apnea. They did several tests. The results were normal.
No, they weren't.
But that sleep apnea stayed with her. Like that was always listed. So every time she went in for a test or something, that kind of stayed on her record. So, nobody knows exactly what she had. She had a chromosome disorder. Yes, there are some things that can stem from that. Deedee told me all of her systems were failing. Her mental, her muscular, digestive. So, I believed all this stuff, okay? We tried to go see him. The week before, we were on vacation in Tennessee. We was going to slip across to Missouri and spend.
Hey, Fancy, can I say something about this part? Because it made me think of something. What if we're all looking at this wrong? All of us. What if this actually started out? What if Deedee went to Rod to say that Gypsy had all of these things that were wrong with her in some warped last-ditch effort to get him to come back? What if that's how this all started?
Well, I've always thought that. I thought that she exaggerated at first because of the fact that she didn't know it was wrong, so she kind of embellished it because nobody could give her answers. And I do believe that that was her last-ditch effort to try and keep Rod, and that Christie had already got her hook so far in him that was never going to happen. They weren't compatible. But yeah, I agree with that, and I do think it started out as that, and then I think it became a single mother who had no support from the father, who had no support from her family, really. And she didn't know what to do. And yes, the family has always grifted. I know that. But I think that the grifting was out of necessity for Deedee, not because she just wanted to do that. I think then it became bigger and bigger and bigger, and it became more and more about money and fame as they got more and more accolades and realized how deeply they could fleece the system. And Deedee really I think she felt she had a sick child. She didn't know when she was going to die. I do believe that she told people that she was going to die young. And I think the doctors probably told her that. Even with the chromosome disorder today, with somebody with the moderate level that she has, her life expectancy is only really 50 or 60 years old, and that's a young life expectancy. So I think that she wanted to give her daughter the most epic life while her daughter was here, and it satisfied her needs to want to be famous as well.
Right, like an unintended and unanticipated side effect. I think it like it started out trying to, like, look, Rod, we don't know how long Gypsy's going to be here. She has all these things, and you're off with, trying to make another family. Like, bro, what the fuck, And then it didn't really do anything to get Rod to come back because he didn't love her, and it's not his. I'm not like you can't. That's life. It happens.
Force love. You can't force love.
You either have it or you don't. And it is,
Right.
and I think he had love for Deedee, but I don't think he was in love with Deedee. And I feel like, and I will say for Rod's, to Rod's credit, in all of the documentaries, the way that he explains how they met and their relationship and marriage and then divorce, he's actually kind to Deedee, because what he really could say is much harsher. And he could say, look, look, it was supposed to be a hookup and she got pregnant and now here we are. I mean, he could have been rough about it. He could have been, whatever about it. And he wasn't. He did carry himself and handle himself like a gentleman. And I don't think that people he does deserve some credit in that department.
Oh, for sure. I agree with you wholeheartedly there, because I truly believe, besides Mia, which Mia has no reason to say anything about Deedee. She didn't really know her. She was a little kid,
Right.
And they didn't have a lot of contact. But the only one who has not set out to trash Deedee in some way in this scenario, including Ryan, including Ken, Nick obviously did not. He actually said she thought she was a good mom once he found out. But I really do believe that Rod never set out to really villainize Deedee. He's always kind of made it like, this is what she was saying, and now I don't understand. And I think the reason he doesn't understand is because his daughter and his wife are currently lying to him. Like, he doesn't get it. If they come in and they tell him, well, God, nothing was ever wrong with her, Rod, it was all freaking made up. And Rod he's not, I'm not saying he's stupid, but he's not educated enough to know what is what in a medical record. He has no fucking clue. He doesn't listen to him. He said, I don't even think she has any medical conditions. Oh, for crying out loud, Rod, how absolutely obtuse can you be? But I think that, you're right in this, and that Rod never, ever has set out to villainize Gypsy. That has been Christie and Gypsy alone. And I think it's interesting that Gypsy wrote me a letter asking me not to do exactly what her and her stepmother have done from day one. And I think Christie's motivation was 100%. She hated Deedee from day one. Suzette has said this. She's in the chat. She's confirming the thing. She's in our book talking about this, that from day one, Christie hated Deedee. She could not stand her, and she wanted to make her life a living hell. She's always told that Deedee made their life a living hell. I don't believe so. I think Deedee was more than willing to share them with her. I think Christie did not want to deal with the sick child. She told Rod it was ridiculous. I don't want to do this. She probably isn't even yours. The whole freaking thing, Like, I can imagine Christie in his ear. And I really, the thing that struck me was that picture where they're sitting there, and we've always wondered who took the picture with her arm around, and with Deedee's arm around Rod and her hand on his ear.
Oh yeah, well of course. Well, I think that was Christie, was it not? I've always thought it was.
Well, you can't even say that anymore. It absolutely was. In Gypsy's book, she said it. And what she said was, Christie was always so good about creating memories with my father and preserving them for me. When the fuck did that become the story?
Wow. I mean,
I
think this is, I also feel like I find it interesting that the two people in this whole story that are villainized the most are Christie and Deedee. And Christie takes a lot of blame for things that, in my opinion, and I'm speaking as a parent, not as a true crime. I mean, obviously I know true crime, but as a parent, there is nothing that a single human being on this planet could ever say to me that would get me not to be a part of my child's life.
Absolutely nothing.
I can't so on that end, I don't understand, but I also feel like even if Christie did say that, even if she did say that, at the end of the day, the loyalty and the person who decided to take that route, if that's what happened, would be Rod. So
Would
it's
be
not
Rod.
really
Yeah.
Christie. And I think that's another reason why Rod spoke out, is because there has been a lot of stuff online that has been incredibly cruel and negative, and
Yes.
Christie gets the blame, and Ryan is blaming Christie no, Ryan, you need to stop, man. Like, whenever you come out of that huge level of denial that you're in, and you can see things for what they really are, you will understand that it is Gypsy's MO, and this is part of who she is as a human being, that she sets up people, manipulates people, puts people into positions where she becomes not responsible for the things that happen.
Right. They take all accountability away from her and put it on somebody else.
Correct. Christie's being blamed for Ken and Christie's being blamed for Ken and Gypsy getting back together. Look, the fact of the matter is this, and I hate to tell you this, Ryan, but it's just the truth. You looked good on paper. Gypsy did not want to parole to Rod and Christie's house. She fundamentally she wanted her hands on that trust, and she thought she had a better shot at getting her hands on that trust if she came at it as a married woman. You were a local boy. You were already there. Boom. You looked great on paper. You were nothing more than what Nick was. You are a means to an end. Ken is the new Dan. Ken is who Gypsy has been fixated on since she started talking to him. That's the end of it. She was always going to do whatever she had to do to get back to Ken. Period. That's it. It's not really that complicated, and it ain't really that deep. And nobody is to blame for that. Nobody is to blame for humiliating you and making you look like a chump, but your soon-to-be ex-wife. That's it. The end. Stop blaming everybody else, Ryan. It's not Lifetime's fault. It's not even Ken's fault. Ken didn't have any loyalty to you. He owed you nothing. Yeah, is he, Mr. Steal Your Girl? Sure. It will either work or it won't between them. The two of them. I can't see that it will work for any long term because they fundamentally don't trust each other, period.
Well, they're fundamentally both jacked up. So I'm sorry. I have no respect for Ken, and you know that. So
yeah,
I can't even begin to discuss him without losing my shit.
Okay, we won't discuss Ken. We don't need you losing your shit.
Not today. That's a conversation for a much different day. Because
maybe on a Thursday, not on a Wednesday.
Maybe on a Thursday. Yeah, it'd be good for a Friday night gypsy dump kind of thing. Yeah, I did make comments. It's really funny. He came up on the panel to defend Gypsy about, or to defend them about what Katie Joy was saying. I didn't realize it was him because I couldn't see the boxes. I was just caught a clip, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I couldn't see who was in the box. And I just heard what he said. And I was like, holy fuck, who is this fucking douchebag? Blah, blah, blah. Because I was defending Katie Joy at first. And I still defend the fact that her truth with them is probably very muddled. And I think that, yes, she lies. Yes, she's kind of a shitty person, all those things. But I do believe she experienced real pain. I do believe she's experienced exactly what I've felt, what Ryan has felt, what probably Michelle Dean felt, what MJ Pack has felt. Every single time these people turn on people and betray them, it's visceral, it's horrible, it's vicious, they're cruel. And I think that was what I was trying to defend. So I started saying, how dare he say that Katie was unethical just because she was sharing the experiences she had and showing the proof of what she was saying. I didn't know it. Then I listened to it again and I heard his voice again and I went, son of a bitch, is that freaking Ken? And then I did a whole nother video. It was like a 10-minute of me going, I can't even believe this bullshit. I just said something because I thought it was some random dude. Now I'm even more fucking pissed. Like, it was hilarious. But let's get through this so we can get
okay. Okay.
But yeah, I think that you made some good points right there.
Thank
for
you.
Sure. And guys, I want you to understand, he's telling a story that he tried to make contact. No, I don't believe that in any way, shape, or form. When they left Missouri or when they left Louisiana, I think Rod was like, thank God. I'm serious. Thank God I don't have to deal with my crazy ex. I don't have to deal with this crazy baby anymore. I think that they all knew that Gypsy had been a little bit behaviorally, problems, behavior issues, mental issues from jump. From jump. I think it was very early on that Deedee recognized her child was not suitable for society. And she's not suitable for society. She needs to be somewhere where she can get constant and intensive therapy, intensive counseling, intensive life skills. She is not a human being that should be walking around in society with no fucking rules, regulations, that she thinks nothing applies to her. You've taught her absolutely no things for entire 32 freaking years. Why will you not step up today and teach her how to be a decent human being? Drives me crazy. I digress. Let's play this clip.
Okay.
Well, she was gone. He came back home. So, I mean, I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying what I know and where I'm at now as a father. I'm doing the best I can, giving her the best advice. She's a grown woman. She's making these choices. I don't think they're the best choices, but I still love her, and I'm going to support her one way or the other.
Can I'm going to interrupt you 1 second, Rob, but do you understand why people are upset with her? Like, she's a murderer. It doesn't matter. Any way you look at it, people feel that she manipulated that young man, and it's obvious. You can't say she didn't. And she planned her mother's murder for 2 years. Think about that. And so now you come out and you're making money and dancing yourself in front of the public and throwing yourself out there inappropriately. And then you want to sit there and claim that people should give everybody privacy. Do you see why? You see where we're coming from?
She does an amazing job. I think Ivory did a great job of facilitating him and keeping a very good balance between losing her shit, because you can see it very often while he's talking and I'm talking during that period. She wants to lose her fucking noodle completely.
She did a really good job. I have to say she did. Listen, speaking as somebody who is a content creator, it is a extremely difficult balance.
Yes.
To have somebody else on your panel under the best of circumstances, right? There's a lot of moving parts that you have to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
When you have a person,
especially on TikTok,
right?
Yeah.
Especially on TikTok,
a whole new beast.
TikTok is a lawless place.
Yeah.
But when you have somebody as polarizing as Rod, who has never done this before, so to be fair to him, doesn't understand how the audio comes across and all of that kind of stuff. So he's moving around, probably walking and talking, and how that comes across and everything like that. She did a fantastic job, and she asked him the very, very good questions. She was tough on him when she needed to be, but she was soft when she needed to be as well. And I thought that she did an excellent job. Really, I do.
Yeah, and that's kind of why I kind of came in. I really felt like she soft rolled him. I thought it was almost like good cop, bad cop kind of thing. She got him to say the things that she needed. She gave him, the opportunity to say some stuff and everything like that, and really kind of explain himself better. But when I came in, I was like, nope, no lies. We're not going to play this game. Nope, that's a lie. I'm not even going to let you finish that sentence, just like Stan did to his daughter. Like, no, thank you. And again, I know you said it would have been argumentative, but I guarantee you, I would have probably won just as many as you did.
Well, I will say this. You're probably correct, but I will tell you this, that the judge would have admonished you repeatedly because you were talking over him, and it makes it very difficult for the court reporter to get an accurate record, as we saw in the Chad Daybell trial with Chad's lawyer, who continued to talk over witnesses. So I understood what you were attempting to do. I did get it.
On top of that, Jen, I also there was a lag. My phone is broken right now, so there's even a bigger lag right now because it's having a processing speed error. On top of that, I couldn't hear him because of the background noise, and there were other people on the panel I couldn't hear over. So yeah, I was battling that, as well as the fact that I was trying to stop him before, like, no, I don't need more information about that. I actually want to talk about what you just said before you continue on with the rest of the nonsense.
I mean, listen, it's not like you sat down with him. It isn't like this was something that was pre-planned, right?
Right.
So
I was flying by the seat of my fucking pants, for sure.
You both were. And Rod, in his defense, he doesn't fuck around on the social medias. He doesn't know how all this goes, and was wholly unprepared for what it is to be on a stream that is.
He had no idea what
that is comprised a lot of people who follow true crime, because in true crime, as you well know, the devil is always in the details.
Yep.
And so that's why so yeah, I mean, look, I don't think I don't have anything negative to say really about the host or you,
Yeah.
or, I just wish
Right.
that Fancy, I know that where some of the, and I think she gets misunderstood.
I do.
Some of what turns people off about Fancy is that they perceive as if she's rude and she has no manners. And I don't think that's the case. For me, what it is with Fancy is she is extremely passionate about this case. But babe,
Mhm.
you got to dial it back and you got to let other people talk sometimes. That's
Well,
all I'm saying.
Have you watched me lately since
You're doing much better. Yes.
Yeah.
I have
I'm
seen a
doing-
huge improvement from like the TikToks from January versus the
Yes.
TikToks from now. You're doing much better.
I
Much
think
better.
this looks good on me, don't you, Jen?
I think so. I think peace looks good on most people.
And I'm coming to a difference in who I am. I feel like I've grown over this last 8 years immensely. I've grown over the last 8 months immensely. I didn't come to TikTok prepared. I was mad when I came
Yeah.
to TikTok. I was hurt
Yeah.
because of what they did with the Banfield show, which was absolutely 100% against my First Amendment right. They have done it to other people. They did it to Claude Jr. in Gypsy's Revenge. They have done it to Megan Pack. They have done this over and over again. If they don't want you to be in the story because you said something they don't like, they
You won't be in the story. That's the truth. She's right. That's the
they
truth.
literally strong arm and bully them with Sophie with Sophie from Gypsy's Revenge. She was from London. She flew in from London and they pulled that crap of saying if you include, we heard that what Claude Jr. said, and if you include any of that in this documentary, we will pull our support. We will not participate. What the fuck was she supposed to do at that point? Like she's
Yeah.
there from London trying to make a fucking project. So, okay, I guess we don't put in Claude Jr.'s thing. Maybe it's not relevant, like she had to make a
Right.
choice.
Right.
I never wanted to be, that's why I never sold out. It's why I never sold it to anybody. I've been offered money many times. I wouldn't do it because everybody wanted me to sell it off. And I was no fucking way, none, that I was going to sell it off because I knew I wouldn't have control of the narrative. And that's the whole thing I've always wanted, was to make sure that I controlled it because I was going to put it all out. It didn't matter to me. Good, bad, ugly, good, bad, ugly.
Right.
Right. All right. So those of you over here on TikTok, I'm not sure what mods I have in the chat, but I can see you running amok over here. And as I see them, I am blocking and muting. So you guys need to behave yourselves. Don't come up in my house and disrespect me or my guest or anyone else for that matter. I just won't stand for it. I'm tired of this nonsense. Thank you, Celeste. I see you. Thank you, girl. Thank you very much. You guys, Sammy, I'm going to make you a mod over here too, because you're a mod for us elsewhere, I believe.
Oh, I wish I could see what they're saying over on TikTok, because I mean, listen, I'm not above reproach. These are my opinions based on things that I've observed. And I will say this, everybody has the right to their opinion. My opinion is just that. It's my opinion. And in the scheme of things, truthfully, does it matter what I say? Yes, I have a responsibility as a content creator. I have to be ethical. I do have a responsibility in that way.
Yes.
But do I realize that in the bigger picture of things, what I say, my opinions, I don't think that are so important that I'm going to change the way, have an impact in Gypsy's day to day. I don't even want to have an impact in Gypsy's day to day.
I don't either. She report on her damn case and be left alone to do so.
I just want to say that I understand that there are people that are coming in new to the case, and that their only frame of reference is a lot of stuff that's said on social media and TikTok lives and stuff like that. But there are actual case documents out there. If that's the part that you're interested in, if you are interested in finding out what the facts of the case are, the majority of them, we're never going to know all of them, but the majority of the facts, if you're interested in that, those are available. They are out there and you can find them and you can look at them if you want to. And that's all.
Yeah. It's just a fake account that has created a Deedee Blanchard thing. And, she likes to come around and I like her. She's got a lot of good things to say. But yeah, that's who is in the chat over there, guys.
Oh, okay.
And you know what? I will download this so you can see the comments over here.
Oh, thanks.
And I'll either post it up or I'll send it to you.
Oh, I
okay?
appreciate that. Thank you
Yeah,
very
'cause,
much.
Yeah, and I want you to be able to use this. So you feel free at any time to clip any of this for your channel because
I'm not like that. I don't really do that. Like I'm over here because you asked, wanted to hear what you had to say this morning. I've been, following this obviously as everybody else has. And I wanted to hear what your thoughts were on this. And you graciously invited me up and now we're speaking. I don't,
so excited.
I told
Never got to
people,
do
that I was over here, come on over, whatever. And
right.
but I'm not gonna,
Yeah, I was just saying you have the right
I
to
appreciate that though.
without asking. But
I appreciate that.
We've never got to do this. This is the one thing we've never got to do. We've never talked publicly together about this case. And I see things that Jen Lou that I feel she's right on, and there's things that I think she's wrong on, just like I think that Natasha's wrong on the broken nose. That's my opinion. Now I'm gonna have a death investigator look at it and tell me exactly what he sees because we still don't have the autopsy. Once we get the autopsy, we'll know everything.
Yeah, see, that's part of the issue. And I have to say that, to be fair,
Jen Lou of Ward Studies is who's talking.
We can't, those crime scene photos
Yes.
are almost, it's not that they don't mean anything. They're not important. Of course they're important, but without the autopsy,
yeah,
it's like having, peanut butter and no jelly, or peanut butter and jelly and no bread.
And no bread.
That's really what it's like.
I think that's the better analogy. Peanut butter and jelly with nothing to fucking put it on. We're like,
yeah, like what am I supposed to do? Dip my spoon halfway in the peanut butter and then halfway in the jelly. I mean, because we don't understand the context of those crime scene photos without the autopsy. And let me be very clear. I'm not advocating for autopsy pictures. None of us are medical examiners.
No,
and
God,
so
no, I do not
those are vulnerable. I don't, it is what it is, but the report and the diagram would be very, very helpful to put that together with some of the crime scene photos. I'm not particularly an advocate for putting out the photos of Deedee naked. But I don't judge other people for what they choose to do. It's something for me that I don't do.
Yeah. So when my drive got leaked, I had forgotten I had moved the drive around when I put that one out. And there's thousands of pictures so I didn't even go through it, all of them. And that's one of the reasons. Not only was it being overloaded so it was crashing, I also forgot, oh crap, I did not blur out her private areas. I did not do all of that because those were our unedited ones. So I pulled them down so I could go ahead and blur those out, and we're going to put them back up for everybody to see publicly. But I'm not advocating for that either. And I want to explain something because people are asking about the autopsy, why it's not out, all of these different things. So for a period of time up until I think 2018, 2019, it was unsealed. Nobody knew it was unsealed. We didn't know we could even request it. Christie had told me that it had to be a family member that requested it. I had her request it, and then she gave me every cockamamie excuse under the book why the fuck she never had it. Do I think she got it? Hell yeah. Do I think she already had it? Probably, because she has the full discovery file because it's Gypsy's discovery file, not just what is publicly available. Now, if you guys understand how FOIA works, Freedom of Information Act works, public records work, the courts decide when and how much of what they are going to release. And so even when I put in my FOIA, the very first thing I did was contact Patterson and say to him, hey, this casebook is empty. There's this one and this one and this one and this one that's missing. And where's part 2? And so he came back to me and he said, I'm sorry, Ms. Johns or Ms. Macelli, those are still sealed for Nick's appeal process. When his appeals are exhausted, those things will eventually become available through FOIA. So Nicholas is done with his appeals at the state level. He has one last hurrah at the Supreme level. They have not made a decision. They are supposed to rule on whether or not the state is going to go ahead and release the autopsy report in September, despite the fact that he's still going to the Supreme Court, because Missouri is done with him. They've fulfilled their whole obligation of giving him the appeals process, which is what, in one way, by taking the death penalty off the table, they screwed him over on appeals process, because a death penalty case carries more appeals naturally than any other case because it's so heavily a consequence. But in September, they're supposed to unseal this. And the reason it is sealed is because it was sealed in his 2020 appeal, where Dan appeared and testified that he had had sexual relations with her prior and everything like that, and the BD, you know what, was coming from her, and she was doing it with him. So that's when it became sealed. No one knows why they sealed it at that exact time. I'm assuming it's something that could absolutely help him in his defense. I just think the Missouri State Court is never ever going to listen to him. Patterson is the DA. I don't think they're ever going to give him a fair trial. I don't think he's going to get it. And that's about the autopsy there. Let me go ahead and finish here playing this. So this has got a few more minutes here.
Like, you can't say people shouldn't comment. If you're all you were on the show, your wife was on the show, you can't hang yourself out there and think people aren't going to talk. People talk about famous people all the time, so you guys can't come crying. You put it out there. You guys put the information out there. She is who she is. She is infamous for being that. And then you're going to come out there and you're going to sit there and you're going to act like nothing's wrong, like you're some normal person.
Yes, they do have it online.
Okay. And then the same thing, like, people are upset. She shouldn't be there. She shouldn't.
I'm not screaming about privacy. The only thing I'm commenting on is facts, things that people are saying that aren't true, that aren't the facts, like I left Christie. I mean, y'all can talk about Gypsy, the case, all y'all want. But if I see something that I know it's definitely not right, I mean, like I said, I think I have an opinion as well, and I have an obligation to my wife and
Absolutely. Absolutely. You can comment on it.
Y'all can talk about the case all y'all want. Some of the things that Becca Scoops and Fancy and all say, they may have some merit. I don't agree with everything.
How those words tasted coming out of his mouth.
Like I said, a lot of this is alleged. That's their opinions. Fancy.
And it's also alleged, Rod, that everything that has been said about you has been alleged too. Like, we haven't said.
I really wished, just like you guys wished I hadn't cut him off, I really wish she hadn't cut him off right there, because he started to address me personally and say Fancy is da-da-da, and I would have loved to know what those next words were.
If somebody can, Fancy, if you can take this clip, just this one, and upload it to YouTube and make it a private link and send me that link. Let me see if I can download this clip and clean up the audio a little bit. I might be able to do that. I might. I don't want to make any big promises, but I might be able to.
No. If you can do it, that's great. I do have another person who's offered to do that with all of Nick interrogations.
Okay.
He's very busy. So if you can do it for just this little clip, that'd be great.
Yeah, I can try.
Work on all of Nick's interrogations. So he's already done several of them. So the pieces where we can't really hear what he's saying, he's enhanced it to be able to absolutely.
Oh, wow.
It's really interesting. I was on their podcast, and
Nick says a lot of things under his breath that definitely the audio definitely needs to be raised in those areas, just so we can hear what it is that he actually is saying.
Sure.
He says a lot of interesting things, actually.
He does. And I think the keys are in what he is saying and that we do not hear.
I think what it is with Nick is that nobody's asked Nick the right questions.
Exactly. They didn't go in there to ask him the right questions. They went in there to 100% put him on death penalty.
They went in there to solve a crime, and they did it the way they thought best.
Well, and they had already been biased by the town and everything that had come out, and they still thought Gypsy was a victim when they got there.
Right,
so
of
they
course.
Were biased when they walked in there.
Of course.
They went in there with one mission and one mission only, and that was to get Nick to confess.
And they did. And
And they
it's,
did.
yeah, and they did.
Gypsy confessing, Gypsy doing what she was doing, Gypsy telling the story was a bonus for them. And I think Stan, that's one of the reasons why I think Stan had to leave the room, because I think Stan had to go back out and recalculate what the hell he was going to do from there going on, because now he knew what he was dealing with, and it was totally different than when he originally thought he was going in there for. I think he did have some indication when he first started that she was being dishonest, that there might be more to the story, but I don't think he knew how heavily she was involved in it, because he didn't have the text messages when he walked in there the first time. He didn't get
Exactly.
till halfway through.
Exactly. And not only that, I feel like when you watch that interrogation, you guys, and you get to the part, okay, it's after Gypsy has already said, I'm sorry, I'll tell you the truth. I'll be honest now.
Yeah.
Okay. He leaves. Then he comes back. Watch that part like twice.
Yes.
Because when he confronts her, she
Mm.
does something that, and this is where I got irritated with Ken saying that she was scared shitless. Those were his words, not mine.
Oh, that's Rod's words too.
Right.
Scared shitless. So that's, that's a scripted fucking answer.
I know that when I'm scared shitless, I take a nap in the cop shop. I know that when I'm scared shitless, I act like a tour guide and some representative from visitflorida.com. That's me. I mean, that's most people, right? When you're in a cop shop.
I know when I'm scared shitless, I pay with the fucking fishy pillow that I conned the first responders into giving me, because I was just some poor kidnapped girl and they bought her a fucking fishy pillow.
I mean, it is what it is, so when you watch that, you can see, there's a definite shift. There's a definite shift. She's confrontational with that cop. Watch her.
She is. Oh, she is. 100%.
Watch her.
Right. Oh yeah, she's diabolical, dude. I have nothing good to say about her. I can't find one redeeming quality about her. It doesn't matter why it is. It matters that it is. I don't give a shit if you want to deny that she's either sociopathic tendencies or any of that. You can deny that all you want. It doesn't make it true. Like, I'm sorry. You're all in denial. Those of you that are still supporting this narrative, you are still fucking standing on a soapbox as a shit stain for her. You guys are delusional. You're just as delusional as the fucking family. You're being smacked in the face with truth. You're being shown the evidence, and you guys are still out here screaming, "Nuh-uh." I mean, Jesus.
Sometimes, though, Fancy, it takes people a while to come around, and you have to really think about it in these terms, okay? Social media and its influence on true crime isn't all that new, but as big as it's gotten, it is, that part of it is new. And when you think about it, people trust the main networks, ABC, CBS, NBC, all of which have done some form or fashion. They have done a story on this case, okay? And people don't realize that a lot of what you can really do when you edit something, you can really change the entire narrative. But what they think is, why would this mainstream media and even HBO, to be fair, why would these people lie? Yeah, but why would they lie? Why would they don't have a reason. They must be telling the truth. And they're all saying, and if you watch the documentaries or the news programs, the backstory of how we got to where we are today is almost word for word exactly the same. So that is ingrained in people's minds, and it's very, very difficult to get people to overcome that. So you got to be patient. I don't know. I'm sure that there's an element that might actually be, because we're all human beings on here and we all carry our own everything, right? There's probably a small percentage of people that are delusional, but I think by and large, they're having a hard time like wrapping their brains around it. And I think if you are patient and don't be calling motherfuckers names, you'll get a little further.
I've been better. I've been cleaning it up. I've been much more polite. I'm trying to come into my own with this. I had to get to peace. But I'm going to give you the one more thing that I'm going to tell you that you put in my head that I completely 100% thank you for. It changed how I looked at this case. It changed everything, because I had just talked to the Tarrant County investigator who made me think differently about what Munchausen by proxy is or isn't. And when he boiled it down to the simplest term of medical child abuse, and I asked him, what would be the difference between somebody just perpetuating a long con and using this as their con and medical child abuse? And his answer was, there isn't one. And that went in my head. Then I don't remember if I talked to you first or after, but when I talked to you, what you said to me was, Fancy, you're still operating under the assumption that any of this is true. And when you said that, it was like the biggest, I'm telling you, that really was my biggest aha moment, because I was like, oh my God, she's right. And so I had to step back and think about, if we were investigating this case as a detective, if we were looking at it that way, which we've been trying to do the whole time, we're doing what the detectives didn't get the opportunity to do. Right.
Right.
So I started thinking about that, and I was like, oh, that's absolutely it. I have to take every piece of everything I've ever looked at and just go, in what we know with all these other pieces of evidence, can I believe it or can I not? And set it in a pile. And then once you put it in that pile of, I think I can believe it, or I totally don't believe this, then you have to go through the pile again and verify it against those other pieces and still ask yourself, is this truthful or not? Because a lot of it is rather subjective. You
Right.
opened my eyes to that,
Oh,
to
thank
go
you.
back and look at every single thing and question it. I don't care that Gypsy said, she didn't have candles on her cake. Well, we have proof that she doesn't. And that seems so simple, but it leads a whole basis for the foundation that she never knew how she was. It's a simple fucking lie, but it's so big.
Right. It's a huge detail because it's a huge element of her story, which is, I never knew how old I was, so I wasn't aware of any rights that I may or may not have had. That's a big element. That's a huge part of the story. This is more than me saying, okay, when I was 8 years old, I had a unicorn birthday cake, when the truth is, I actually it was my 7th birthday. It's not like that. It's not that. Okay.
Right.
It's, there's misspeaking, and that's one thing. And then there is lying. Lying is intentional. Misspeaking is just exactly that. Misspeaking. It's not, a lie. You make a conscious decision. Rather than say the sky is blue, I'm going to tell Fancy right now that the sky in Florida currently is red. And I don't care what you say, Fancy. I don't give a rat's fat kneecap. The sky in Florida is red. The end. And how dare you question me?
How dare you question me? Right. Absolutely. And you guys, I'm trying to catch the comments and everything. I promise that I will go back through. If comments show up, I think they do on the replay. I will go back through and I will try to make sure that if you guys are asking questions that I can answer, I'll clip those for you, because we're trying to work on some short form content so you can get little pieces all together that you can put together just like the rest of us have done. So it's easy for you. I know Becca Scoops is doing that. I know Jen's done that in some ways. She's done long form content, short form content on this. So there are several of us out here trying to get this done. I know Conspiracy there are several, and I just want to applaud Jen, because Jen stood on her not a soapbox, but you stood on absolutely 100%. No, I'm sorry. There's absolutely no reason for this. It is 100% unacceptable. And I'm not going to allow you guys to pretend that it is.
Right. It's not acceptable to me. It's not acceptable this whole thing is a mess, and exactly. What I will say to everybody who's listening now and who may listen in the future is that the truth always comes out. Absolutely. And Gypsy herself is one of those people who, while she is telling a lie, the thing that makes a lie believable is that it's mixed with a little bit of the truth. And so what you have to really do is take a
con artist knows that.
Right.
Because you always have, take Epstein Island for a moment.
Okay. No, I don't want to take it, but I'll talk about it. Gotcha.
There's got to be people. Okay, there's this huge list, right? And everybody is saying, "Well, I wasn't there. I didn't see anything. I didn't go there. It was on a fake list." Blah blah blah. Okay, but that is because for every con, you have to have a certain amount of people that are going to make your con legitimate. So if you go to Epstein Island on Tuesday and nothing happened on Tuesday, and you leave and Wednesday all hell breaks loose, you're going to be able to say, well, I was there Tuesday. Nothing like that was happening. But were you there Wednesday? Well, no, but I assure you nothing like that could have happened because I was there Tuesday and there was no signs of any of that.
Right.
And that gives them validity. they always have an element of truth in there as well, because usually it's how they're able to keep their lies straight. Gypsy, however, doesn't have a spreadsheet or a concept in her head that, hey, I should probably say the same thing more than one time. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe try to stay consistent.
Consistent
Or
with
just
your
don't
lies.
lie. Or just don't lie. It would be much
just don't
easier
lie.
for you not to lie. But for Pete's sake, Gypsy, if you're going to lie, at least tell the same lie over and over. Say the lie consistently.
Right. Alrighty. God, we can't even get through the second.
I know. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
No,
I'll be
it's
quiet.
okay. It's, you know what? I'm glad that that's what we're doing. It's not a bird. It's my dog. She's very old and she has a chronic cough. So, I mean, we've never got to do this, so I'm really enjoying this because there's a lot of things you and I see eye to eye on. There's a lot of things we don't. There's some things that we both think are gray areas, and we're both very well versed in this. That's why I asked you. You know, I didn't go to Natasha first because we have problems. Well, we've squashed those problems now. I'm happy about that.
Oh, good
But
for you
I also
guys.
believe that, yeah, I also believe that Natasha has a tendency to embellish some things or to just skirt the truth a little bit. Does it mean she's really lying? I don't know. There's these things I know I cannot vet that she actually says she did or has information, and she's never proven it. So if she doesn't prove it, then I have to kind of be like, okay, Natasha, is that real? Or are you just stretching it a little bit more because it's a great story? You know?
Mm-hmm.
But I can always trust Natasha to be Natasha. And we've both come out and publicly come out. We've been on panels together now, everything, and explaining that we are, and I would say you probably, you didn't see as much as Natasha and I did, but you're very close to that. But Natasha and I are the only two people that have all the information that we have. There is nobody else in the public that has what we have. Michelle Schneider might have had some of it. She had all the FOIA stuff, but nobody else had personal relationships with these people like me and her. Even Katie Joy admits they didn't show her jack shit. I'm sure they learned not to do that after me.
I mean, the thing of it is, I don't have the things that you and Natasha have. Well, I mean, I have them, but they
Right.
weren't but I have them because at that time, you know, I had a friendship with Natasha, but I won't have the things that you guys have because the things
Right.
that you guys have, you got as a result of a relationship with the family. And I have avoided that. You know, I just never have wanted to, I just don't want to have, I just don't want to.
Yeah. Exactly. All right, here we go.
Okay.
Oh, come on, play.
Said 100%, it has not come out of Ivory's mouth that 100% you were gone, and it hasn't come out of my mouth or anyone else's mouth that 100% you guys are broken up. And she never said that.
Although, if I can give you some advice, it's almost like you guys are confirming things when you come this hard to try and prove it's not. If you guys just let this go under the rug, people would have stopped talking about it. But you guys coming at people just kind of confirms it for people instead of actually doing what you're trying to do.
Well, I mean, not coming on your live and discussing this makes you feel like I'm coming at you. I'm sorry you feel that way.
No, I don't mean that like I feel threatened or anything. I didn't mean it like that. No, I do not feel threatened by you at all.
Okay.
I didn't mean it like that.
No, I'm threatened by misinformation. That's all I'm threatened by. I mean, y'all can say I'm a bad father all y'all want. I mean, I was. I completely agree with that. You know, so.
And
that's why, you know, I made the post today.
if you don't want to be threatened by misinformation, guys, go public. I mean, go private. You can't be threatened by things people have to say while you're dangling your family in front of a camera. I'm just saying that just doesn't go hand in hand. Now, while I understand and respect that you might be offended or upset because that's your family, if you wanted privacy, again, you made yourselves public figures. You put yourself in the camera's eye. So that kind of comes with the territory. I'm just saying.
Rod, I think you're a nice man. I just think that family bamboozled you. Honestly, that's my opinion on you. I think that you're a good man. I just think that they pulled the wool over your eyes, and I honestly feel sorry for you.
And at the end of the day, like, I respect the fact that you're trying to defend your wife. I respect the fact that you're trying to defend your family. I will give respect where respect is due. But at the end of the day, I mean, you can defend it, but we can talk it, and you're giving us that privilege to talk about it because you put your family in the spotlight. So that's on you guys. That's not on me. Now, if you were private people and I was going digging at you, I'm totally in the wrong. But the fact that you putting your family out there, that gives us the right to all comment. Like, we can say whatever we want. Doesn't make it true. It doesn't make it not true. But the fact that you're dangling, again, your family in the public eye, I mean, look at all famous people. It happens to everybody. It is what it is. You can't pick or choose. You either want privacy and people to stop talking about you, or you want to be in the public eye.
That part.
Either way.
That part.
Yeah. Yeah. You can't have your
So,
cake
while
and
I
eat it
respect
too.
that
Sorry
you're
about your
defending
luck.
it, and I do. We still have, we're still going to talk. It is what it is. You put yourself out there and people are going to comment and have an opinion.
Okay, y'all can talk.
And there's going to be rumors and there's going to be, it's something you got to deal with. And I'm sorry that you do, but you guys made that choice.
I would just ask that, if you want to talk about something, try to find out if the information's correct. I try not to talk about anything unless I know it's 100% sure. You want to talk about rumors, that's fine, and allegedly.
What are you even saying right now? Can we be so for real? He doesn't say anything unless he knows it's 100% true, except that he comes on a live with me in about 5 more minutes and basically tells me he knows nothing. He doesn't understand. He doesn't know what this is. He doesn't know what that is. He tries to read me a definition of Munchausen by proxy and bumbles the fuck out of it, just like his daughter did with the pamphlet. Maybe she handed it to him. I don't fucking know. But, I just, you literally just said you don't say anything that's not true and we should go do our research and our facts. However, you're being willfully ignorant right now and you have all the research and the facts sitting in front of you. Have you opened her medical records, Rod, for crying out loud? I'm sorry. I will get off my soapbox now. Jen, please fucking say something.
Something. I think for Rod, it seems to me that Rod has no interest in going backwards and talking about the crime itself. I can't really relate to that, but I'm trying to give him grace because I've also never been in the situation that he is in. So I don't really know how I would handle it. But what I will say is that for most people now, when Prison Confessions came out, and which did talk about her crime, and then she did this other Life After Lockup, which is a really odd name to call it because it's a bootleg off of Love After Lockup, which if y'all don't watch that show, you should. It's the best dumpster fire ever. Okay.
Really?
It's so good. Yes. Oh my God. It's awful in the very, very best way. But anyway, I think that for a lot of people now, even though that Life After Lockup wasn't intended to be about her crime, because there are parts in the episodes that are around her parole and the restrictions of her parole.
Of board case studies.
And they speak about her. No, you're fine. They speak about her parole so much, then it sort of blurs the line. And now people are wanting to talk about the case. I think Rod's stance on the case is this. It happened. She was charged. She took a plea deal. She served her time. She was eligible for parole. She went before the parole board. They said that she could be paroled. She got paroled. And now let's move forward from this, because I think Rod's opinion is, and to some small extent, I understand sort of where this is at. He can't, no amount of talking about the crime is going to change what actually happened. Deedee will always be dead. But I think I wish that
always done it.
Participated exactly. And I really wish that Rod would use his voice, because people are interested in what you have to say, Rod. But as much as you advocate for Gypsy being a victim of Deedee, the truth of the matter is, and while that may be true, Deedee is the ultimate victim, because even if Gypsy had walked out of that house, and instead of unaliving her mother, what she had done is go to police. And Deedee ended up getting charged, went to trial, took a plea, whatever, and was subsequently convicted. None of her crimes rise to the level of capital punishment. That's first.
The punishment did not fit the crime.
Right.
Exactly.
And second of all, likely what Deedee would have received is a similar sentence to what Gypsy ultimately got, around about 10 years. And
Yeah.
how would you feel about that? How would you feel if after all of that, Deedee got out after 10 years and she started going and telling her story on TikTok, on Facebook, on all the social media platforms, and she got her own show? How would that make you feel? That's where that's the part you're like, there's a disconnect there for you. And
Yes.
that's, I think, why people are getting frustrated with you and your family.
Yeah. Yeah. Predestined over here said, is Rod the master at weaponized incompetence? And that is very interesting. You know, my husband and I talked about this a long time ago when we first got married, and it's the principle of deferring to like a higher power when you know you don't want to make that decision and you don't want to say that you made the decision. It's the same thing of like, I have to go home and ask my husband. So I think that he is using this in this kind of way. And I really wish those of you in the chat, if you say that he is slow again, I will mute you. He is not slow. He talks slower because he is laid back. He is intelligent enough. He's not a bumbling idiot. He's not freaking cognitively not aware. He is not educated. There is a difference. He's not stupid. He's not educated. And the things that we are talking about have a certain level of education that you need to have to understand what really this is. And I do not believe that Rod is equipped for that. That's the problem. I do not believe he's slow. I don't believe he's stupid. And I think it's very disrespectful of you guys to say that.
Yeah, I don't think that at all. I think Rod is very intelligent. He's a personable guy. He's not like this monster. Okay. And I think Fancy's right that he has, it's more than a Southern drawl because it has the Cajun in it. So that is his cadence. Yes. That's the way that he speaks. I feel like, I feel like Rod is caught between a rock and a hard place. He's in an impossible position. He can't win for losing. There are going to be people always who hear this interview and they either are like, oh my God, right? Or they're like, yay, Rod, that's it. But he's never going to please all of the people all of the time. So it's impossible. And he doesn't want to be involved in this. And I have to wonder if the choice, it's interesting that he and Ken have both come out in relatively short succession. This seems to me that it's entirely possible that due to the crisis PR, maybe the crisis PR said, whoa, whoa, whoa. Y'all haven't said anything at all. And so there's not a record of you saying one thing and now you know what I'm saying? So maybe let's give you boys a shot. But they are wholly unprepared for this type of conversation. Both of them. Ken is too.
They're telling Gypsy that she can just rebrand herself. You can just rebrand yourself. Excuse me? No, rebranding yourself is when you have a fucking drunken night out at the party and you did some shitty shit and someone caught you on fucking camera and you got to make an apology to her to kind of be like, yeah, I need some help. Maybe I got to go to rehab. I might have a problem. That's that. You rebrand yourself. You come back. You're like, look, I'm different. I've rebranded myself. Okay.
Right. You don't, rebranding yourself doesn't mean you go from changing your bio from advocate to influencer. That's not a rebrand.
That's not a rebrand. And I'm sorry, how do you rebrand a schmurderer?
I'm not really sure.
You are a schmurderer. There's no rebrand for that. It doesn't mean there's no lesser degree of schmurderer. Like, there's no good schmurderer.
Right.
I don't even, it's absurd. It's ludicrous. And I think that's part of this. This case is so unbelievably crazy, is unbelievably unbelievable that it just becomes a fodder for hate, drama, misinformation, people freaking having their minds blown, all of that.
I don't think he was ready to like answer all of the questions. He really just wanted to get up there and be like, look, bruh, here's the deal. I'm still with Christie. There wasn't some knockdown, drag out fight. I didn't, we're not on the outs, that's really all he wanted to say. And he didn't understand that when you're on a live panel like that, there's going to be 11 billion follow-up questions because that
Right.
wasn't his intention, because that's not what he's used to. When what he's used to is being filmed, and he answers the questions that are asked of him, he gives his responses, and then it's over.
Right.
He doesn't understand how this works.
Well, I could tell you this. He didn't have to come up in the box with me. He certainly didn't have to go head toe to toe with me and stand 10 toes down for 45 minutes to an hour. I mean, he could have backed out at any time. I gave him fucking a million bazillion freaking outs, and he didn't take them. The host ended up taking it for him because he was willing to sit and go around with me for probably another hour or two, to be honest.
Yeah, I kept waiting for him to say, like, bad connection, and then just drop off. That's what I was waiting for.
I never expected it. I thought I might get a question or two out of him, and then I thought he would rage run, just like Katie did, you know? But I got a 45-minute conversation with him, and like I said, my tactic on that you may understand everything I was doing or why I did what I did, but I assure you it was not to bully him, and it was not to trap him. It was, however, to highlight to him, all right, you just said this, but 5 seconds later you're saying this, and now, Rod, we're here. You know, like, how did that even happen? If you're saying the wheelchair showed up at 3 to 4, but we've always heard 7 to 8, then he says, well, yeah, it did show up after the motorcycle accident. Then that would be 7 to 8. So you saying the last time you saw your daughter walk was 3 or 4. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, sir. Like, unbelievable. So
yeah.
It's so hard. And I think that's the problem. Nobody wants to believe this is what happened. Nobody wants to think that a girl was so angry for whatever reason. She unalived her mother. No one wants to think that. That is hard. That is, oh my God, that's tragic. It's upsetting, because for her to even make that decision, kind of like Rod said, is what in the hell was going on in her brain. But to me, it wasn't because she was being abused, Rod. It's because she has problems in her fucking brain. And she's had them, and you're denying them. She even lied to your psychotherapist about what she did or didn't do with Nick and who else she had relations with, knowing that in the same freaking edited thing, okay, there's that part on a TV show, but the book that is produced by the same producer and helped her write it literally says, I had sex with Dan before anyone else. I told him I could walk. We had BD, da da da. And so you just literally sat there and played a clip of her lying to her psychoanalyst, and then you want us to believe that he psychoanalyzed her and he's right?
Right.
No.
I get it.
You can't have it both ways. You can't put two conflicting stories right there. And in that confessions, the speaks back, man, it was like the lies flowed one behind the other. I mean, I was like, my head was spinning, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to lie about lying. And then I'm going to lie about lying. And then I'm going to lie to cover up that lie. I was like, whoa, this is way too much lying.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And I love that Rod called Schmurder a mistake. Yep, it's a mistake. You're right. It's just a mistake.
I think he said, I think what he said is she made a bad decision. Okay.
Yeah.
Which,
no, he said mistake at another time too.
Did he? Okay. Because
I've heard it. Yeah.
A mistake is you asked for no tomatoes on your sandwich and they put tomatoes on your sandwich. That's a mistake.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
That's a mistake.
All
you know,
right.
an error in judgment is the debate about putting pineapple on pizza, right? People feel very strongly about that. That's a mistake. That's an error in judgment.
A mistake is I blew through that stop sign because, you know, I really didn't think anybody was around. Oh shit, the cop lit me up. I guess I made a mistake, right? You know, like,
yeah, right, exactly. Not plotting the murder of your Schmurder. So I keep forgetting you do it to TikTok. The unaliving of your mother for 3 years. I mean, they were planning it from almost jump. So that's,
she's been planning it since 2011 when she put up.
Oh, I do too. I think, but I'm talking about just specifically between her and Nick.
Right.
Was
and
3 years.
I honestly think that Nick says that there was a second attempt that she made that was not successful. And I wonder when that was.
I think he's talking about the BB gun. That's what I
He
think.
said that she tried 2 times before. He knew about one and he didn't know about the other. That's what he said.
Yeah, but I understand why it could be viewed that way. And the truth of the matter is, we could probably both be right. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? At the same time, because it's hard. The way that Nick speaks sometimes, it makes it sort of difficult on certain aspects. And part of the problem is that on that specific interview, there is a version of it that's uploaded, but what you only hear Nick's response. You don't
Right.
get the interviewer's question. So that makes it difficult to understand context
Right.
to the response.
Sure.
So it's possible that what Nick is referring to, there were 2 attempts,
Sure.
and then the final one that ended up being,
Right. Or he could just be saying 2 attempts total.
correct. Exactly. We
Right,
don't know
right,
because obviously.
Right. And I'm just curious at what point in time, and I think that Deedee was very aware of what her child was. I think she is very aware of, I believe that she was scared of her child. I think that there's a lot more to be said about that relationship and the volatileness that is natural between a mother and a daughter, especially in a single mother, single daughter relationship. That's what I had. It was horrible. I loved my mother. I had a great relationship as an adult when I didn't live in her fucking house. But living in my mom's house, I wanted to kill my mom every freaking day, and I think she wanted to murder me too. Like, I'm serious. Like, it was bad.
Yeah.
But I think that we're missing the point of that, and that there is so much more than meets the eye on this. At surface level, what people don't know is what's going on behind those closed doors and what really happened. And I'm just wondering, because I know through my studies that, these type of homicidal type of tendencies and things generally begin to start presenting at around the ages of 8 to 10. And if they had this, if the motorcycle accident happened at that point in time, now I've heard that the motorcycle accident was actually just falling over into the driveway. It wasn't really what everybody's made it out to be. But I'm wondering if that could have even entailed some sort of frontal lobe damage that caused this, along with the predestined shit from the chromosome disorder. And just that I think the family's kind of woo in their own right,
Right. Right.
I just wonder, when did this happen? And maybe that is why Deedee kept her away from them, from the public, from school. I wonder if Deedee was running.
But she did go to school when she was younger.
Early. But think about when she says she pulled her out, 2nd grade. That would track with 8 to 9 years old.
But wasn't there back in like 2019? Because I know that this happened. I just don't know where those screenshots are, where Rod and Christie were talking about paying for Catholic school.
Yes.
And that was like after 3rd grade, like maybe 4th or 5th.
But then I pointed that to Christie, that they had said that, and she said, no, we were paying for a homeschool program, and we bought her. Oh, this was a good one, Jen. We bought her uniforms to wear at home so that she would feel like she was just like the other kids. Oh, be so fucking for real. You're going to get her up every morning, put her in a Catholic girl outfit so that you can teach her about science today? Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a very plausible thing. But with respect to the motorcycle accident, this is what I will say. If you're interested in it and you want to go look, not you, you already know this, Fancy, but the other people, it is on MJ Pack's thought catalog. All you have to do is just Google it. Now, it's discussed there. And my line of thinking is that when somebody relates something to you, a memory of an event, the closer in time they are to that memory of the event, the better the memory is, the more reliable the memory is. And I would propose that the first story is probably the most accurate story.
Yes, it generally is. Yes.
And so that is that it was really nothing more than she fell off and scraped her knees. It wasn't some big, huge traumatic thing.
Right. Exactly. I mean, I can go with you with that. I believe that could be easily true. But if she fell down and maybe hit her head on the driveway, that could have caused a slight concussion, and it could have caused some sort of, something in the brain to be triggered at that point. But I also believe I truly believe she has had these sociopathic and these type of tendencies from a very early age. I don't think it was. I do believe that nurtured that, but I don't think it was from nurture. I think it was nature to begin with.
Right.
I think she knew she had a problem child from day one.
I mean,
I'm
mothers
serious.
know.
I did. I knew I had a kid that could have gone down the path that Gypsy went. And instead of indulging her and giving her everything she wanted and allowing her to treat my family like that, I put her through intensive counseling. We did all kinds of things to make sure that I would not allow her to be like that. In fact, I even drove her to a group home at one point in time and was fully prepared to walk her inside because that's what her therapist told me to do because she was too affecting my other two children. And I needed to take care of them and think about them. And it would have been the best thing for Emily to try to get some help. I ended up talking to her that night. She sat there in the parking lot and she went home with me. And from that point on, I did begin to see a change in my child because she knew that I was willing to take extreme lengths to help her. And later on, she was always hurt by that. She said she realized as an adult that all I ever was trying to do was to make sure that she progressed and got better and she would be a productive member of society. And she thanked me for never giving up on her. Now that little girl has my grandson. She has an amazing job in the medical field and she's doing great. But if I hadn't done it, if her daddy hadn't put her through it, then we would be looking at something like this, just a child just running amok, being crazy, doing whatever she wanted to do. Do I think my daughter would have unalived anybody? Absolutely not. But I mean, we would have seen some of these crazy behaviors that Gypsy is displaying because they didn't do the work,
Right. I
Yeah.
just want to say this one last thing. First, I want to say thank you for having me up, but I have to get going. But the last thing I want to leave.
Oh, now you don't
You-
even get to see the whole thing. Damn
No,
it.
I can't talk about. I'm going to watch. I'll just go back and chat.
Okay.
But I can't be on the panel.
That's fine.
So
I think it'll probably get us through it faster anyway.
yeah, because we both tend to be a little wordy. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
So I think that for me, this is my personal opinion on how all of this sort of ended up where it's at. I think in 2011, when Gypsy left the house and the whole situation with Dan, I think that Deedee was already going to the hospital quite frequently with kidney stones. And she was, diabetic and all of those things. I don't think she was in the best health. I think that the situation with Gypsy at that point, the whole debacle with Dan, because let's be honest, she didn't run away to, however you want to phrase it. Dan wasn't at the house alone. There were many people there. There were
Yes.
many witnesses there who saw
Right.
Gypsy not using her wheelchair. And what's more, she also carried with her documentation of her real age. And I think that took a lot of wind out of Deedee's sails. And I think that
Sure.
that is, for me, I would say that if there was a power dynamic switch, I think that that's when it happened, was around
I do too.
the 2011. And I think it progressed further and further. And by 2015, I think that the power dynamic really was more Gypsy than Deedee being in charge. And if you want proof of this, if you're into or believe in body language, what you can do is you can go back and look through the pictures. You can tell chronologically how old Gypsy is by whether or not she has the teeth that she was born with, or she has the dentures. She was
Right.
older when she got those. But if
Right.
you watch the hand holding, there is a shift, particularly at that very last photo, one of the last few photographs, which is them at Universal. Watch the hand placement.
Yes.
In all the other pictures, Deedee's hand is on top. In that specific picture, it's Gypsy's hand. And I would suggest that is evidence, at least a small piece of evidence of the shift in power of who was running the show then.
For sure. And I have to ask you one follow-up question to that.
Sure.
When we were looking at the crime scene photos the other day, I began wondering how it was such a mess like that, because it's not just a regular hoarding mess. It was different. It was somewhat organized, and it didn't make a whole lot of sense to me while I was looking at it. And then I thought back to, she had just said that the shed had been cleaned out, and that's why the back room was not able to be opened. That's one of the things she had said. And then I thought back to the 2015 January story where Deedee was supposedly at Disneyland, stating that they were thinking of moving. And we know that Dr. Beckerman, who she followed many times, and was his favorite mother-daughter patient, was moving to Florida. I do believe there was some sort of relationship going on, something with Dr. B and her. I don't know if it was friends, more than that, I don't know. But I think there was definitely something weird going on there. So what if this is that Deedee wanted to retire, because that's basically what she said in the freaking files until 2011, and they were literally packing the house, and that is why all of this happened right then. Like it was no longer something Gypsy could just be like, oh, it's not happening, mom will come to her senses, we'll stay here and we'll continue the con. No, mom was done, and I think that she couldn't accept that, and she wanted to stay there for Dan. So what do you think? I mean, looking at the crime scene pictures, do you think that could be possible, that they were packing and all of that?
I mean, yeah, it's possible, but at the same time, like when you look and you take all of the crime scene together collectively as a whole.
Yeah.
Granted, what's in the bedroom, obviously we all know now that that's baby powder, right? But if you look in other rooms and other pictures, there's a lot of dust, which indicates that those things have been there for quite some time, although it's possible. I mean, Deedee did talk about moving, and the only, I mean, she did want to, if she was going to retire from the grift, the only way she could do it would be to relocate, and not even like relocate to a whole nother city. No, that's way too, for this, you're going to have to move your whole life to a whole different state.
Right.
And I do think that's possible.
Missouri.
And I do think that is possible. That they were moving. There's a lot of things that are possibilities. And so I think it's something for me. Let me think about that.
I want you to look at the crime scene photos, because it didn't dawn on me till last night or the night before when we were looking at them. And I started looking, I was like, it's really like there's boxes, and it looks like they're cleaning stuff out, going through it, tossing to the side what they're going to leave and what they're packing. And it really hit me that way. And I was just like, I never even thought of that. That might be the whole inciting incident that came to a head right there. And we already know that June 9th was something, special to her, because of her grandmother's death. And she wanted maybe a revenge that. I don't freaking know. And I still want to know what the 14th of significance is for her, because that's every day. That's the same day that she posts about whatever it is that she did each time. So that's weird. But I mean, I just feel like there was something going on in that house right there in that moment that we probably can figure out by looking at everything.
Yeah.
That we didn't consider before because of what we thought we knew a long time ago.
Right. And what I would propose is that we don't need to get fixated or focus on it being a singular event, because that's not really how life works. You know what I'm saying? It's usually a buildup of a lot of things.
Yeah.
And, but that is very interesting. I'm going to get down and I'll be in chat, but I'm going to ponder that. Let me think that over. Let me think that over. Thanks for having me, Fancy. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming up. I just am so excited that we got to do this, Jen. So everybody go follow Jen Liu at Ward Case Studies. She's incredible. She has great gypsy content, but I think the rest of your content is bar none, hands down, your best work. Just like I feel like our content that's away from Gypsy Rose is way better than our Gypsy Rose content from.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that very, very much. All right. You have a great rest of your Wednesday, and I'll be in the chat listening.
Yeah. Go ahead and have one of the mods drop in the chat how to follow you. Okay. And
all right.
All right. Bye, sweetheart.
Bye. Thank you so much. Bye.
You too. All right. So I'm going to get through this. I promise we're going to get through these last 3 videos. I'm going to play this first one. Let's see how many minutes. Okay. So this was 16 minutes. So I'm going to play it. I'm going to walk away for a minute. I'm going to go grab something to drink, and then you guys can listen to this 16 minutes here. So we ended where he was up before. It ended where he was up before I got there. And this is the beginning of me coming up. Actually, I don't think they have the beginning of me talking, but this is the beginning of Rod coming up. No, I don't make any mods right now unless my mods make you a mod, Chris. Okay. I don't know if you talk to my mods. If they're in here, they'll help you. So this is the beginning of when Rod came up. Again, his audio is very hard. We were having lagging. There was a lot of issues. So please, bear with me on this, and I hope that you guys will be able to enjoy this. Yeah, you can't make mods or pin comments. Well, I guess you can when somebody's not in the thing. It's Jen, Jen, Ward, Ward, Case Studies. Jen Ward Case Studies. Or Ward Case Studies, and her name is Jen Liu. I'm sorry. Ward Case Studies, and her name is Jen Liu. There you go. Sorry.
Hey,
Hey, hold on a second. Can everyone else please mute? Because I can't hear him. I'm even going to mute. I can barely hear him.
You hear me? Fancy? Oh. Hear me? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so Nancy, I disagree with you when you say that Deedee and Christie manipulated me some kind of way when Gypsy was in the 10-year-old range. I don't agree with that. Christie and Deedee weren't working together kind of way to make me feel one way or another about Gypsy. I don't know where that's coming from.
Is Fancy still here?
yeah, Fancy, can you hear him?
I get it, Fancy. That's the
Sorry, I was muted so I could hear better. I was hoping my background noise would make it easier to hear him. Okay, I heard what you said, Rod, about that. I'm more talking about the fact that I think you've been misled to understanding what actually is in Gypsy's medical records that are actually correct. And I'm also think you might have been misled to think of how Gypsy's developmental as far as behavioral and the different things that come along with this chromosome disorder, that she could be predisposed to have these types of behavioral issues and tendencies. It even ties into schizophrenia, Rod. I'm not sure if you know that or not.
Has Gypsy been diagnosed with schizophrenia?
No, I did not say that she had been diagnosed with schizophrenia, Rod. What I said is the chromosome disorder leads to several types of severe behavioral issues that can have comorbidity with the chromosome disorder. And based on that, these childish antics and the different things and the violent behavior and all the things she has exhibited for years and years and years, we have so many stories of just things that she did all along the way, Rod, that was probably very concerning for Deedee.
Does it explain how she was able to stay in a wheelchair and then all of a sudden be able to walk?
Well, if I recall correctly, when she first told you about the wheelchair, she said that the reason that the wheelchair was being utilized was because she had muscle weakness, and at some point in time, if she walked too much, then she would get tired and her muscles would hurt, correct?
Yes, that is correct. That's what Deedee told me the first time I asked her after the accident.
Okay. So based on that, Rod, and the muscle biopsy, and that she was diagnosed with fiber 2 atrophy. They ruled out muscular dystrophy, but they did find that she did have some muscle tone weakness. Now, with this chromosome disorder, the doctor that I have spoken with about this has explained to me that a lot of those type of things, the muscle weakness, the eyes, the ears, all the different things that led that you just couldn't figure out what was wrong, a lot of those things are things with physical therapy or any of the things that she actually did participate in could help those conditions to either cease to exist any further because she outgrows them, or they at least go down to a point that she can manage them without all the different things she was needing to manage them with in the first place. But I do believe that the wheelchair was used as a way to con charities and individuals. I do believe she was doing that. I'm just telling you, I don't believe, based on her medical records and the people have looked at it, I do not believe she was medically child abusing Gypsy. I believe it was medical fraud.
Do you think that making her stay in the wheelchair can be considered Munchausen by proxy, which is?
No, it's not. No, it would not be considered Munchausen by proxy. It's a fraud. That would be malingering which is for profit. Deedee did not do this because, okay, I don't know if you know about Munchausen by proxy, but Munchausen by proxy is for a specific reason, and that's for them to get accolades. It's for them to be seen as the conquering hero, all of those things. So even the experts that I've spoken to about this have said that if it was only for profit, and that's what we believe it is, and what we're showing in the evidence, Rod, and I'm serious, I'll sit down and talk with you guys. I even offered to come and talk to Christie about this despite our differences. But what happened is it's called malingering, which is solely for profit. And Gypsy testified to that in court when she was asked, why did she make you do this? And she said it was for financial gain. In her interrogation, she had mentioned the same thing. So that would make it malingering by proxy, not Munchausen by proxy. And it has a completely different psychological thing. It's not listed. Malingering is not listed in the DSM-5 as a disorder because it's not a mental disorder. They're making a conscious decision to fraud people. There's a difference. I don't believe Deedee abused your daughter medically.
Okay, so I pulled up online right here the Munchausen syndrome by proxy definition, and it says the goal is to make it appear as if the person is sick or injured.
Okay, he's reading, and I don't know if you guys can hear it or not. He is reading a pamphlet off the internet, whatever it is. No, I'm sure he doesn't know what the DSM-5 is, and that's the problem, is he's not educated on any of this, and he's not listening to people who can explain it to him in layman's terms either. So it's kind of hard for you to communicate with somebody that can't do that. But what I was, what he's explaining here is he's trying to give me a definition of Munchausen by proxy, and what he's saying is it's any time that a person pretends or forces a person to pretend. And what he's failing to understand is that's still not what was happening, because she wasn't forced to pretend to get medical procedures. The medical procedures that she had were medically necessary. The rest was fraud. If it was only for financial gain, then it is not a Munchausen by proxy, because your daughter actually had these problems. It is that it's malingering, and that's a whole nother ball game. But he doesn't even understand, because he's literally trying to read this to me off the internet, which makes me wonder. I thought that Mike Stanfield explained it to them, and I'm sure that somebody else at some point in time. You're telling me in 8 fucking years this man never once looked up what Munchausen fucking by proxy is? Give me a fucking break. Be so fucking real. Sorry. And I don't think she was honest with her OBGYN about her disorder either. Okay, let's keep going.
So I think that's what Deedee did. Whether or not it's or whatever.
No, Rod, the difference is when it's for when the financial gain part comes in, it's not Munchausen.
And also, that was another reason why I did interrupt him and speak over him. People couldn't hear what he was saying. So I was trying to answer each piece as he was saying it, so people would understand what he just said, so that we don't get to the end of this whole big thing. Now I have no idea what he said, because I have problems with cognitive memory. I get distracted. I have brain fog and those things. So a lot of times when I blurt into something and ask you guys, or I blurt in and interrupt, it's because I'm scared if I won't remember. I even have to tell my team to write things down so that when I say them, because I won't remember, because I have so much going on in my head. Yeah, and so they might see that I came off with a certain way, but it's not how I meant this at all. And to be honest with you, I felt like I was coming from a very big place of caring. And I think you're going to see that in these clips eventually. Those that want to say otherwise, you guys are probably people that are always criticizing me for anything I do, or you are new and you don't know who I am. So if you stick around a little bit, you might understand that, yes, I can be blunt, I can be a little bit overbearing, but it's all coming from a place of wanting to get the truth out there and stop misinformation. Okay, so there you go.
Malingering, that's the difference. So sitting her in a wheelchair, okay, is not causing her any physical discomfort in the medical field. It's not a procedure. It's not anything. And I do believe she was able to walk around the home in Springfield, based on the way that the home looks, based on the fact that there was no way those wheelchairs were getting through there. There's also tons of dust on all of them. They were covered in things. She was not using the wheelchair at that point in time because she no longer needed it. Deedee even told them in 2011 in her records, Rod, that she was no longer interested in suing any type of other disorders or any information as to why Gypsy had certain conditions they could not explain yet, because it was explained all by the chromosome disorder, and she was just happy that she had a stable child. That is notated exactly by the doctor. So I'm telling you, if she had done medical procedures to her that were absolutely not necessary, that's Munchausen by proxy. Based on what our record shows, she didn't do that. What she did was create a false a veil, basically a veil for financial profit, and that makes it different than Munchausen by proxy. Does that make sense?
Not really. I mean, I didn't see the definition of malingering. The one.
Well, you're going to have to look up malingering because it's very specific. And Dr. Feldman even talked about this.
You gonna let me talk?
I want you to understand, though, he does talk over me as well. It was not just me talking over him. I was trying to give him information because he's completely inaccurate in what he's saying, and he does talk over me as well. And I know that I have a problem interrupting when I know something and I know it's to be untrue, and I just kind of steamroll through a person, and I'm working on that. But I mean, my mission and my intentions were good.
Or not?
No, I'm sorry. I can't hear you well. So there's a lag, Rod. I'm not trying to be rude.
Okay, so I haven't read the definition of malingering by proxy, but on here it says the goal is to make it appear as if the person is sick or injured and to deceive others into believing that full attention is necessary. And, you can have your opinion on what, if it was abuse or not, if you made her sick, or if you had a prescription pad.
Okay, can I ask you a question about the prescription pad?
What's that?
Can I ask you a question about the prescription pad that Christie says she found? Where did she find that prescription pad, and have you actually seen that prescription pad?
Absolutely, I was there with her. Myself.
Okay, and where was it when you found it, Rod?
In the bedroom somewhere.
It was in the bedroom. Okay. Now, here's the thing about that. What I can tell you is that Christie actually gave me the book from inside Deedee's home, which.
All right. So I want you guys to understand what Rod is talking about is that there was supposedly, according to Christie, we've never been able to verify this, and what she shows in the crime scene photo that she told me was this prescription pad is absolutely not a prescription pad. We broke this down in 2018. I don't believe that there was a prescription pad. I don't believe he saw a prescription pad. I think his wife told him there was a prescription pad, but I don't think that he physically saw a prescription pad, because I don't believe it exists. Rodents of unusual sides? I don't think they exist. Boy, Princess Bride is coming out in me, out in me today. No, it's not weird, because what would have happened in any situation of any type of murder like that, once the police are done, hold on, I'm talking with Starlight. Once the police are done with their crime scene investigation, at that point, what they do is they turn it over to the family member. Now, some family members will hire a cleaner crew to come in and do it for them, but many of them do not, and sometimes they're left like that. In fact, when I was a real estate, I was working for a real estate firm. I was getting my license, and so I was underneath the broker, and we were, doing HUD homes, and I went to go look at one to show, and before I went in to check, because I always went into the house to check before we took anybody in, make sure there's nothing wrong. We opened the door, my best friend and I, we opened the door, and it was blood everywhere. It looked like there was this stuff inside all over the floor, because I don't know what I can say here. It smelled, and I just slammed the door, and I was like, that's it. No more HUD houses for me. Yeah, it's never been proven that Deedee was Dr. Hunting. In fact, her records show otherwise. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Oh yeah, he dropped the ball, and I want to know why he dropped the ball. I want to know why he continues to drop the ball. I want to know why the parole board dropped the ball. I want to know why the parole officers continue to drop the ball. Oh, there's lots of fucking questions about who dropped the fucking ball. I mean, who dropped the ball? It unbelievable, unbelievable. Right, an Eric's pet and get away with it, and there isn't. And I'm going to explain to you why I tell him that this is not true, and I don't believe that he's telling me. No, there were not over 100 doctors. Absolutely not. None. Nope, not even close. There also wasn't anything close to 30 surgeries. Four real surgeries besides dental, and I'm not counting dental as surgeries. I'm sorry, you didn't brush your teeth. You either drank from a Pedialyte, it was a Pediasure bottle, or for some reason your chromosome disorder, which it is a symptom of your chromosome disorder, took your teeth. You could have just been bad hygiene. It could be the water down there. There could be anything. What I can tell you without a certainty is that at no time did she eat a fucking cupcake, shove it in her mouth, and her mother had perfectly healthy teeth ripped out of her fucking mouth. No, that never happened. The teeth that were removed from her fucking mouth were crumbling because of poor hygiene or a medical condition. I mean, geez Louise. So yes, she did lie to Dr. Phil, and Dr. Phil knew she was lying if he had her medical records. No, not side effects from medication. No, not at all. No. Nope. No. No.
Showed all the records of her picking up every single medication for her and Deedee and Gypsy for several years. They weren't using several different pharmacies, and all the things that Gypsy was prescribed at the time, I do believe was medically necessary. And so she wasn't going to she was not doctor shopping, Rod, like you guys have been led to believe. She wasn't going to different pharmacies and getting different medications all over the place. Those are the indications of Munchausen by proxy. Again, everything she was doing was for financial gain, and that changes the way that this story has to be looked at. I'm sorry, it does.
I haven't said that she was doctor shopping. I only said she lying to the
Okay, so
doctor.
now he's trying to backtrack here because I said that they've said in the past that she was doctor shopping, and he literally both slide here and said they never said that. They absolutely said that. 100%. 100%. It was sold. It went back to the Habitat house, and they resold it to a family, and funny enough, a mother and daughter. Yeah.
Out here, move, and told them the records were lost.
The records were lost.
The records weren't lost, Rod. Did you know that the records weren't lost?
Yes.
Did you know that Dr. Steele received them in June of?
Okay, so he tries to say that the records were lost. I confront him on it, and in my opinion, he then says, "Yeah, I knew, right?" Which you just said that the records were lost. That she told people the records are lost, that they didn't have them. Well, I'm about to tell you that the records weren't lost and exactly who had them. So, listen up, guys. Here we go.
Of 2000 or September of 2005, and in that is where he would have known that muscular dystrophy was ruled out in 2000 and 2001, and he continued to chart it. He also lied on Lifetime Confessions about seeing those records, and he also lied about the records he was holding in his hand, because all of the ones that he was holding in his hand were from Children's, and I have those records, and he was the referring doctor to all of those specialists, Rod.
Yes, in our Patreon account where we put it on the actual level, public level. You don't have to pay for them anymore. Nothing like that. I put them out there because my goal here has always been for truth and getting it out to the public. The only reason I ever put them in Patreon on a paid level was because of, one, everybody was attacking me anytime I tried to put any type of actual proof out of anything. They would get them community guidelined. Two, I wanted to find a way to protect them from being just shown everywhere. So I did watermark them so that way we would know and recognize if they were ours or not. On top of that, I wanted to make sure that it was an easy place for you guys to come and see them. And so we placed the 204-page document from that Dr. Steele requested in June of 2025 or 2005. And then he received them, I believe, in September of 2005 in his files. Dr. Flasterstein also had these files and said he did not have these files. Dr. Lepichon, who actually It's GoodWivesNet, patreon.com/GoodWivesNet. Dr. Lepochon even stated that he did not have the prior history for him to be able to, pull any of that stuff. And I think that's really interesting because the referring doctor was Dr. Steele. Why would Dr. Steele not have sent those over? Why would he not have sent the medical history over when he was sending her to a specialist specifically for the erroneous things that he was trying to figure out, supposedly? I'm sorry, Dr. Steele. In my opinion, allegedly for entertainment and educational purposes only, I call bullshit, and I think you're a liar, and I think you're covering your ass. And you know what? The medical board should probably investigate a couple of you for fraud. Just saying. My opinion. Just saying. Yeah, there are thousands of medical records because, okay, I want you to understand that. Medical records, let me show you. This illustration should help you understand why there's thousands of them. Okay. So hang on. This is my box of gypsy shit. Let me grab just one of my folders. Okay. All right. This is one of my smaller folders, and I've taken a bunch out of it because I've been using them. But I want you to understand something. So look at this. Let me take this out, and I'm going to show you what we mean by thousands of documents. And I have thousands of documents. KJ just doesn't think I do. Okay, hold on. That's not a good one. Let me go back over here to this one. Okay, this is a perfect example right here. I don't have to show you anything specific. All right. Do you see the thickness of this? Can you guys see the thickness of this? Can you see how thick it is? Here, let me make myself bigger. Yeah, you can. You can access all the free records on Patreon. I don't know why you would be able to. It might be something in your Adobe settings. A couple people have had problems with it in the Adobe settings. So you might need to go in and try to figure out how, try a different browser to download it from. Okay, so here we go. This little thing right here. Hold on. Let me get up here. This is one. Take off my blur. None. Okay. Alrighty. Do I know Dr. Lepochon's? Hold on. Sorry, that was the hubby. I know, that was the hubby. I was talking to him. That's why you couldn't hear me. Okay, so this here is one document. Okay, this is one thing. She went to the hospital, and let me see what this one is for. Okay, this is the final. The patient is a 12-year-old displaced patient from New Orleans who is now settled in the Ozarks. She had some. Hold on. She is partially in New Orleans and wanted something more permanent for her hypersalivation. She has also had intermittent Eustachian tube dysfunction and some hearing loss, and has some new hearing aids. This is the physical exam. Okay, so this is what happens. This whole thing, if you can look, it charts it. It gives you the test results. It gives you the summary. It gives you all the printouts. Are you getting what I'm picking? Are you laying down? Are you picking up what I'm laying down? Okay. So that's why, yeah, there are thousands. Yes, I do have all the dental records. I have all her dental records. Yes, I do. And she lied. They lied. That's where chemo first was ever floated. It's the first time it was said. It was so she could get the angel flight across to Missouri, and then to be able to stay at the Hope Lodge, they have to have a doctor's note that says that they are currently receiving treatments for cancer, or that they are being seen in a follow-up for cancer. So what Deedee did is she couldn't get a doctor to say that. She knew she wouldn't be able to get a doctor to say that. So what she did was she got a dentist who specializes in teeth that have crumbled from chemotherapy, and told him that she had previous chemotherapy, and that was why her teeth were rotting. If he does not have her previous history, he's going to assume that that's true. Why would a mother lie about this? So he went and So he went and he said, okay, I will write this. I will write this. I will do this. And that's how they were able to convince to be able to stay at Hope Lodge. They never ever had her treated for any of this, and the only time it's listed in her actual medical records is 2 times. It begins originally with, it says that she had a blood disorder, okay? And that's it. That was originally the blood disorder, which could be true. A blood disorder could be something that is not cancerous, but is a blood disorder. And then a little bit later and that same year, a couple months later, for follow-up or whatever, she now says that it's full-blown cancer. Or I think it's leukemia is what she said. So she then says it's leukemia. So it still is a blood disorder to her. Now, do I believe she had leukemia? No. Do I believe that there's a possibility that she could have had leukemia and they're lying? Yes. Do I believe that she had seizures? I'm not sure. Do I believe that they could be lying about seizures? Sure. Do I believe she could have seizures because of what she had? Yep. Could she lie about those seizures? Most fucking definitely. Because everything she lies about is subject to opinion, for one. And on top of that, yeah, I'm kind of running empty, but I did sleep for a while, guys. This is because I am, this was really an important part for me. So I made the sacrifice today instead of resting all day to come and talk with you guys, because I wanted to be able to share this out instead of everybody else talking about it. It's been 5 years since I took the gypsy. So, there could be, I think that the cancer could have stemmed out of a doctor at one point in time, because she did have her platelets off at many times, which could indicate a blood disorder. I think that the word cancer might have been thrown out there at some point in time. And I do see Deedee as being highly hypochondriac, like a high hypochondriac. And so if she heard cancer might be cancerous, I think she heard my baby has cancer, and that's what she ran with. I really believe that the villain that they have painted Deedee out to be is just despicable. And I think she loved her daughter. I think she did everything to care for her daughter. I think she was trying to do anything and everything. Although I do believe she made a mistake by overindulging her and spoiling her and allowing her to have these types of tendencies go and they went unnoticed and unchecked. And I think that's the problem. And I think that's because Deedee was possibly in denial of mentally what her child really was, because what mother really wants to believe that their child wants to unalive them? I think from 2011 to 2015, Deedee lived in fear for her life. And I do believe that Gypsy just didn't want to take care of her anymore because she was declining in health. She said it. She could have lived to be 70. I didn't want to wait till then. So, I'm sure she is here. They all watch me. They watch everything I do. I'm sure Bree's in here, Brandy, Sarah, all of you. I'm sure you're all in here watching, and I'm so glad that you are, because maybe you'll get educated today, because you certainly have all been just as willfully ignorant as Mr. Blanchard. So, sit down, shut up, and freaking learn something if you're one of those people. Not my normal followers, just them. All right, let's keep going through this, because this is just the first part. We're 10 minutes in, so we're doing good here.
So I don't know about the doctor. I don't know if he lied or not. I'm not.
I do. That's the thing. I have these records, and what I'm saying, I have actual evidence and proof of. I'm not making these claims just to make these claims, Rod. I don't want anything bad to happen to you guys. I don't. I came to this story because I cared. And then your wife lied to me. Your daughter lied to me. And then they put a smear campaign together to discredit and defame me. And I'm sorry, that is when I became on the offensive. But truthfully, Rod, all I care about today is truth. I don't care about all the bullshit. I just want it to stop. And it has been coming from Gypsy since January of this year. She put out, let me finish, Rod, please. She put out a Facebook post asking everyone to deplatform me on every single platform to end my tyranny. I have never caused tyranny to you. I have never kept any type of ability for you to earn money. The contract you signed was solid. And I know that if we had gotten through the court case, we might have decided to pay you out for the things that we offered to pay you for in the first place, which I had no problem doing. But as far as anything else, Rod, my contract is extremely solid, and I did everything I said I was going to do, and I still am doing those things. This is not a witch hunt, Rod. I didn't mean to turn on your family like this and just be shitty. They turned on me, and they hurt me on purpose. And your wife has done that, and you're going to have to realize it. I can show you all of it.
As far as I know, Fancy, we had a 2-year option with you, life rights option for 2 years, right? And you were supposed to produce something in 2 years?
No, actually, no, it's not. Rod, no, it's not a 2-year option. Actually, it had a 2-year option for the very first project, which we completed the podcast in the 2-year period. Any additional projects that we made past that, you had an additional clause in there that you would be paid out at a lesser fee for the additional projects, including books, podcasts, media, anything that we made after that, you had an additional payout. The only reason we never paid you out is because your wife made it so my podcast could not be monetized, could not be earning money. Otherwise, we would have paid you for the viable project. Your wife also offered to come onto that project, and she told me the reason that she could not be interviewed on that podcast was because you told her not to. I have those screenshots. She also went to Natasha Cooper and told Natasha Cooper that I cheated on my husband in California while I was out there pitching the project.
Sorry, guys. I'm a rather popular person. It happens. So if I go like that, that's what happens. Okay, let's keep going here because, project that I did not pitch the project and I contracted an STD. She is the one who did that. I have the screenshots of that as well. Rod, I'm not lying. She has done these things, and I think you are offshore way too often that you don't know what your daughter and your wife are doing. I'm not mad at you at all. I don't believe you've done this. I believe your daughter and your wife has, because I believe they're covering up the motive for Gypsy unaliving Deedee. I'm sorry. I do believe this. Okay, so I've got to explain that. So, all right. So back when this first happened, the split between me and Christie and Gypsy, the first thing that happened is I released the interrogation video. Gypsy freaked out. Then she tried to blame it on me ruining her relationship with Ken because it went public because Ken's a douche nozzle and he fucking put his name out there everywhere. And then Miss Rose wrote a letter to her close supporters, every fucking person, Tom, Dick, Harry, Michelle, or Jenny, that wrote her about how Ken was her fiance and she just loved him so much. But it was my fault that it got out there in the media. It's my fault. No, what they were really mad about is I was the very first person to have the interrogation video of hers in entirety, and I was the first person to put it out. I even scooped Crime for Dummies because Michelle had contacted me and asked me if I knew that it was in Greene County, and I said, yeah, I just got it because A&E gave it to me. So I put it out. My daughter was in the hospital a couple days after that. She was having my daughter has pseudotumor cerebri, and it means that it creates like water on the brain, and they have to go in and do an epidural. So she was having a spinal tap done. At the time that all this was happening, Christie was actually messaging Emily and telling her she hopes she's safe and everything, while she's on a live with Natasha Cooper talking about how I'll get the STD just to give me, okay? Talking about how I forged documents to get that. And I told her, I begged her, I said, not today, please not today, Christie. My daughter's in the hospital. You know my daughter's in the hospital, one mother to another. Please don't do this. My daughter even called her from the hospital. I'm sorry, not from the hospital. We brought my daughter home after all that debacle where I wasn't able to be with her. I said, all I want to do is be with my daughter right now. Can you please leave me the fuck alone? And they wouldn't. So I went home. I took my daughter home. We found out that she was leaking from her spine. We had to go back in and do a second one with another patch. She had to have 2 patches. In this period of time, when we're in the car, my daughter's vomiting, everything else. My daughter then had to go ahead and message Christie and beg her to stop. So that was the end of my relationship with all of them at that exact moment. Now, Christie continued to keep coming back around. She said it was a misunderstanding, blah, blah, blah. She felt so bad. And I still continued to tell her I didn't want to work with her anymore. But I was willing to put together a deal for her to continue to be paid for the project because she had done so much work. So when we came out with the podcast, I did not know that when all of the Natasha and her, her group of people, and it was not all Natasha. In fact, it was many people that were just trying to impress Natasha or, Gypsy or Christie because they wanted to be special and relevant when they weren't. But they did all of these things. They created massive amounts of Facebook groups to bully and harass me. So when I went to California to pitch this project, I was staying with a friend of mine and his roommate, and his roommate didn't like that I was on the phone so much. So she basically had him throw me out in the middle of the morning, and I had nowhere to go. I was on I'd already planned different things. I was supposed to go to another house, in a couple of days because I was staying for an extended period of time. I don't know what I don't know. I don't want to talk about my daughters, all that stuff right now. That's her story to tell, not mine. But it's just part of this right here. So then when that happened, the team rallied around me and they helped me get an Airbnb for the 2 days that I was not able to go to my other friend's house because they were out of town. So I stayed there, and then I went and stayed with a friend, and some really crazy stuff was happening in their house. And my other friend came and picked me up, and she's like, "Hey, I don't want you to stay here. This is not good. I want you to come stay with us. We've missed you anyway. We've not seen you in a long time. The kids love to see you. You come stay with us, and I'll take you to the airport when you have to go. You can stay with us the rest of the time. You don't have to worry about going anywhere else." And I said, "Yes, thank you. I'd appreciate that." So I went and stayed with her, and in the middle of the night, she came in, and she had run out of toilet paper in the middle of the night, and she handed me a napkin that had ink on it. And I am very sensitive, and at the time my diabetes was horribly out of control. We had just found out that I was diabetic. Things were going crazy for me, and I contracted a yeast infection like I've never, ever contracted in my entire life. It went on for weeks. I couldn't walk. We had to do several different treatments. They even considered putting me in the hospital because what they needed to do was get my sugar under control. So Christie Blanchard and Dawn Boker, who was on the phone with me when all this happened, and she made some outlandish claims of shit I did while she was on the phone. Disgusting woman. She went to Natasha Cooper. There was a group chat between Dawn Boker, another party who I'm not going to mention because she didn't do anything wrong in my opinion, Victoria, who was the person who did the MJ Pack podcast with her. Who is messaging me? Hang on a second. Okay. They're showing me that I'm on a different channel. Okay. So they all got together and they discussed my lady parts. They talked about it being crabs. They talked about all kinds of different things. They talked about how was I able to get an STD and have all these people when, she couldn't even get a man. And I mean, it was disgusting. And then Christie Blanchard decides, and she tried to blame this on Boker. She tells them that she is going to tell Natasha Cooper all about my nastiness. She tells Natasha Cooper that I cheated on my husband, that I contracted an STD, and Natasha goes live with that. And then they proceeded to make all kinds of freaking pages. One was called Fancy's Hoo Ha Cookie Club. One was called Free Craig. They had a parody page for By Proxy, and it just continued on and on and on and on. I did not know this when we recorded the 2019 podcast, and Christie had reached out to me, and she wanted to be, she was wanting to tell me that we were doing a good job, and I asked her if she wanted to participate. She said she'd do the interview, and she put me off, and she put me off, and she put me off, and I know why now. That's when she also asked me to drop the FBI case that was looking into the bullying and the stalking and the absolute absurdity of what was going on. I did, because she told me she would help us call a truce between me and the bullies, and she could make that happen. And so I dropped the FBI case and I stopped going at her. I called a truce, and this is where KJ eventually comes in. I called a truce with them. Christie made a public statement saying that she thought that the project was great. She really appreciated it. I am cordial with Natasha. I would say that we're colleagues. I can't say that we're friends. I don't speak to her on a regular basis, and I don't, curl my hair with her, but I have a respect for her, and she has a respect for me. And in this matter, we are both just trying to get the factual evidence out there, despite how we may or may not interpret different pieces of that factual evidence. So going back though, I don't know exactly. I thought it was 2 years, but now that I'm looking back through conversations and things, Mac, I'm going to bring you back up just so you're here to help me out and mod and everything. I then found out from Dawn Boker. Dawn came to me, and this all centers around the medical records. So Natasha's who put the medical records out. Christie tried to lie about giving them to her over and over again. I caught her in those lies. I sent her proof of those lies, and she still continued to try to lie to me about what she had done. So then I find out from Boker, who she was trying to actually set up, that Boker stole this information out of my drive, and that she's the one who gave it to Natasha. When I was able to go in and look at my records to see whether or not Dawn had actually accessed the records in any time that I felt that would have been a period of time where she would have been able to give them to Natasha, that was untrue. And then they sent me the screenshots of the conversation that they had in that group of 4 women. I saw those. I took them to Christie. I confronted her. She tried to again throw it onto Boker, and she did not come clean until I had the screenshot smacking her in the face of her saying not only did they discuss it, but also that she is the one who originally contacted Natasha Cooper herself, and she is the one who gave her this information, which then launched a 5-year now, or 8 years. It's been a 6, 7, 8 year struggle with them. And that was when the height of it started, was because of this. And so then I found this out. Christie tried to backpedal. And then her last thing is that she was mad because we had released the interrogation video. She wasn't thinking that it could hurt me, destroy my life, could possibly have caused my husband to have a psychotic break, since she knew he had mental health problems. And I could have ended up being the next freaking true crime story because of her lies. She didn't care. She didn't apologize. She didn't take any accountability for it. She basically said, yeah, it happened. I did it. I've moved on. That's her exact words. I've moved on. Well, I'm so glad that you've moved on from your, as Rod likes to call it, bad behavior. But I sure as fuck hadn't. And I have proof of all of this. Every single thing I just said has been proven over and over again for years on Facebook, on my Patreon. I have it up all over the place. I have all of this. Oh, I don't know why they didn't want the interrogation video shown, but they went to KJ and they said it straight up. Oh, well, we didn't mind that Nicholas's interrogation was out there, but when she released Gypsies, we were livid. Wow, Mac, what does that say to you?
I'm sorry, I was reading the chat.
Okay, well, Christie Blanchard told KJ, Katie Joy, that, I've tried. It's very expensive to sue them. There's a $20,000 retainer just to talk to a lawyer about defamation suits in my state. just so you know. I've talked to several of them. That's why I was hoping we would actually get through the court case in Missouri, to be honest with you, so that I could go ahead, countersue them, and place all of this into evidence. But I didn't get that chance. The judge threw it out. Okay, my question to you, Mac, was why would they go to KJ and tell her that they didn't mind that Nicholas's interrogation in its entirety had been out there for years, but they were very upset with me for releasing hers?
What was the last part?
They were mad at me for releasing hers.
For releasing gypsies?
Yes. Yes, Nick's had been out for years. They didn't care about that, they told her.
Gypsy's interrogation told us everything we needed to know about her.
Right. So what does it say? That they were okay with Nicholas's being out there for years and years and years and years, but not hers. The second I put hers out, then what? Then what?
Everything changed.
Everything changed.
Everything changed.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
You were the one who silenced.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, Matt, can you drop out and come back because they're echoing? Yeah. Okay. Just come back. All right. Okay. So let's get through the rest of this here.
With my whole heart, and I have evidence to prove that it's true.
Well, you have your evidence, Fancy, argue your case. I'm not saying that you don't have some valid proof.
Oh, I love that. So I basically just told him what his wife did, and you know what he says? Well, if you've got evidence, Fancy, I mean, you make some valid points. What the fuck does that even mean, Rod? What the fuck does that even mean? I'd really like to know what that means. Because I sure as shit don't know what it means. You guys know what it means? Because I don't know what that means. Do you, Mac?
Am I echoing now?
I don't know. Let's see.
I can go on StreamYard too.
He gave me points and credit. Kim, what he did was skirt the fact that I just told him that his wife was the responsible for releasing that I had a STD and an extramarital affair when none of it was true, and she caused all of my stalking. And what does he say? Well, Fancy, if you got evidence, I mean, you make some valid points. No, fuck you, Rod. What the fuck does that mean? Right, he's placating me. He just skirted the issue like they always skirt the issue. Yeah, Mac, I guess you're going to have to stay down. I don't know why it's doing this. It's probably because it's been interrupted a couple of times. You can stay in the chat, so help me out there. He acts like that's normal behavior. Exactly. Exactly. He acts like it's normal behavior. And if you point out that her supporters, that they have a temper tantrum. Exactly. Exactly. Exactly.
The information that
Absolutely. Thank you.
is I'm hearing, or from what I understand, or what I believe, is we had a 2-year contract with you. It didn't work out. We felt you were unprofessional. You were having drama with other people online. Like, people don't do that.
Because your wife created that drama. She created all the drama with Natasha Cooper, and that is who it was originally causing all the problems with me, Rod. She created that. She went to Natasha. She asked her to do the things she did. She helped them find the things to use against me that were untrue and helped them promote those. She told Natasha Cooper that I had done all these different things where I cheated on my husband, all that. Those are in text messages to me, to Natasha, and your wife admitted to doing it. Rod, I'm telling you, I'm not crazy. I know what I'm talking about. And if you'd like to sit down and discuss it, I will be happy to do so with you and your lawyer only. I do not want Christie involved. I do not want your daughter involved. I will sit down with the contract. We'll go over it. We'll talk about that. And I'm willing to negotiate this with you. All I want is the truth, Rod. It's what I told you when I sat on your back porch. The good, the bad, the ugly. And I told you both that I would know if you were lying. And when I found out that your wife was lying and your daughter was lying on several things, I could no longer ethically work with you, and I cut ties. Then your wife proceeded to contact Natasha Cooper for the sole purpose of defaming and discrediting me, harassing and stalking me. We went to the FBI, and your wife was who asked us to drop the FBI case.
Okay, you're going way into too many details there.
Oh, okay, wait.
I'm telling you the truth.
What did he do right there? What did he do right there? Can you answer that, Mac? What did he just do right there?
Completely reflected what you just said.
Yep. Oh, you're going way too into the details, Fancy. Yeah, you don't like the details, but you know what Jen Ward said, or Jen Lou said earlier? The devil is in the details with true crime. That's the thing.
Yep, always.
He just literally evaded what I said and said, oh, well, you're getting too deep for me, Fancy. I don't want to be questioned on what my wife fucking did to you to destroy your fucking life.
That's what I said. He chooses to be in the dark.
Lily, when we get through all of these things, then yes, I will let you guys come up. And when I get done with this one, there's just a few more minutes of this one. I'll let you guys come up and talk on the panel, and then we'll play the next one. We've got 2 more to go. So, okay. I'm sorry it's been such a long
I'm
ride.
trying to avoid all of this drama with all this online stuff.
Then Ash, Rod, I didn't talk about your.
Can also be echoing from their audio. Their audio is bad. I don't hear Mac echoing. I think it's the audio of the audio. I don't know. No, that's their echo. Yeah, that's not Amy. That's their echo. That is their echo. It was echoing horribly. We had a connection error that night. I don't think that it's her, but I mean, if not, you're going to have a hard time hearing him anyway. So I don't know.
Your family for over 5 years. I came out in December when the Banfield show turned me down turned me down. No, here's what happened with the Banfield show, sir. The Banfield show reached out to me. I spoke with them. I told them I was not likely the person that they wanted to speak with because I no longer worked with the Blanchard family, and I did not think, and I would not participate in anything that the Blanchard family was working on. So they asked me why. And I had a very, very frank conversation, and they asked me exactly what I wanted to say about Gypsy. And my quote was, I think that she's a very dangerous and very Banfield show, to tell them that if they spoke with me in any capacity, she would never.
Okay, so somehow that glitched out. What I said was, I said that that I believe that Gypsy is a very dangerous, very dark, something along the lines of she has mental health issues and she's in denial. I can't remember exactly, but basically I said, and she's doing exactly what her mama taught her to do. That's kind of wrong. I said, I think I remember it. Let me think about it again for a minute. I said, I think that Gypsy is deranged, a very disturbed girl who needs a lot of help, and her family refuses to do so. She's very manipulative, and she is doing exactly what her mama taught her to do. That's kind of along the lines of what I said. And that's when the Banfield show decided that they wanted to send me a camera crew. And then I told one TikToker named Jessica Country Dentures, bitch, and she went to Christie because she wanted to be important. Then she tried to blackmail me from saying her name, that she did it, telling me she would release my horrible criminal record with a felony on it. I said, ma'am, I don't have a felony, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And don't fucking come in here and try to blackmail my ass. Thank you very much. I'll say whatever name I want to say. You involved yourself. You have put your name out there all over the place. You are the one who threatened me and Christina back in 2018, 2019 on a video telling us to come to freaking Tennessee so you could do what you needed to do with us. Yeah, Dawn Cuttingboard played that one too, when she decided that I needed to have a face-to-face with her. What the fuck would I need a face-to-face with you, lady? Get the fuck out of here. But I digress. I cannot believe he did this here. Wow. Just
ever go on there again. She admitted to this and showed the email in a live with Brandy Jolly and Tori Johnson that Dawn Brown was in, and your wife was in the chat at the time.
And Jean Duffy and Sandra Kuznick were both in there as well, taking responsibility for the fact that they were the ones who set up the pages to bully and harass me, that it was not Christie. And I said, it does not matter. Christie was the one who gave you the information for you to do so. You took that information from Christie Blanchard and you used that to stalk, harass, and bully me for years.
Fine. So I went public with that. After that, you're
okay. So, and I said, so I went public with that. That meant I went public with, hey, Mac, she's over here now, guys, so you can hear her.
Yeah.
and it doesn't echo. I went public with my Banfield story. That's how I came to TikTok. I was mad. I was pissed off. I had just built TikTok to enough. And at the time, I think I had 200 followers. It was back when you could do 200 followers and you could just automatically go live. And then, you know, if you wanted to join anyone else's panel, you had to have 1,000. But back then, that was what I needed. So I hit the live button. I came to TikTok, and here we are today. And it was all because they silenced me again. They violated my First Amendment right again. And they threatened a news station again if they covered a story that they did not want them to cover, that they would no longer ever have them on there. They would never be on there again for the Banfield show. They'd never get another interview. And you want to tell me how it's not First Amendment rights? Anyone? No.
It's
Yeah.
absolutely First Amendment's right. All they're doing is trying to shut you up.
And they're hiding it behind a contract law.
And they're hiding it behind, yes.
You're hiding it behind
100%.
contract law. That's exactly what they're doing.
Yep.
They're trying to say that all of this is because I didn't fulfill my contract when I absolutely fucking did. And on top of that, I was under no obligation to do so, nor was I under any obligation to actually return any fucking thing they gave me. They signed it. And I say it in the video here later. I said, maybe you should have had a better lawyer than Mike fucking Stanfield. He's pretty shitty.
Right. And I want to say that, you know, Rod's the one who came into that live.
Who's that?
Rod knew that
God.
he was coming in to talk to you. So if he wanted to sit there without the facts in front of him and look like a complete idiot, that's on him. That's not on you. Nope. So whoever's in here that wants to say things and be like, well, Fancy's not, I can't hear Rod. First of all, he was mumbling, or I don't know, muffled. You could barely hear him.
I think he was muffling on purpose, to be honest with you. And then I think that it was hard that he was outside as well. I think he kept putting his finger. Oh, I got flagged for harassment and bullying. Oh, nice. Thanks, guys. Who was in here? Who did it?
Yeah.
You want to raise your hand? Can you say, hey, I'm Bree, or is it Brandy, or is it Sarah, or maybe it's Sarah Jane from the UK? Raise your hand. Let me know. And let me say hi to you. Hi.
They hide behind their screens. They hide behind their keyboards. Anytime you start getting close to the truth or any kind of, you know, go get her. Let's go get her.
Hold on. Who is in the chat that we need another mod? Okay. Hold on. No, I'm not restarting the live. I don't do that game. I don't care. There's already 618 people in here. You just keep tapping and sharing. I don't give a shit if it's on the FY page or not.
Right.
Let's see. I know there are people in here that are friendly. I need you guys that are contacted. No, if I don't know you, I don't want you to do it.
Chris, there's somebody named Chris that said talk to me, but I couldn't.
Yes. Chris, if you're still in here, could you speak up and I'll make you a mod, please? Hold on, I'm waiting. No. I just don't want to. Oh, there she is. That is her. Okay, fantastic. Yeah. There we go. All right, we've got her.
Chris.
Thank you, Chris, for helping out. It's okay. It's not about that. We've had problems before, Sparky, before with not knowing who people are under names, so it's kind of hard. So I'm going to bring up guests while we talk about this. But yes, Mac, please continue what you were saying there.
Who, me?
Yeah, you were talking about Rod and how he was
very unprepared, and it's like you cannot come in on somebody else's live. Yeah, you were on somebody else's live, but you were called to go to somebody else's live, and then Rod sees you up there. Oh, I want to talk to her, whatever the case may be, and then he comes up, and it's like I don't know what he thought he was going to do, because you got the facts. It's like, does he not know who you are? Like, you come in with the facts. Hang on.
Like, how am I going to tell you backwards and forwards this case when it's yours and your daughter's case? You sat in Mike Stanfield's office. He supposedly showed you everything. So how the fuck do I know more?
That's exactly right. It's
not up for debate what I fucking know. I will show you everything that shows you what I know. If I say it's in the medical documents, it's because it's in the medical documents.
Yeah, he buries his head. He chooses to bury his head.
Right.
He does.
I'm sorry, Sandy. You're going to have to get caught up. It's way too much to explain right now. And I know I'm lagging. My phone is is got a
Yeah.
problem.
She could probably
Which
catch
is
up on
the
the
other ladies were
rewatch.
aggressive to him too. Exactly. So how are they going to call me abusive to him? And then they ended up being just as confrontational with him. And I think that's the word Jen Liu said, and I believe that's what it was. I was not bullying him. I was not harassing him. I was not abusing him. However, I was poignantly and confidently walking him through what I knew, and he was trying to fucking avoid it. That's the difference. I was confrontational. I was questioning. I was doing what any fucking reporter should have done from the
It was
goddamn
actually,
beginning.
you did an excellent job. You did an excellent job. We
Thank
can't
you.
help that he wasn't prepared. We can't help that he didn't have the things that he should have in front of him. We can't help that he had to look up something on Munchausen by proxy. No, he should
Right.
know this stuff.
You should
He
know
should
this
know
stuff.
it
It's many
forward and
years.
backward.
Educate
This is your
yourself.
daughter. You should know it
And
forwards
here,
and backward.
Kimberly is right. He was defending himself about him not leaving the house. That's why he got on. Was that ever even, what does that even fancy who said that? No, it wasn't my who said that. In fact,
Nope.
I had said all day long, I was not sure. I did not have confirmation that there were reports coming in that it was a pre-recorded video, but that there still was questions. I had not said any of that. In fact, all I ever questioned was why is he bothering to address this now?
Right.
What the fuck? And then
Yeah, I
he
didn't
brings
understand.
fucking Katrina to somehow make Christie seem like a better person because she searched for her in Christina.
Right.
What?
And showing Gypsy laying in bed. What was the point of that? We know she's lazy.
Oh yeah. How
we know that.
Well, they were trying to show that she wasn't arrested.
Right. Right.
How the hell?
Why wasn't she arrested?
Your life and your family makes no sense. Exactly. Oh, Amy. Okay. Oh, Amy. Hello. Hello.
What? I can't see it.
No, different Amy.
Oh.
It's our other Amy.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
It's the other Amy. Hi, Amy. What'd you say? I'd like to have a conversation with Rod. Yeah. Yeah.
Fancy
What did
real
you think
quick.
of it? The way he was coming off on that line, even though I didn't get it I don't know what's going on. I don't know how. Hold on. Let me see if I can mute myself. Okay, I can mute myself. So here, see if that will allow you to speak. Try talking. Okay. I didn't catch the whole live. I see big bits and pieces of it. I don't know if he's following, if he can see this or any of them. Ron, as you as a father, you're not a father. You might have been a part-time father for Mia and Dylan, but for Gypsy, you was never there. But this is the thing that you're not looking at, Rod. She's coming on here making a fool of you, the whole family, with her stepmom. Christie is just as bad, and you guys is making money off of her mother, which was unalive by Gypsy, and Nick is in prison for this, but you guys keep going to Lifetime and making a fool. She's not advocating for nobody that's been abused. She's advocating for her crazy life, jumping from one man to another. And you've got to look about people on the outside looking at this. This is how I take it. You have your 33-year-old daughter out here.
We lost sound on her. Are you hearing me, Fancy? Are we froze? Okay, well, hopefully she'll be right back. Can you guys hear me? Okay, okay. She should be joining back very soon. So what do you guys think? Do you guys think Rod is just in complete denial? Do you think he purposely doesn't want to know the truth about her? Okay, one sec. I'm going to let her know. Right. I agree. I think he's willfully ignorant. What do they say? Denial ain't just a river in Egypt. He's in very, very, very strong denial. There's Nancy.
Like I said, there's younger generations that are watching it.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
And
yeah.
These kids just
Yep,
don't
Jody.
see. If you've seen everybody throwing all the kids to them, I mean, look, you guys are, some of you guys are just not got brain cells anymore to think it's okay to keep throwing money to these people. And you guys are making money off of her mother. She might not have been the best mother in the world, but half of us don't have the best parents in the world.
Right.
We didn't go out and unalive our mother at the age of 23 years old because we didn't want to deal with her no more. Because we know the gig was up, that she wasn't going to get her free trips and all this free money, because it was all about boys, and having more of, you know.
Yeah,
I ain't
yeah.
saying the word on
No, I know,
getting
I know.
in trouble. But now, for them to say, well, you guys are in the middle of
Yeah. Hey, Amy, I'm gonna restart the live because everybody's just saying it's just horrible. So
Okay.
that the StreamYard's gonna stay up, but I'm gonna restart this TikTok live so you guys can come back up. But I mean, everything you've said here is 100%. Yeah, you're right. You're spot on. Spot on.
Yep. I mean, everybody else can see it, right?
Exactly. Okay. So let me do that. Wow. I mean, that was a great live just to even what we did so far.
That was awesome.
We'll get back up again. Yeah, I know that people in the chat, they always come in to sabotage it because they're jerks.
Yeah. Right.
Because they're jerks.
Yeah,
There's no other explanation. They're jerks.
Yeah.
They're just all jerks.
Nothing new.
They're just all jerks.
They have big balls when they're behind a keyboard. That's it.
Yep. All right, guys, if you're joining us on TikTok again, please tap and like and share. Let's get the room back open again. Let's see if I bring up, I'll just bring up the first person that requested, so that way to see if it's still echoing. Hi, Kim. Can you turn your TV down in the background, please? It's echoing. That's okay. That's okay.
I've never done this before. Thank you so much, Mr. Okay, is that better?
Yes, ma'am. And do we have an echo, guys? Is everything okay? Yes, ma'am. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, it's yes, you can talk now, sir. Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Okay, I was in that live last night, even before Ron came on the first time.
Oh, fantastic, because I didn't get to see all of that.
Yeah, I was in the live way before Rod even came in on the first time.
Right.
Came in to try to debunk her from telling lies.
Yes.
And it wasn't even her that initially started that
right
so-called rumor.
Right.
It's just he tried to come in there to debunk it, but he didn't bring proof. He yammered back and forth about it. But
yep, Bridget.
Time to speak. You even muted for a while.
I did. I tried every which way. I made pauses and then he wouldn't answer. So I was like, well, fuck, I'm not just going to sit here with dead air. I'm going to keep moving on. Obviously, he has nothing to say about that. So fine. I'll just move on to the next thing that he wants.
He wasn't prepared. He wasn't prepared.
He wasn't prepared.
And let me tell you
He should
something.
have been prepared. It's his fucking life. How is he? He tells me, ma'am, I lived this. Well, clearly you didn't because you know nothing about it.
I think he's on. I think they treat Ron and the need to be.
I agree. Oh, you hit it right there. You hit it right there.
Yep.
Right.
He needs to actually know. He doesn't have the time to sit down and read all this stuff. And
No.
have the knowledge to
No.
probably do that.
Right.
Because he does take care of, he is the only, well, not anymore, sole winner in the house.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Fancy.
Yeah.
Can you just repeat whoever's on? Can you repeat their question to the people on YouTube? And that I think we might solve that problem that they can't hear.
I don't know if Hey, sweetheart, did you say a question or were you just making your statements? Because they're asking what you're saying, and they want me to recap, but I don't know exactly how we got started with your question. You've made good points. I just don't know what you originally started with.
Okay, I do have one question.
Okay.
Somebody came at me the other day when everyone keeps saying, "Oh, we need to take it back to
Right.
court."
Right.
Everyone keeps saying double jeopardy, and we know that. But somebody came at me the other day about something called dual sovereignty.
Okay.
That a judge can take her back to court for those crimes, but
No.
I've done a little research, and it sounds right.
No.
Has anybody else looked into that?
No. That's not going to work in this current situation. That's for a very, I think that's for a very specific type of case. I would have to look at it more, but in this instance, she was given a plea deal. She agreed to that plea deal. She fulfilled the requirements of being in prison, and she cannot be tried for that again. It does not mean she can't be tried for anything. She just simply can't be tried for that. There's lots of things she can go back to jail for.
Thank you, because I couldn't come at her with a comeback because I'd never heard of it.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to know if anybody else had heard of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay, I'm gonna drop.
I was there the whole time.
For
both of them.
Wow. Well, that's great. Okay, so I'm gonna drop you down. I'm gonna let Amy talk.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Amy, you just got to talk, so let's leave Paige talk real quick because she's been itching, and then I'll get to you again, Amy. What did you have to say, Leah? Or Leah Paige?
I'm so sorry. Okay, so I'm from South Louisiana, right?
Okay.
I think maybe people give Rod more credit than where credit's due, right? So it's kind of, Texas likes to say it's a whole nother country, but obviously you came here, you saw we are a whole nother country,
Yeah.
Men a lot of times only have 8th grade educations because they're immediately sent either to the plant or offshore. I think that he is just old school, and what Christie says is what goes.
Right.
Like I said, I'm not trying to be like, my heart kind of goes out for him because I feel like he just doesn't know that he has been with a manipulative woman.
Right.
I think that maybe the situation with Gypsy and why he wasn't as involved in her life probably had a lot to do with Christie. Like, let's be honest. I know that Deedee took her off or whatever after Hurricane Katrina, but a lot of our families were gone and displaced and everything else. And also, he did advocate, but he just is going off of, as long as I'm providing for her, then I'm a good father. And that's how people are raised here. And him not understanding everything, I don't know. I just feel like he really is just kind of ignorant to everything. Even now, I don't feel like he's invested enough. I feel bad for Rod. I actually kind of like him. There's something likable about him. But it's as shady as fuck. I agree. I think she is.
Yeah.
And I think that he saw Rod as a meal ticket. And she latched one to him, got pregnant, and she was like, okay, so this is who's going to pay my bills and have this baby and whatever.
Sure.
Solidified it, and she knew that she could control and manipulate him. I think it's odd that I just think it's very shady and odd that she went away to break up the marriage between her and Ryan. I mean, because she did. It's obvious that she set out to do that. Because it's so inappropriate to tell her what her ex is saying. And another thing, why send your daughter that you love, but she claims to love Gypsy and looking after her?
Right.
Why send her back
Right.
to Ken, who left her in the first place?
Exactly, and broke her heart and destroyed her, right? And supposedly left her for another man, and all the stories that were coming back then. And it's just absolutely ludicrous. All right, ladies, I
just think that she's proven to be very, very shady.
Yes.
I don't trust her.
Yep.
She's got a three.
Right.
It was spot on. I should have told her this, and I truly believe, and I verify this, and there's 2 points to this I want to make. One point is that I think it would have happened anyway, she would have cheated on Ryan and gone back to Ken. And just literally like it does in all marriages, when one person decides that they don't want to be in that marriage anymore, and they go back to their ex, and they go on stage. You didn't think that it was staged? I mean, I really feel like it was staged.
Oh God, yes. I felt like it was absolutely staged. There's nothing truthful about any of that.
No, nothing.
Was maybe with the phone calls and saying all of that stuff was to try to make it kind of look like or take the heat off of some of Gypsy, because Gypsy was already talking to him. I mean, it's come on now. Gypsy was talking to him the whole damn time. Let's be realistic about it.
Yeah. Okay, I don't.
I always wanted to say this on a live. The main point I want to make is I truly believe, and I will stand by this to the day I die, when Gypsy was released from prison, she should have gone underground.
100%.
Because she had a lot of lost time, because you can't have quality time with the father
Right.
when you're in prison. She should have gone underground, got private for a while, got a private place to be out in the free world, got therapy, grown up, matured, got mental health, and then maybe possibly after that, after quite some time, which I would feel should have been about a year or two, then maybe decide to do a documentary, then maybe do some press release. But she had a group of people.
Why won't it let me hide this? There we go. Damn it.
You can make money. You can make money. This is the time. It's hot. Your story's going to be one. Everybody's going to want to know your story. You want to get out there and strike while the iron's hot. And she thought, cash cow. I can make money now rather than wait a year or two. She should have done it, and she's not harmed herself, because then she's gone out and she's done it. I mean, 6 months, 7 months she's been out of prison, and she's already done all this press release. She's done documentaries, releasing a book, and she's already left her husband, gone back to the ex, and got knocked up.
Yeah.
I mean, what the fuck? And
Yeah.
She doesn't realize that people know what she's doing. Of course she's a liar and a manipulator. She learned from the best. And
Right.
She's on herself.
Yeah.
She knows people know she's lying through a fucking ass.
Sure. Okay. Well, okay. I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm running out of time here, and I still have 2 more clips to get through. I know Amy, so I'm going to drop you guys down, except for Amy, because she's been waiting patiently to finish what she was saying. No problem. Thank you very much. Thank you, Leah, as well. I appreciate you. Okay, Amy, you can unmute and talk real quick, please, babe.
Okay, now, here's the thing about Ron, y'all. I'm not going to say that he don't know what's going on, whatever. If you think back, because I remember when Gypsy was, when she got that house for half, they was doing press conference and showing where they was getting their free house and all that.
Right.
Does people not realize that? Because I remember that. And then all the country singers coming to her and taking pictures and writing her checks. I've seen that before the even unaliving of her mother. If Rod wanted to find her so bad, he could have seen what we were seeing, where she was being pounced around for.
Well, he brings that up. He brought that up in the clip about how he drove to the Tennessee border, and then Deedee went missing in action, and he turned around. What logical explanation is that? Oh, I don't know where my disabled daughter is. My wife, my ex-wife, who is always a pain in the ass and doesn't let me see her, supposedly, is dodging me. In what realm does a father not go, you know what? I'm tired of this, and I'm going to go find out exactly what the fuck is going on. I want to talk to the doctors. I want to see my child. I want to know what's happening. And if you're dodging me, what the fuck are you doing? If not that, why wouldn't he be like, oh my God, I'm so concerned. Where are they? They're both disabled. They're missing. They're not answering my phone calls. What possible reason would you have for turning your fucking car around and going home?
Because Christie is the evil stepmother and didn't want him being a part of the other kids' lives.
Amen.
Didn't come from her.
Right.
Facts.
And she was the one who
Facts.
she's the one who convinced him to go home. She told me. She said that Mia was crying because she didn't think she was going to get to see her sister again. Well, then if that's the case, wouldn't you think driving further towards her sister would be the logical thing to do instead of, oh, you know what, Rod, I just can't put our children through this anymore. I'm not going to do it anymore. I want to go home. We are not going there, and we will never be going there again because I am tired of this. That is what she told me. She told me that.
Because she didn't want Gypsy in her life. And she wanted it just being her, Rod, and her two kids. The only reason Gypsy's there now is because of the money.
Right.
And Rod's eyes isn't closed. He just allows Christie to wear the pants in the family instead of him being the man of the house and wearing the pants. He don't wear the pants. Because fathers like that, when we was growing up in the 70s, 80s, 90s, the father wore the pants, not the mothers.
Right.
So I wish I could have been on that live last night because he don't understand what they are doing. That it's gonna. If they don't think somebody's kids is watching this, you got a rude awakening. So you better be paying attention to what your kids are watching because they think this woman got away with unaliving her mother and making all this money.
Exactly. All right. Well, I'm going to play this next clip, baby, so we get it through it. But thank you. I think you made a very, very important thought. And by the way, if you guys are making, shitty comments, you're just going to be taken out. So you're not serving a purpose here.
No,
So just
not
why don't
really.
you stop?
Yeah.
Listen, just go on. If this isn't the channel
Just
for
move
you,
on.
it's not the channel for you. Don't come in here and harass me
Right.
or my panelists again. And then you want to sit here and say, I'm yelling at you guys. No, I'm not yelling at my followers. I love you guys. But for those of you that are just coming in here and saying shitty shit to me, like we're obsessed, we're this, we're that, you know what? I'm just going to block you. So please stop because you just tried to banana me and it's not working because I'm going to be on YouTube regardless. So you're not going to shut me up. It's never going to happen. You're not. Okay.
No.
You're just not.
No.
You're not.
And if you're not their cup of tea, well, then go somewhere else and drink
I
tea.
won't be bought off. I won't be intimidated. I won't be bullied. I won't be out of fear. I won't stop because no, I'm sorry. Nope. And no. Okay. So let's play this next one.
Right. Okay.
All right, here we go. Oh, I'm not sharing yet. Hold on. I'm not sharing because I don't do daily lives. I don't do daily lives. We have been doing daily lives because right now myself and Ryan Lee and Natasha Cooper regardless of what the evidence is and how we interpret that evidence, we are all on a quest for truth and putting it out. We're tired. We're done. We're tired of being bullied and harassed and misinformed and told that the way that we feel about this family is wrong. We're tired.
And we want Nick to have a fair trial. Fair trial for Nick. Right.
Go ahead.
Nick needs a fair trial.
And Nick needs a fair trial.
That's another big reason why I'm in this because I really believe he was railroaded from top to bottom. Top to bottom. This kid didn't stand a chance from the get-go, and she knew it.
Yep, exactly. All righty, so let's play this next clip. This was a good live.
The smear campaign against me went after several different people, filed complaints at the licensing board with Colleen for even just looking at the files. It has gone on and on, Rod. I'm not the one who needs to stop. It is your family and the people that associate with your family that need to stop so that I can do my job and tell the truth. That's it. I don't put out stuff I can't prove, Rod. I don't. I'm willing to sit down with you. Do you want to do that?
He says nothing.
No response.
Nope.
Not really fancy, honestly.
Not really fancy. That's the answer.
Well-
I'm willing to sit down with you. I'm willing to talk all this out. I'm willing to put it together. I'm willing to continue to fix the contract with you. I'm willing to pay you for all the things that I said I would pay you for. Did you want to sit down and do that? No, not really fancy. I just rather drag you to fucking court in a state that we know we weren't going to fucking actually go there to cause your life strife and horribleness. And you know what, Rod? You can sit there and probably say that you wouldn't have any part in that, and you didn't know what that meant or any of that shit. But you know whose name was on the fucking papers, Rod? Yours. Your name was on there. Christie's name was on there. Mia's name was on there for no fucking reason whatsoever. This was a problem between me, your daughter, and your wife, and you made it public, and it's your fault that this is all coming out the way it is. I was an ally. I could have broke the story truthfully and with dignity and class, and you did not allow it. You went low. So you know what I had to do? I had to match you there. Assholes.
Right.
Assholes. Stop being an asshole. Take responsibility for your fucking kid. She killed a person.
Yeah.
Stop
They just like, oh, she made a mistake.
We're bullying her. You know how you don't get bullied? Ivory Rose said it. Go be fucking private. Like you said you wanted to be.
Right.
Stop fucking nonsense. All of them. I'm talking to all of them. All right, let's keep going here.
Oh, your wife seems to want to, considering that you guys took me to court for money. You didn't take me to court to stop me. Every single one of the charges, the 7 charges that you filed were all about the fact that I did not pay you, that I had been profiting and did not pay you. You have no proof that I have profited at all, but I have proof that I did not.
Do you have any proof that you paid me?
So if you'd like me to honor the contract, I'm willing to do so. But if not, Rod, then you need to talk to your wife and anyone that's associated and tell them to stop doing what they're doing to me.
I don't think we ever got paid. What, it was $10 that you were supposed to pay?
For fuck's sake.
Oh.
Here's the $10. He's really
Better
mad
give him
about
that
this
$10. He wanted
guys.
$10, Fancy.
All right. So when you sign a life rights agreement, the idea is that just like when you sign a contract to retain an attorney, you have to have some sort of something. Okay.
Right.
So I went down there and I told him, look, I ain't got shit from Shinola. I don't know if I can get this done. I'm not some big wig producer. I don't have all the contacts in the industry in the world. I have a few that I think if I put this together properly with the actual story, I do believe that this could be something that would be a scripted series because no one had done the scripted series yet.
Mhm.
At that point in time, they were already in negotiations with Michelle Dean with Hulu for the act, and they did not even inform me. And in fact, in my contract, they are supposed to legally inform me of any of that. The way I found out was when Christie decided she didn't want to work with Michelle anymore, and she had me write a letter to try and cease and desist them. Yeah, there's that proof too.
Yeah.
So yeah, the $10 was offered to them so that I could pay to have the life rights. I gave Christie $10. He doesn't know about it. Whatever. And then it's even moot because even if I didn't, you guys continued to participate for a year and a half, which means you were agreeing to everything we had done. And so you were fulfilling your contract obligations, and I was attempting to fulfill mine until you guys didn't like the narrative that I decided was the truth. When I saw the truth, I knew the truth. I decided that was the story I was going to tell. And you guys decided that you didn't want the truth because it makes you all look very, very, very culpable and very, very, very bad. That's it. I made you look bad and you're pissed.
That's what I said. You should have been prepared. Who did you think you were coming to see? Who did you think you were coming
I could
to
debate
talk
with
to?
you all day, and I will run you in circles because I have all the evidence and I've done all the job, I've done all the work, and I am highly, highly educated in this and highly intelligent. I am not trying to say that to talk down to you. I just think you're misinformed, and I think you've been misled by the women in your life. If you want to know really what happened, I will be happy to provide you with anything you want to look at, to understand. You don't have to talk to me. I have other people that I can pass this through to you. But if you're really interested in knowing why your daughter did this, to protect your grandchild and your other family members, you really need to be more informed, sir. And I just would like to help you, Rod. I always wanted to help you. All I ever wanted to do was tell the truth.
Fancy, I am informed. I lived this. Since Gypsy was born, I lived this.
But you said you didn't live this, Rod. You said that she was far away. You said that you never went to her doctor's appointments. You said you never saw her. However, we have quite a few pictures where I'm pretty sure you had a relationship with her for quite a long time.
I did. When she was younger, after they started moving away towards New Orleans and everything, I didn't see her at all for many years. But I remember her being.
And why is that, Rod? Why did you never go for visitation, Rod?
And I was busy working life. You know, we tried to make a trip when she was maybe 17, 18.
So you willfully did not participate in your daughter's life because you were working, and I get that. But
okay, I'm sorry, Casey, and I'm going to try to be really cakey obsession. I'm going to try to be really, really. I'm assuming that you're just asking innocently, but you just asked if Rod knew her real age. Or do you think that Rod didn't know when his daughter was born? He was there.
Right.
You just asked me, really, did Rod know her real age? Either you don't know anything about this case, or you are being completely ridiculous, because there's no, wow. Just okay. Maybe you just asked innocently.
Or
give you the benefit of the doubt.
Did they mean did Rod, was he playing along with it like he didn't know her age, you know?
Right.
Like,
right.
That's the only thing that would explain that.
Maybe if you have a follow-up question to explain why you asked that,
yeah,
that would be great. But yeah. Already told us he was pushed aside so he couldn't be involved. Exactly. Yep. He knows he was 17 when she was born. Like, seriously, are you guys like, come on, are you? The stupid excuses that people come up for these people's absolute abhorrent behavior is mind-boggling to me.
And it's neither here nor there, really. That's neither here nor there whether he knew that or not. Point is, he wasn't in her life enough as far as, you know, all these ailments that she supposedly had. I mean, I would want to know everything about it.
Right.
And he still doesn't know anything about it.
I'm going to tell you what right now. My husband and I split up when my children were little for 4 years. Do you think that my husband did not see them every weekend? He came home every weekend to spend time with them. I allowed him in the house to do so. And he came to any doctor's appointment he had. No, I don't have a Discord right now, but my team is working on setting it up because I don't even know how to run that shit. I tried one time. It doesn't work.
Yeah, we're working on it.
You know, my husband continued to provide for them in any way he could. If there was a medical thing or something was going on, he was there. Like, I can't understand a father that just willfully did not participate and wants to be somehow absolved of the fact that he willfully did not participate. Like, oh, I was just well, you heard him. I was a young kid. I was 17 years old. I didn't know what I was doing. I was offshore all the time. That's not an excuse for you being a shitty parent who raised a shitty child. Sorry. No excuse for that. Nope. None.
I've had an absent father, and let me tell you, if a parent wants to be in your life, they're going to make it a point to be in your life, regardless. Right. So I don't want to hear it, and I don't want to hear poor me now. I just don't. You know, own up to it and start acting like a father and a man now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know she's 33 years old, but damn, when do you start holding her accountable? Exactly. When do you start telling her, listen, this bullshit you're doing, it ain't gonna fly anymore. You're taking us all down with you. You gotta knock it off. That's what a parent's gonna tell her.
Aaliyah, he does have 4 children. He has a child with Deedee, he has a child with his high school sweetheart Jill, and he has 2 children with Christie. Now, there is allegings that there could be more, and the way he was running around dropping seed in everybody, I wouldn't doubt that there are.
Dropping seed. I love it.
No, I'm not going to. No, mad season. Absolutely not. You guys are also missing the fact that Deedee also created distance between them. She didn't want. Nope. Sorry. No. If
she did create distance, but
had to do.
Is
All
any
he
kind of distance going to stop you from seeing your child?
No. All he had to do was go to
Exactly.
court.
I don't want
He
to
never
hear
even
it.
tried.
I don't want
He
to hear it.
never even tried. Never even tried. He ups enabled her. Exactly. Exactly. All right, here we go.
Sir, that you can't sit here and tell me that you lived it, because you didn't. You were offshore and you have no idea what Deedee, nor Christie, nor Gypsy, nor any of the other family members were doing back home. You yourself have admitted that you never ever went to a doctor's appointment, not one time. You never questioned her. You never took her to court for anything except for the one time where you disputed some of the medical charges. I think she told you the truth, Rod, and I think you believed that because it was the truth. And I think now they are changing the narrative because it doesn't fit.
Fancy. She thought about killing her mom to get away from her. That's all the
why,
truth.
Rod? Why?
He said, Fancy. Gypsy thought of killing her mama because of the abuse. So my answer was, but why, Rod? But why?
She started thinking about killing her mother all the way back to 2011, sir, when she shot her with a BB gun 10 times.
Yeah, because she wanted to get away from her, man.
For what reason, Rod? Why didn't she just leave? She was in 2011. She was over the age of 18. Why didn't she call you? Why didn't she just leave, Rod? She knew.
I don't know. I can't. She was probably scared shitless to get caught again, Fancy.
Rod,
I've been scared shitless.
Her home. Do you understand?
So can I ask?
Have you been scared shitless of your parent before, Fancy? I've been scared.
Yeah, I've been scared shitless of my mother. And then you know what I did? I woke up on the day after graduation and I walked the fuck out of my mom's house.
Exactly. I left.
I left.
Yeah.
Yep. You 4x4'd him. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yep.
Excuses. It's constant.
Right.
She made a mistake. Holy hell. Really? A mistake? A mistake.
It's you know what? At this point, it's disrespectful for you to believe, or you to think that you can continue to lie to the public. It is disrespectful that you think that we are going to sit by while you freaking sit up there, make millions of dollars, make a mockery of our system, have ruined several different lives, continue to hurt and bully and harass anyone who stands in your way. He even mentions Bree as their friend in this, and she's a great person to go to because she stands up for Gypsy. What the fuck? Like,
she's setting it up. I mean, she's got the uncle coming up, and I mean, I don't know. It's not looking good.
I have a very big problem with Bree having on his uncle. His uncle is disabled mentally, just like Nick was.
Nick is.
And so is Bobby. Okay, yeah, Nick is. And so is Bobby. But David is, from what I've had the interactions with David, and I did speak to David, and at first he came at me with a shitty attitude because I think he knew who I was, you know, and what had happened. And then I started talking to him, and he was like, well, will you try to do something to help my nephew? And I was like, I'm trying to do something to help your nephew, sir. You know what I didn't ask was for him to come up on my panel. Because I didn't think that would be fair to him to be attacked like that. They set him up. The Mr. Godejohn was set up by Bree and whoever else was on that fucking panel. Gypsy is involved, I'm sure of it, because, you know, they're trying to do anything they can to hurt that family, to discredit that family, to make sure that they're never heard from, that they're basically just blown into oblivion, that Nick should just go and lay down in the freaking prison and die. That's their whole fucking thing.
That's right, because you know what? It's getting down to the nitty gritty. It's getting down to the nitty gritty. That autopsy is going to come out before they know it.
Yep, and they're going to be fucked.
They do not want Nick talking. They do not want Nick talking.
No.
And they are going by any means possible.
Right.
I mean, look at what they're doing now. Ken is going on lives. Rod is going on lives. Like, why? What are you covering up? What is this?
Right. What is this?
Right? I don't understand.
Yeah.
Like, of all the things you could be doing with your life, you're getting on lives.
Right.
I don't understand. I get it. I don't have much of a life.
Never been called to.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, I mean, what unbelievable.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
bring her home. She willfully walked out of Dan's roommate's house and went home with your wife because with your ex-wife, because your ex-wife told her that she wanted the drugs that she stole, the money that she stole, and she told her if she returned home with her, she would go ahead and allow her to have the relationship with Dan. No police ever brought your daughter back. The only time that the police were ever involved was in 2009 when a nurse that worked for Dr. Steele supposedly called in a welfare check. 2 officers and 2 CPS workers went out to the home. They spoke to Gypsy. They saw an ID that proved that Gypsy was over the age of 18. Deedee provided them with medical records that showed that she did have some of the developmental delays and the actual physical ailments that she had. Gypsy told them that nothing was wrong, and Gypsy did not leave. They gave her the opportunity to leave that day, and she did not. She could have walked out of there with the police that day, and she chose to stay because she wanted to continue in the con, Rod. I'm sorry. The only time she decided it was no longer suiting to her and decided to unalive her mother is when her mom told her she could not be with boys. Men, lots of them, Rod, lots of them. We have proof of this.
The cops didn't get her or nothing. Deedee got her back home, and she was scared.
No,
that was her way.
She didn't have to go home with her, Rod. Why wouldn't she have just? Why didn't she call the police that day? They would have come out and verified her ID.
Excuses.
I don't know. I can't answer that. That's a good question.
Exactly. You can't answer that. That's the problem. She had every opportunity to leave and she did not. So I do not believe that abuse is the motivating factor for the reason that she killed your wife. I believe your ex-wife, there is many, many other reasons that we believe is a motivation for this, sir.
Well,
and I can show them to you.
I'm going
Hell
the
yeah.
investigators did not
I
continue
also
to
want you guys to understand the reason I kept saying wife and not Deedee was because I wanted him to have the thought process that at one point in time he somewhat loved that woman, that he laid down with her, that he made a child with her, that he made a commitment to her, and she was his actual wife, not just some woman on the street that he threw a fucking piece of sperm into and had a baby with. He decided to marry her because it was the right thing to do. And then he proceeded to abandon her immediately. And I get it. They're not fucking compatible. Fine. But it doesn't mean you just fucking up and leave and run off to the next hoe bag that wants you. Sorry.
Right?
She was a homewrecker then and she's a homewrecker now.
She was at their wedding.
She was at their wedding and he tried to kiss her in the parking lot.
Who does that? Hell no. Like I said, I ain't fighting over no man. I ain't fighting over no man. No. I'm most definitely not going to his wedding. So,
right?
If that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about Christie, I don't know what will.
Exactly.
She runs the show. Forget about it.
She does. Rod supposedly, according to Christie, tried to kiss her out in the parking lot. Deedee found them. Would that be a reason why Deedee might not like her? Could that be it? Did you know that Christie was a mean girl in high school, just like they say Deedee was? She ran the show. She was a mean girl. She was hateful to people. She was hateful to Deedee. She knew Deedee. She was mean to Suzette. She was mean to Titania. She is a horrible, awful, evil person who is doing exactly what Deedee is. And the only reason that Christie Blanchard is pissed off at me, it's not because I released the video. She don't give a shit what the narrative is as long as she fucking gets paid for it. Do you know what she wanted? Do you know what her problem was? And Mama Dukes has made sure that I am well aware of it, and the public is so aware of it. They even included it in my court case. Because I said that Christie Blanchard was Deedee 2.0.
Oh my God, don't say that. You can't say that. Oh my God, no.
Right, I'm so horrible for calling it like it is. Calling it like it is.
Girl, I think she's worse than Deedee.
Oh, well, this is what I was just about to say.
Because here's the thing. I think Deedee really loved Gypsy. I do think Christie does.
No, I don't think Christie has it in her to do that.
Nope.
She uses people, even her own children. So look, this is the thing. Christie, I'd like to tell you. It might have been allegedly for entertainment and educational purposes only. No, I don't think you are Deedee 2.0, because Deedee had a heart. She cared for her daughter. And no matter what you think she did or didn't do correctly, there is no doubt in my mind that she did not medically child abuse her. She did not physically child abuse her with no proof. And I think that everything else was done out of absolute desperation, need, and wanting to give her sick child the best life that she ever could possibly do.
Yeah.
Was it right? No. But you know what it isn't? It wasn't just like what you're doing
It
right
wasn't Munchausen by proxy.
By proxy. It wasn't Munchausen by proxy. She wasn't an evil monster. And you know what, Christie? You should be ashamed of yourself. Do better.
She's not, though. She's pretty fucking proud of everything she's done.
She's not even ashamed of herself that she inserted herself into the marriage, into the relationship. Her own daughter called her out on it and told both of them that she believed that they were attention whores.
Yep.
That was Mia's words.
And then Christie's like, yeah, that was me. I did that. Okay, why are you so happy that you just broke up a family?
Right. A family.
Like, I'll
because
take that. I'll take that. I don't care.
She
I don't
broke
care.
up a family.
Yep.
Unfucking believable. Absolutely.
And that's what we're talking about, parenting, being a, you know, yes, you have to stop parenting at a certain, well, not stop parenting, but you have to let your kids have their own life. Yes,
you gotta
be there.
Let them have their own failures, their own
yes,
mistakes, their
right.
own lessons.
But that's why you're there to say, hey, Gypsy, you putting out that Ken, you know, can go down on you and you're loving it. You know what I mean? Why are you putting that out there? Like, you shouldn't be putting that out there. You know what I mean? Be a parent in that aspect. Hey, Gyps, you know, you bouncing back and forth to these men. That's not a good look, honey. You might want to stop doing that. You want to sit down and talk about something, you know, whatever. Just isn't, I'm just all excuses to me. That's all I'm hearing is excuses. And Gypsy will never be more than who the fuck she is right now. If nobody makes her take accountability, most of herself, she needs to take it for herself. She will never grow as a person.
Worse from here. It's only going to get worse from here.
Absolutely.
It is not going to get better. It is going to only get worse. Now, there may or may not be a fucking baby involved in this bullshit chaos.
That's crazy.
You know what? Look. I understand that people with chromosome disorders get pregnant every day. Those things are true. Granted, she probably should have gone through the counseling and finding out everything that could happen and getting her prepared to understand what might happen if she has this child, you know, and how it could be, what ramifications the child could face, right?
Right.
Okay, let's set that aside. Set that aside. In what world are any of these humans qualified or have an ability to raise a baby at this point? Maybe Christie raised her child when everything was normal, but she does not know how to do any of this now. And they continuously prove that they do not know what they're doing, and they refuse to hold her accountable, and they refuse to be parents of any fucking kind. And bringing a baby into this is cruel. Cruel.
It really is. And you don't have a baby just because, you know, you want to have something that's going to love you or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't know what she's doing with, even if she is pregnant. Like, I'm at the point right now where I just can't even believe anything that she says. I really can't. No. She takes a picture and her stomach looks flat. She takes a picture and she shows, you know, her bump and there's a bump there. I would not surprise me if she is not pregnant at all.
Exactly. And that's what's happening right now. I mean, we feigned a freaking miscarriage allegedly to get out of going to meet your reckoning with your parole board.
With the parole.
You also know that she can be charged. This is something else that they're not even considering. She can be thrown back in jail for her parole violations, and then she can be charged for the parole violations. So she could be going back to prison for a very long time. Oh, exactly, Michelle. You can also order fake baby bumps on Amazon. Exactly. Absolutely.
Yep.
Right. All right, here we go.
investigate after your daughter took a plea deal. They were instructed by Dan Patterson to stop investigating. They already had a confession from her co-defendant. They did none of the investigating, and the officers in the case said that they were investigating a long financial fraud, and they were very upset that they did not get to take this to trial because they believed they had evidence to prove why this was done, and it had nothing to do with abuse. You and
Lily, again, I'm going to repeat myself. If she committed crimes besides just violating the terms of her parole, she can be charged for every single thing she did that was a criminal act that lands her back in jail. I don't know why you don't understand that.
The violations she can be charged
The
for.
violations, if they are criminal in nature, she can be tried for those things and charged.
Extra charges. Yep.
Extra charges.
Yep.
Avoiding arrest can be one. She can have lying to her parole officer as another. They're trying to contact an inmate. These are not just parole violations. Some of these things are illegal.
Going to bars,
flashing her boobs, indecent exposure.
Yeah.
I mean, you can literally, it's not just one little thing. Embezzlement and fraud, they could. Exactly. There are so many things that you guys are sitting here completely devoid of any thought process.
Yeah. Yeah, there was just a lot of them come in naive. They don't
your wife.
What'd you say?
I said a lot of people are coming in that are just naive. They have no clue.
I'm going to tell you this right now. Somebody asked this to Rod last night, and I will not allow you to do this in my chat. I am not going to talk about this, Johanna. And there's a fucking foul rumor that somebody made up about Ken and Gypsy on a train track. I think it's disgusting.
What?
Oh yeah, no. And a dog leash, and they walked her on the train tracks.
Oh, is that real?
No, it's not. It's a rumor.
Okay.
It's a rumor.
Okay.
And one of the panelists that's sitting down here, Jack Esty, whatever the heck, she asked that as one of the last questions that they asked Rod. And I was appalled, and I called her out on it. And she came and she tried to defend herself. And I get where she's like, well, the chat was asking. And I went on and I said, if I ever got to talk to Rod, I'd ask him that because, I want to shock him. Well, I don't give a shit. It was inappropriate. It's disgusting. And it continues to spread false information. Just like I said that the Dana CN bash people that are putting out that satire shit, not labeling it as satire.
Yeah.
You are only creating the problems. You're hurting the whole, because it fogs what we're trying to do. We're trying to get the absolute truth out there, and then we got to, wade through all these freaking weeds that everybody keeps growing and throwing, and it's like you got to stop to address all the negativity. You got to stop and address. Yes, and Ivory did tell her that was inappropriate. They weren't going to ask that on her live either. So that's why I'm saying it right here. You got a warning. You came in here and you said it. You weren't really trying to, I don't think you were doing it. You said, was there a train track incident? I am shutting that down absolutely right now.
Yeah. Just so you know.
Gypsy.
Right.
All change that narrative, and you have lied to the public for 9 years. Not you specifically, I don't think, but your wife and your child have. Your daughter Mia even is calling her out in front of her. Can you not see the writing on the wall, Rod? She's a very disturbed girl and she needs help. You're denying that she has medical conditions. You're denying that it has anything to do, that she has any medical conditions related to the chromosome disorder. And do you understand, for the health of your grandchild, that is rather dangerous.
I don't think Gypsy has any medical conditions.
Rod, she has medical conditions. She's taking that.
That is the most delusion. There you go. He's delusional.
Yes.
He's delusional, or he's just flat out
denial.
Delusional or in denial. I don't know which one it is.
A little bit of both, maybe.
I don't think she has anything. She doesn't have anything. What do you mean? Dude, you can look at her and know she has shit.
Yeah. It's right in front of his face. He don't want to see it.
She's taking medication. What were all the medications on the bed, Rod? if she doesn't have any conditions? Unfucking believable. I love my face.
She has conditions from this, Rod. They're proven in her medical records. What are you talking about?
She got a full checkup.
Rod, can I ask you a question?
Okay, so he tells me that she got a full checkup, and then I try to ask him what kind of doctor it is, and he won't answer me because I wanted to know, is it a general practice doctor that freaking she's seeing, or are you talking about a specialist? I don't even give a shit what specialist, but if you're seeing a general practitioner who fucking just sees you for the common cold, they are not going to be able to manage the level of freaking care that this woman is going to need eventually, and now probably, and
She
you're
would
not
need
going
a
to be able to
specialty
manage her
doctor.
freaking
Yeah.
shit. I mean,
Yeah.
I the denial and the dangerousness of the denial is just fucking insane.
Setting her up to reoffend.
Setting her up to reoffend, exactly. And I think that could be Christie's whole fucking plan.
Yep.
I think she wants the conservatorship, she wants the baby, and then she's gonna play house with Ken or Rudd. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, her eggs are probably dried up.
Yeah, her eggs are dried up. I'm sure she just wants a little baby to play with.
She could.
Her other grandchildren don't live close to her. I believe Dylan moved out of state to get away from all this shit. Like, serious to God.
I sure as hell would.
You please go to rarechromo.org, type in the micro deletion of the 1Q21.1 that she has, and look at the 11 or 12 page document that they have. If you do so, it lists every single one of Gypsy's conditions throughout her life as being part of this type of disorder, sir. And it has varying levels of degrees of severity, from no symptoms whatsoever, all the way up to a baby being born with severe microcephaly that cannot not last outside of the womb for more than a few days. There are serious ramifications. And if you have not done genetic counseling, sir, you're not protecting your grandchildren. You're not protecting Mia's grandchildren. You're not protecting any of Dylan's children. And you're not protecting Nicolette's children. And you're not protecting Gypsy's children, because you're choosing to be willfully ignorant. Just go get the counseling done, sir. I'm trying to save your grandchild's life.
Oh, God, Fancy. Thank you so much.
Well, you can be a shithead about it, or you can actually go do the genetic counseling that was recommended to you several times. Your daughter even made a post that she feels that maybe she's a bad mom at this point right now because she didn't realize that it could be passed down. Well, you know who did know that it could be passed down? Your wife, because I told her that in 2019, and so did Titania.
Gypsy has a doctor that she's seeing about her baby.
What kind of doctor?
That,
No, is it a general?
I feel like this is getting extremely abusive, this conversation. I think it's getting out of hand. It's being, I think this.
That was where they decided I was being abusive for asking him what kind of doctor. Yeah. Yep. And he was trying to answer me, and that girl right there jumps in and basically says I'm being abusive.
Yeah, missed me with that shit.
Yeah.
This is like it's an attack.
And go to her. Yeah, we don't. Yeah.
Yeah, I
if
think
you guys want to have, if Rod and Fancy, if you guys want to have that conversation, I just feel like it's getting a little hot, and you know what I mean. And I feel like without anything in front of Rod, we can't expect him to answer.
We can't expect him to answer about the last 32 years of his life at all. He lived it, but did he? Because he doesn't seem to know anything about the last 32 years of his fucking life.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, who did he think he was coming to talk to? Right? Who did he think he was coming to talk to? It's pretty sad. It's pretty sad, Fancy, when you know more about her and in this case and her ailments and her chromosome than her own freaking dad.
Because he refuses to learn. He's
willfully ignorant.
Yep.
And he's not helping her at all.
Nope.
You can't expect him to know or remember on the spot, or so.
Sure. I agree with that. I agree.
It looks unfair to Rod, and so I'm going to call that one.
Well, that's why I've repeatedly asked him to speak to me privately.
Right. If you guys want to have a private
Ivory and her mod Jen Cajun some shit
conversation, absolutely.
Which probably explains why she doesn't want Rod attacked. She's probably a local that has some sort of connection to him. I'm just saying. I mean, that's her name. It kind of
maybe, yeah.
Yes, the other children have the same medical condition and they do have varying degrees of it, but based on their facial markers. It's very evident.
Thank you for allowing me to speak
Rod,
with you,
just
Rod.
prepared for
I will give you anything you need. I am not an enemy of you. I am not an enemy of your family. I simply want to tell the truthful story, sir. So if you would like to speak to me further, please, Rod. Christy has my phone number. You can call me. I've asked her to call me several times through Jasmine, and she did not, because I wanted to tell you this before I found out she was pregnant, because I got confirmation this year. Okay? I would like to have a further conversation with you. And I do agree that doing this without him being able to prepare himself is not okay. But I wanted to very much put into your head things to think about.
Fancy, I think you can. We can have a conversation till you blue.
What'd you say?
Couple simple facts. I think we can have a conversation till you blue in the face. You're not going to change my belief, his motive.
Well, that's fine, Rod.
You're not going to change my belief that Gypsy's motive was abuse. That's what he said right there.
But can you please agree to tell your wife and your child to stop harassing, stalking, and cyberbullying me? Because what I have, I am bringing with facts and evidence.
Guys, I'm going to call. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, she cuts me off right there. So they can say that I'm being abusive to him, but I'm not allowed to say back to him that I want you to ask your wife and your daughter to knock the bullshit off. You said you wanted the fucking shit to stop. That's what you're up here for. You wanted the drama to stop. Then what the fuck, Rod? I can't say that, but they can call me abusive for asking you what kind of doctor is she seeing that's managing her care, and are they a specialist that would be able to do so? I didn't ask him to tell me what the doctor was. I didn't ask him to tell me what the specialist was. I simply asked a very, very simple, normal fucking question.
Yeah, what doctor?
Right. I think that somebody said she just wanted you not to talk so they could talk to him. Exactly. Now that was, and so okay, let's finish that.
I'm going to call.
Thank you.
Yeah,
All right, I'll step down.
That was the third part. I need to play the second part. I'm sorry. So let's go through.
I can go on and on. Launched a smear campaign against me, went after several different people, filed complaints against the licensing board with Colleen for even just looking at the files. It has gone on and on, Rod. I'm not the one who needs to stop. It is your family and the people that associate with your family that need to stop so that I can do my job and tell the truth. That's it. I don't put out stuff I can't prove, Rod. I don't. I'm willing to sit down with you. You want to do that?
Okay, we did play this one, so I guess we got through all of them.
Yeah, we got through them.
Okay, good. Okay, so we did. So that is my conversation with Rod Blanchard. Though they're telling me that the reason why they wanted me to drop down was because that Jen Cajun chick was dying to talk to him. Then when I got off, they didn't even let him talk either. They all freaking questioned him again.
No, I kept watching. Yeah.
You know, I'm abusive, but they're not because.
Well, but you know what? You had a great opportunity and you took it, and I'm so glad that you did.
I am too.
You know,
I felt it. You know what? Here's the thing. I didn't need any more from that conversation.
Nope, you really didn't.
That conversation went exactly how I wanted it to go. It was exactly the truth that I wanted him to see. It was exactly what I wanted people to hear, that he doesn't take accountability, that he doesn't even know what's going on, that he has no clue what his wife and daughter are doing, you know, and exactly. And so I felt like that went so good. Well, Misty, I'm sorry. You're just going to have to be upset about the fact, because when I started this and I talked with Jen Liu about it in the beginning, I specifically said I was trying to handle it like it would be handled in a court of law. Right. If he had gotten up on a stand and an attorney was questioning him, they would not have allowed him to continue a sentence that they were done with the answer. That's how it works.
Right.
They cut them off. Now, Jen did say that she could have probably got me on argumentative. And I did say Jen and I should do a court case. We should put together a mock trial. She should present one side. I should present the other. Since we never had the trial, we should do so. I think that's a fantastic fucking idea. You know, but it's I was doing it in a specific way because one, I wasn't going to allow him to just fucking tote misinformation so that more people could be confused.
Right.
I'm not going to let him sit up there and not take accountability for his own fucking actions. I'm not going to let him sit up there and make excuses for his family when he knows exactly how bad his family is. He sat on Lifetime and told Christie that she's meddling, that she needs to stop. Well, Rod, you should have said that back in 2019.
Right. Yep.
Oh, I don't care, Emily Jane. You're fine. Yeah, exactly. He's going to join the scam now. She's worth more.
Mm-hmm.
What did you say? That one girl in RV's chat was not stopped trying to control the whole thing for everyone, including Ivory. She did. And see, I even was concerned that I took over Ivory's live. Like, that wasn't my intention. I just got up there originally to say, oh my God, did Rod actually say I made valid points? I had no effing thought process beyond. I did not, in the world of ever did I believe that Rod Blanchard was going to come up into that live and allow me to talk to him. And I certainly didn't expect him to do it for 45 minutes to an hour.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm not trying to go into the lion's den unless I have everything I need. That's all I'm going to say. If you thought you were going to come up there on panel with Fancy and not know everything about this entire case and your daughter's health conditions and everything else, that's on you. Because I wouldn't have did it.
You know what, Heather? I do believe that Rod and I could have a good sit-down conversation. I don't know that he would understand everything all the way, but I do believe that I could put this in more understandable terms and simplify it. So this is this and that is that, and kind of lead him through it all the way. But he's not going to want to do that because he's just in denial. But I did tell him he knows how to get a hold of me. You know, he knows how to go get a hold of me. He has my number. I texted him. He had my number when all the stuff with Gypsy, when all the stuff with Christie went down. Jasmine and I reached out and texted him because she was like, "You need to tell Rod that she's doing this." And you know what Rod's thing was? I'm not involved in that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he told me back. I'm not involved in online stuff.
Mm-hmm. And yet here you are.
Right.
And yet you're on panel talking to me. So, okay.
All right.
And
Well,
you're making videos about how everything's okay and I'm still here and Gypsy's still pregnant.
So
I think.
It's 3:30. I want to be out by 4 because I've got other shit I need to get done today, including finishing our book since we keep getting distracted and not getting able to do so. But that was rather important. I'm glad I took that little break.
That was nice.
So I'm going to let you guys come up in the box over here. Hopefully it won't be doing the whole freaking echoey bullshit. So, and if you have seen any of this, I would very much like it if you guys would share it out, put it out there. This needs to go far and wide. It is the first time that any member of the Blanchard family has ever been held accountable in any type of conversations with any type of member of media. That's it. No one's ever done that. No one. Not with this family.
Nope.
Hey, Smile, how are you?
And, I'm sorry. Is this somebody?
Hang on. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say,
yes,
Rod was speaking about his parents. Like after you left, he was talking about how, my life's decent. I have good parents. I have good this. We never hear from his parents.
Right.
Like
we
ever.
Never hear from his family at all. We don't hear from his sister Celeste. We don't hear from we've only heard from Celeste one time.
Mm-hmm.
Not heard from anyone else. We have not heard from Rod's cousins, Rod's friends, nothing. It's like Rod doesn't even fucking exist.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I just wanted to know that yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you.
But what I wanted to bring up, I'm getting an echo. Are you getting an echo?
Yeah, we're having a problem today. I don't know. Okay, hold on. Here's what we're going to do. They told me if I mute while you talk and then I unmute while you're not talking. I guess we can do it. Hold on. All right, go ahead and see if that works.
Okay, perfect. So I know it sort of got brought up at different points in the past, and then Rod sort of talked a little bit about Claude, Deedee's dad, in some of that in regard to things. So what I wanted to say, the only people who corroborated a lot of this backstory was Laura. But interesting enough, when you research,
okay, can you please let them know, for those that are tuning in and aren't really familiar with all the players in the case, Ms. What? Oh shit. Sorry, for everybody that's tuning in, not know all the players in the in the thing. Ms. Laura is Claude's second wife. She was Deedee's stepmother, and she is the one who appeared with him in Mommy Dead and Dearest. And when they were younger, both Christie and Deedee and Laura May are all worked together in the hospital. Okay.
Perfect. Yes. So that's sort of part of what I wanted to sort of discuss with you was the fact that the only person corroborating is someone who benefited off of that family also, in the same way that Christie got Rod, Laura got Claude. That rhymes, but whatever. But the fact that they obviously worked together to essentially make Deedee's life a living hell. Who else goes out of their way to destroy someone's life like that? It was just something that sort of, I don't think has been given enough attention. Them, clearly through Deedee's life, worked together to ensure that Deedee was, not given the things she needed. And then all of a sudden this story comes up. What I thought was interesting was that once Laura passed away, now all of a sudden, Claude was apparently, doing inappropriate SA type activity. Once Laura passed away, I don't believe that she said it prior.
No, she did not. And here's the thing, the other family that has talked to me that has made this allegation as well, I just found out from a family member that the wife of that man is also a family member. So the Kali family is a family member that they moved in after the story with Laura. She got kicked out from Laura and all that stuff. And I'm really beginning to wonder if it was Deedee doing that, or if it could possibly, if it was true at all. I'm sorry. I don't think that anybody would just cover up for it. I couldn't figure out why the Kali family would, because they claimed that she was running credit card fraud, all those things. And so I couldn't figure it out, because those are the same people that 2 years later, and by the way, they're all friends with Christie now. She likes to collect Deedee's rejects. And so she, and mine too, which is funny. Maybe that's a pattern. But she basically, I got lost. I'm sorry. Damn it. What was I saying, Amy?
What happened after Laura passed?
Okay, so the Kali family came out and told me that Deedee had poisoned their mother as well, and that when they threw her out, that's when she moved to Slidell, and that's where she got the house in Slidell. And they didn't press charges or tell anybody or anything like that. And the only reason that I could think that these people, if they're making allegations that she's poisoned 2 women and possibly unalived her own mother, and they felt like it was okay to leave Gypsy in their care, I just don't understand that in any way, shape, or form, unless it wasn't Deedee.
Right.
Yeah, maybe they set her up with that.
Yes. Maybe. I mean, there's so many things. Okay, so Suzette's brother, who I think he passed away recently. But from January 19th of 2019, this is what he wrote her, warning her about Christie. He said, she is a drama queen, like she is the only one with the news. And Suzette said, I'm ignoring her. And he says, yes, please, thank you. I am, love you all. No worries, we still good. Christie is a troublemaking bitch, he said. Suzette said she was telling me that her and Rod are so worried and stuff. I won't tell her a thing. He says, she is trying to suck you in. Okay, love you. Then he says no updates on me to Christie. Too much drama. She said you sent her pictures. Just say getting better. And she goes, oh my God. and then he said, she is getting people involved in texting Macy, which is the person that's been running around everywhere. You all know her. Macy shit. Michelle and her are not talking. I think that was Jared's wife. And that is how she is rubbing it into her. January 19th of 2019. He was warning his own sister, please stay away from her, because she was trying to work on the project with us with Titania, and he did not want to. And I want you to understand, do you know who that man is? He served in Rod and Christie's wedding. Macy is his daughter.
Oh.
Yes.
So it started to make me think, well, Christie is obviously up to some stuff. I started wondering, when she's saying, I'm hiding from him, he's going to make him find him. What is the real narrative?
Yeah, exactly. I you know what, somebody just sent this to me and I want to read it. It's very important because it talks about what Rod thinks happened versus malingering. And I just really, I have something to say down here in the bottom of this, because this is something that had bothered me, because for 2 years they were in Aurora. And as far as we know, she was not seeing tons of doctors. She told Titania she was living a very normal life, that she was, no, not the Mace. I don't think it's the Macy you're connected to. It's somebody else. I don't think it's that. They were talking about the fact that they had seen Gypsy in the backyard. They had seen her walking around. At that point in time, Deedee was trying to, oh, can you guys not hear me? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
No, over here. Can you guys hear me? Okay, they can hear. Okay, so they were living in Aurora. That's where where she jumps off into the snow and is, yeah, that one. That's the house that they were. Did you know that was owned by the hospital? They were living there rent free. So they were there. Then the hospital and the Kali family was the ones who helped them get the Habitat house. And this is very important, because at that time, Deedee was focusing on her own health and trying to get freaking Social Security. And I believe that it went down a little like this. I think Gypsy was out of control from the ages of 15 to 17, because that's the most volatile time especially in a single mother-daughter relationship. I think that Gypsy was wanting more and more and more shit, and her mom wasn't doing it, and she wasn't getting the attention that she had always wanted and craved and needed for 2 years. And so I think that's when she started really getting obsessed with boys. She was still underage. She was 17 when they moved into the Habitat house. So I think that Deedee was completely had stopped any medical type of anything. There was no fraud going on at that time. They weren't going to charities. There was nothing. Deedee was working on getting her life together, so that way I believe Gypsy would leave. I really think the conversation was, let me get this Habitat house, Gypsy, and then, when you're an adult, you can leave and I can just be alone. You go somewhere else. No one will need to know that you were here, we were doing this. Something along that lines. Okay. I want you guys to think about that in the back of your head. In a somatoform somatoform disorders, physical complaints that are not fully attributable to a true general medical condition are also present, but the symptoms are not intentionally produced. Malingering differs from factitious disorder in that in malingering, the individual is consciously motivated by an external incentive. Individuals with malingering may seek hospitalization by producing symptoms in attempt to obtain compensation, avoid prosecution, or simply get a bed for the night. Who does that really sound like so far, guys? However, the goal is usually apparent, and they can stop these symptoms when the symptoms are no longer useful to them. In factitious disorder, the individual is usually not aware of the motivation behind the fictitious behavior, and external incentives are absent. Malingering. And I don't even think it's just Deedee that's malingering. I believe that describes fucking Gypsy to a T, and I think she was that the whole time. What if she's the one who was telling her mom, I need to, my Deedee, maybe she was a hypochondriac like her mother. I don't fucking know.
Mm-hmm.
But that says it right there. I'm telling you, however, the goal is apparent and they can stop the symptoms when symptoms are no longer useful to them. And this was one of the things that I had asked B. Yorker, who happens to be a Munchausen by proxy expert. She is in the Lifetime Confessions, I believe, and she still has not seen the medical file, so she still doesn't know what's the truth. But I asked her about that 2-year period, and that's what she said. Oh, well, if people can ignore their obsessions if they become obsessed with something else. And I was like, but what would she have been obsessed with? The only obsession she had was her child. That was her obsession. Gypsy was her obsession. So you're telling me that she would just turn it on and off with Gypsy? No, I'm sorry. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I believe that it is this, that they had, she turned it off when it wasn't useful to her. And otherwise her kid was sick.
I agree.
Smile, you got to answer?
Going really bad for everyone. I don't know if when it's muted, if they can hear me, but apparently they missed a whole bunch of what I had said. So, okay, so I'll just give you a recap of what she was then describing, just for quick context. All I had said was that essentially, because Christie and Laura worked together with Deedee, I had questioned whether they had worked together to sort of vilify Deedee and work against Deedee.
Yes.
Because Deedee had Rod. She then got Rod. Christie got Rod. And then Laura ended up with Deedee's Rod. And that the only time that those accusations came up was immediately after the arrest, when Laura and Claude, who were together, then created this, oh, well, she must have done all these things. So the only person who came up with it was someone who was close with Christie.
Mm-hmm.
So those things didn't seem to make any logical sense to me. And then I said maybe she was also being set up with some of these financial things, and that's what she was being charged with, because that was when she was around many of these people.
Christie.
So I was just questioning some of this narrative we've been told, considering it's possible because in the medical records she said she was hiding from Rod, and that's why she changed their names, which also might have been why she changed the birth date too. It's because she was trying to get benefits longer. She was a single mom. Some of those things possibly make sense. It might have made her someone who was just desperate. I think we need to look at it a few different ways to really understand, because from people who knew Deedee, they said that she loved her and she did everything for her. And then the opposite is from the one side of the camp, which we've seen lie over and over. Anyway, that's my thoughts. I just wanted to say those. Hopefully everyone, gets their chance to listen to the evidence, read through the evidence, and I appreciate you're doing fancy. It's amazing. I never for a second believed her, and I think that's why I didn't follow you at first, because a lot of people were on that side, and I was like, if you're with them, I don't believe it. And so many people start to understand. I think that's why he is coming out, and I think that's why Ken's coming out. I think that's why more people are freaking out, because she's losing support.
It's falling down. It's falling down around him.
Step away, and I think that's why they're scared.
I think so too. I do. I thank you. All right, Smile, I'm going to drop you down.
Thanks, Smile.
Okay, let's see if I can. Let's see here. I'm wondering if it's not so. All right, I don't know if it's still echoing. Hi, Hunt.
Thanks, Vicky.
Yep. I'm sorry, what was your question?
I said I'm screen recording. That's okay.
Okay.
Okay. I wanted to ask, I started making content mostly because I was tired of arguing with Gypsy Stance in the comment section. So I just started making my own content. And I was thinking today, I almost like pulled one of your quotes. And I was thinking I would ask you first, is it okay to pull your direct quotes like from your clips and you in videos?
As long as you're doing so truthfully and accurately, I don't have a problem with that. No.
Yeah, I would just screen record exactly what you said rather than paraphrase. So that I don't. Yeah, I had a look into the Munchausen's thing a little bit, and I saw that, like, I went through the diagnostics, and I saw that you can have a comorbidity of Munchausen's and malingering by proxy, but
can you mute for a second? Hold on. I'll let me answer that real quick, because you kind of said something about them going they're together. Okay, so mute yourself so we don't have an echo, please. Okay. So malingering and Munchausen by proxy can go hand in hand. Dr. Feldman actually talks about this, I believe, even on Mommy Dead and Dearest. And when I spoke with him, through text message or through email stuff, he kind of gave us the same idea. Bjorker says the same thing. But see, here's the difference. The reason that that's not what this is, yes, they can have comorbidity with one another and they kind of hold hands and cross over. But see, the criteria still has to be met for Munchausen by proxy, in that there was no real external motivations that were driving it. If the external motivations come from whatever, that's one thing. Okay, if there's benefits from doing this, that's one thing. But if you're really trying to do this because of an emotional need to care for a child and be this amazing caregiver and all of those things, then that's Munchausen by proxy. But if that does not exist and she truly has medical conditions, then it ceases to be Munchausen by proxy. It can't be. It can't be. There is an absolute medical condition for a reason for everything that she has. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. Thank you for clarifying that. Also, what was my other question?
That's okay. Take your time.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. If you want to think for a minute, drop down and come back up, you're welcome to. Or do you want to just?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, thank you. Cheesecake, that's not very nice. I don't appreciate you doing that. That's very rude. You don't need to tell people that they need to hurry up. That's not nice. Seriously, just not nice. Thank you. Hiya.
Hey. Oh my goodness. Hi. So I just wanted to put my couple cents in, just because I've been following you obviously for a long time. I think Gypsy and Deedee, I feel like, because I have a mother-daughter relationship, but I would never kill my mother. Deedee did everything for Gypsy. She never dated men. She never went out. She did everything for Gypsy. All those Disney trips. Do you think Deedee wanted to go to Disney? Do you think Deedee wanted to
swim with the dolphins? You think Deedee was swimming with the dolphins? No.
Yeah, exactly. And now she's just a spoiled kid that's running around getting pregnant while she's married. She's married to a different man, and she's pregnant with a different. Are you kidding me? Like, she didn't get any therapy, and she's doing the bare minimum. She's a spoiled brat. Like, what did Deedee, like, I understand Deedee, yes, put her in a chair for her own benefit to get things from that house. What's for Gypsy? And that's what makes me so angry. Like, she's getting these free dentures. These people that didn't get wishes And she got wishes until she was the age of
The damn dollhouse. The dollhouse. The dollhouse just pisses me off. Those
Right?
kids. Okay, Mooney Moon, you're gonna have to mute so I say this real quick so that I don't echo. Okay, it's okay. It's not your fault. It's just some damn shit that's going on. Okay, that freaking dollhouse. That dollhouse has me so livid. I am so angry. It just breaks my heart for the kids that built that, thinking that they were doing something so special for a disabled child that would love that dollhouse and take care of that dollhouse and play with that dollhouse because they truly believed the story. When that dollhouse could have gone at any point in time to a child who would have really used it and a child that really appreciated it instead of it being shoved into a fucking corner with tons of fucking shit piled all over it. It's just disrespectful. All she had to do in that moment, all she had to do, if she was a decent human being, and I'm sorry, Deedee went along with it, so I understand. I'm not just talking about Gypsy here. That one makes me mad because here it is. All she had to do was say, you know what? I'm sorry. I don't really play with doll houses anymore. And so I just would really love it if it could go to a little girl that will get so many more years and love out of this. Please stop talking about Ken and his Venmo. I don't care about Ken and his Grinder, Venmo, or anything else. I'm not going to discuss it. I don't give a shit. Is it the rumor that was going around back in 2019? Absolutely. Do I believe it could possibly be true? Sure. But that's as far as I'm going to go. Stop asking. You've been asking all day.
Yeah.
It's been almost 5 hours and you have not asked no less than 100 times, I think. Okay. So look, I just think that that was so hurtful in so many ways. Do you know that there's a story of that man going and finding that dollhouse donated in a Goodwill somewhere and shit, and he rescued it? This is absurdity.
Mm-hmm.
She beat her head knowingly. There's actual like she did not get chemotherapy. Her mom was shaking her head because she did not get chemotherapy. Like that, and like that narrative that they put out into the media, that is complete BS. I don't want your page flag or anything, but like it makes me so angry because I look at it in a different way. I see it as Deedee was a mother that only wanted to care for the wellness of her child. She wanted the best of the best for her kid. She had groups for gypsy supporters. She had a whole a house built for her daughter. What is that not love to you? Is that
right.
not love? And yes, she made her do wheelchair. Little things, but she could have also said, hey, like, I don't want to shave my head. I don't have cancer. Tell someone, hey, my mom wants me to shave my head. I don't have cancer. You can look at my blood labs. Like, you see it like the way I do as well. And so fighting with these gypsy stands is ridiculous because she was just a spoiled brat. That's what she doesn't know what it's like to get hit or abused because her mother never abused her.
Exactly. That's exactly it. You hit the nail on the head. And I think that's where we're going to close it out because that's ultimately what it is. She was a spoiled child who threw a temper tantrum. And in that temper tantrum, because mommy wouldn't let her go F every guy in town, then she decided to unalive her mother for no other reason than money, rugs, and sex. Sorry, that's my opinion. And I have a lot of proof to back that up. So, you guys, I'm going to go ahead and close out. Thank you so much, Mooney Moon.
Oh, Shadi, thank you very much, Shadi.
Oh, thank you, Shadi. You're so sweet.
And Suzette gave you one too.
Can you talk about the third person who helped with the act? I don't understand what would have made him want to help them. I think it all revolves around the dealings that was going on with that specific group of people.
Mm-hmm. They
all knew about the fraud. They all knew that she could walk. They all knew that she had been hitting them up sexually, okay, because they caught her twice with a man in sexual relationships, and that was publicly found when she was at VisionCon and she just went disappearing for 4 hours. So I'm sorry, The reason I believe this is the crime scene does not match. So I do not believe that Deedee was unalived in that room. And if she was not unalived in that room, I do not believe that Gypsy and Nick, or even Gypsy and Nick and Dan, could have moved her body unless they got it into the wheelchair. And I believe that David Blanchard is suspicious because he has changed his story 3 times. There is no door on Deedee's actual bedroom door. So that would mean that he didn't see a closed door, and he's lying about that. Or was it too dark and the light wouldn't come on David? What was the one of the, I don't know what the other story is. Oh, he didn't look. That's the other one. He just didn't look. He didn't see it. He just didn't look. And then he's lying about going through that window because the window had been, it was broken. There was something wrong with it. And the back door is open. You think David Blanchard, a huge ass guy like him, I mean, he had to at least be pushing 280, 300.
Oh, he's a big dude. He's a big dude. He ain't getting in that.
I mean, he's a tall dude,
Yeah.
right? So you're thinking that this tall ass man is hiking himself up into that window, and the window is high. It's not low to the ground. It's a high window. It's above a fucking sink. Okay. So you think that he's just hawking his old body up there. Guys, I'm not going to take any more questions. Okay. Thank you, Shadi. Gosh, thank you so much.
Sorry, you sweetheart.
We're not going to, he's not going to hawk himself up there, put himself through that window, disturb absolutely nothing in that home. I'm sorry. I think she left the back door open for him and his crew of whoever to go in there and clean it. And that David made sure that he damn sure put his DNA in that house, in that room, and in the places that he would not be normally there. And all because he said, I crawled through a window. Yep. And he told the police he told the news media that the police gave him quasi permission. No, they absolutely told him absolutely fucking not. Do not go through that window. He said, well, what if they got the permission from the homeowners? And they're like, well, do you have permission from the homeowners? He's like, no, but I know them very well, and they would want me to do this. They would want you to break into their home?
Yeah, right?
Yes, you can share video links, Susan.
And then you see the back door is open. So
yes, open. Not just unlocked. Oh,
open.
And that's what we're going to be focusing on today. So that's kind of why I wanted to address the David situation at the very end here. I'm going to be working on short form content for tonight. Possibly it'll be out tomorrow. Just depends on how much I get done. But we're working on putting together stuff about David Blanchard and his mini tales. There's a lot to dig in on that crew. The Vigicon and the crew that was the people who she was an honorary what the fuck ever and stormtrooper, and they delete, they donated the Mandalorian thing to her. Those are all men. There's no women in that group. It's men in their 40s and 50s. So what the fuck are they making her an honorary member of at all?
Exactly.
I don't even understand that.
I don't either.
What?
Mm-hmm.
And I do want to put this up there because I did think about this last night. Hold on, let me go up here. He said he went in the back door too, and the lights were supposedly off in her room, and she told him don't turn them on. And she was in the house for 45 minutes when the cab was there too. Okay, but this is something somebody brought up. Her bathtub and wheelchair she used to do it in and move her the house is disgusting, except for her bathtub and bathroom and the tub. It exactly. Okay. And one of the wheelchairs was wet I looked at it and I believe one of the wheelchairs was actually still wet. But that tub, okay, look, there was black stuff all over that bathroom. Like they looked like smudge prints or fingerprints. And I don't know if they dusted for them and that's what it is, or if it is just like there was some like grime and stuff. But if you look at that fucking tub, there is nothing, not a single thing in the entire house that was as clean as that tub. And nobody tested the motherfucking drain.
Nope.
They had their man the second they walked into to Wisconsin. They were going to railroad that boy from the very moment that they showed up. The deal had already been inked at that point. It was just in the matter of schematics of figuring out how it was all going to go down. And then Rod Blanchard, Gypsy Rose, Christie Blanchard, Mike Stanfield, and HBO all sold a false narrative before she took a plea deal and before Nicholas's trial to change the narrative to impact the outcome of the justice system, in my opinion, allegedly.
100%. 100%.
There's no other explanation. There's no other explanation. The shed is wet too, inside and outside.
Right.
Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna go. I love y'all. Thank you so much for joining my TED Talk for 5 hours. At least I wasn't bashing just one whole person for 5 fucking hours.
That's true. That's true. You at least accomplished something.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. At the end of the day, we did something today. We didn't just fuck around and talk trash.
Right. No. We didn't just
and whatever the fuck else you want to trash.
Make them into animals or
make them into animals and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's just no. Alrighty, guys. Well, I thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. Edition Good True Crime with the Good Wives. You can find us on all social media platforms at Good Wives Net. Over on TikTok, we're at Good Wives Net too. You can order our ebook, I believe, on Amazon. I haven't really promoted it a whole lot yet. We are still doing our book on the website at thegoodwivesnetwork.com. Today, I'm going to go in and figure out what the shipping issue actually is. You can join our Patreon membership club to get inside documents, to see different things that we do with our cases, to see our research. And there are a variety of ways to support us. We've been running our Tip Your Host down here, Cash App and everything. You can buy us a coffee at Good Wives Net. And we have enabled our super chats. So if you guys are wanting some stickers for the super chat and things like that, please let us know what you would be wanting next time we come up. Okay. So I can create some stickers and fun stuff for you guys.
That'll
and then
be
working
fun.
on putting together some subscribed content that you guys will be exclusive content if you guys want to join, one of our subscription services. Alrighty, guys, have a good one from the Good Wives, serving up true crime, one dish at a time.
One dish at a time.
Bye, guys.